I call to order the meeting of the Common Council for Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 11 members in the chambers and 11 members in voting in civic clerk.
Thank you, Clerk. Now, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation offered by Alder Stevens. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alder Stevens?
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody can have a seat. All right, good evening, everybody. As the Green Bay City Council liaison for the Water Commission, it is my honor to introduce Nancy Quirk tonight. Nancy has served as the general manager at our Green Bay Water for over 11 years. Nancy's leadership has had an impact on our community. Her influence, marked by compassion and drive, has notably improved our water services, especially the critical lead service line replacement program. As we approach her retirement on December 15th, we celebrate a career with impact that goes beyond our city, influencing water standards at a national level. Her legacy of commitment will resonate in Green Bay for years to come. Now, as we mark this special occasion, I invite Nancy to lead us in tonight's invocation. Nancy?
Thank you, Alder Stevens. Good evening. As we begin this meeting tonight, I would like us all to reflect on water, an important resource that keeps us alive and brings us together. We are blessed that we live in an area of the country with plenty of fresh water with the Great Lakes. I'm grateful to the City Council who met in the 1950s, who made the courageous decision to convert our water source from groundwater to Lake Michigan. The decision was of great significance for the city's future development. I would also like to acknowledge and applaud the 2016 City Council for understanding how important public health is by allocating a portion of the Lambeau tax refund the city got to removing privately owned lead services. They also took quick action to pass an ordinance to make that possible within a 5-year time frame. I'm also incredibly thankful to the other multiple city departments which helped us to reach our goal of replacing all known lead services by 2020. This shows how collaborating across the city proved beneficial to those we serve and to public health. Many thanks to all the employees of the Green Bay Water, past and present. They work hard all year round and 24 hours a day to make sure that our water service is reliable, of high quality, of good value, always putting excellent customer service first. Water is essential to life and growth, not only from our faucets, but it also what keeps our fire hydrants filled with water when needed by the fire department so our citizens are protected. As you, the council, navigate tonight's decision, please be inspired by how water is strong, how it can change, and how it keeps moving forward. May the choices we make today and in the future show how much we care about each other, the common good, and Green Bay's continued success. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Alder Stevens?
All right, Nancy, I personally would like to thank you for your service to our city. Also, I would like to wish you well during your retirement. Thank you, Nancy.
All right. And we've got you listed under recognitions and awards, so I'll be saying some nice things at that point, too. With that, we will entertain a motion on approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens, and this is to approve our minutes for our most recent Common Council meeting. Any changes there? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Weary. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda has been approved. Report by the mayor. We've got a robust agenda, so I'll keep it real quick. The one item I just wanted to touch on was the comprehensive energy plan. So quick thanks to our resiliency coordinator, Melissa Schmitz, as well as our sustainability commission, INS committee, a bunch of staff all across the city, but especially our water utility and transit for their partnership on bringing this forward. The Sisters of St. Francis, Wisconsin Public Service for providing a lot of really valuable information in pulling all of this together. In my opinion, it's a really fiscally responsible, achievable document that's in line with commitments that I've made personally and in the capacity as your mayor, but also the Common Council, who has made similar commitments. And so again, just really appreciate all the work, the thoughtfulness that went into it. Alder Stoyer, serving on Sustainability Commission, kind of had a front row seat to a lot of that work. And again, appreciate the deliberation that took place at the committee level. So we'll just ask for your support at the appropriate time. And with that, we will move along to announcements from our council. Alder Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my condolences to Alder Jen Grant. For those who don't know, her grandfather passed away. That's why she's not here this evening. So if Alder Grant is watching, just know our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family during this difficult time. Second announcement, I have a friend of mine who is very involved with the Hmong American United Center of Green Bay. So Tao, wonderful guy, great career of service to the city and the community. He is hosting, or he's inviting the entire city council to an event recognizing our Hmong community this Saturday, December 9th. It's open to the city council and Green Bay area residents. It's a free event, limited space and parking, but doors are open at 11 a.m., program at 12, lunch at 1, and entertainment at 3 at the Wildlife Sanctuary. So I sent the invitation to each council member. Mayor Genrich will be speaking, so I'm unable to attend, but if the council is interested in attending and supporting our Hmong community, I think it would be a great way to do that by attending. Thank you.
Well said. Thanks, Alder. Thanks for extending that invitation. And just a heads up to our law department, I think this communication might have been made already, but just to notice this event, given the possible attendance of hopefully a good number of alders. Any other announcements? No others? All right, we'll move along to those recognitions and awards. First one, I got a little preview on, in recognition of Nancy Quirk, General Manager of the Green Bay Water Utility after her many years of service to the community. So just want to reiterate what Alder Stevens has stated, really have appreciated working with you in my capacity as mayor, but more importantly, have appreciated your service to the community. The removal of lead service lines, probably the highest profile initiative that you've taken on, and it has been implemented by your incredible staff. But it's a long, exhaustive list of awards and recognitions that you've received throughout your career, and just think it was a real privilege for this community to have you serve in your capacity as general manager for these 11 years over at the water utility. And I think another thing to note is, especially probably when you're coming into this profession, you might have been one of the few female engineers, and you've probably had to demonstrate your acumen on a number of different levels, a number of different times, and just appreciate sort of the path breaking that you have demonstrated throughout your career. So congratulations on everything that you've achieved and the example that you've set for us. I'm very grateful. Thank you, Nancy. Any other comments for Nancy? Alder Scannell?
Yes, I have really enjoyed working with Nancy. I've never learned so much about water.
Did you remember it all?
Quiz me, got it all down. Getting tours, seeing how it comes from Lake Michigan and everything, and our soldiering on through a few crises, perhaps. We can just let it go at that. Not mention the F word. So it's yeah.
For those who don't know.
You're not supposed to
Who
mention
doesn't know? Yeah, so really enjoyed working with you, and it's been a pleasure, and congratulations. And I'm not far behind you, so.
Thanks, Alder Scannell. Alder Shore?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to follow up with Alder Scannell, too. I'm not wearing anything else, but anyway, I just wanted to thank Nancy for your career and that F word. Yes, I remember it well. 1,200-page document that we had to go through and whatever, but thank you for everything you've done for this city. Really, truly enjoyed working with you, and you were very courageous at times, but knowledgeable, and you always worked well with us, and I appreciate that. Good luck in your retirement.
Thanks, Alder Steuer. Any others from council? All right. Well, thank you again and congratulations. Our second recognition is in recognition of Brad Biller, Green Bay Police Department detective, on his retirement after almost 3 decades of service to the city of Green Bay. And this is a little bit of a special one. Obviously, we have an amazing staff over at Green Bay Police Department and Fire Department across the city of Green Bay, and we don't necessarily get the privilege of making this kind of a recognition before our common council for all those who retire, but Brad's been with us for a couple of years, making sure that that we're safe as we conduct these meetings, and so just since all of you are very well familiar with him, wanted to make sure that we sent him off appropriately. Also, just on a personal note, I want to recognize his service, not just to the police department, but also to the Professional Police Association. That's really how I got to know Brad in his capacity on the executive board over there, and just have always valued the relationship that we've had, working constructively with the rank and file of PD to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support them. So thanks for the multiple hats that you've worn throughout the career. I think you're one of the 2 most senior members on the force. So we're going to be losing a wealth of institutional knowledge and integrity and experience. So thanks for everything that you've done for us.
Thank you.
All right. Any comments from council on that? Yeah, Alder Johnson.
I just want to kind of chime in simply because I have the opportunity to work with Brad in my professional capacity as he works security for a lot of our community events as well. Packer games, of course, but a lot of on-Broadway events, Farmers Market on Broadway, 4th of July events like that. So we're going to miss you there too, Brad, but we wish you a happy retirement and thank you for all your years of service.
All right, any other comments? Alder Galvin.
I worked with Brad for a number of years. I remember when he first got on the department, this young kid from the UP, bringing all his knowledge from up fence country. And it was a pleasure working with him, and that's all I'm allowed to say about anything that would happen. Thank you.
Nice. Who's not from the UP over there? All right. With that, we'll move along to appointments. So we've got one fresh appointment. Motion to approve on that from Alder Stevens, second on Alder Scannell. So that's Lynn Gerlach to the Water Commission. There was a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that appointment has been confirmed. On to reappointments.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. A number of them here. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The reappointments are made. And now we are along to presentations. So this is a presentation of the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan by the city's consultant, Slipstream.
I'm going to give the introduction first before Maddie gets started. For some of you, this is the 3rd time you've heard the presentation. It's been through Sustainability Commission, it's been through Improvement and Services, and now this is its final stop. And welcome to everyone from the public who's here. I think a lot of you are here for the plan. The planning process for the Clean Energy Plan started 12 months ago with Common Council accepting the grant funds to complete the comprehensive energy plan for the city. And through the planning process, interim targets for 2030 were developed. Our goal is 100% clean energy and carbon neutrality by 2050, so the plan addresses interim targets along the way. The plan has recommendations that the city and the community can take across 6 key focus areas. The plan is comprehensive and it provides cost considerations for energy efficiency, solar, and transportation investments. I'd like to acknowledge the commitment from many staff people from the City of Green Bay across multiple departments, Green Bay Water Utility, and Green Bay Metro Transit, and several members of the Sustainability Commission who were on the Clean Energy subcommittee. Their engagement and contributions to all the facility audits, the fleet analysis, and the public outreach and engagement, it was next level as far as staff commitment and committee engagement. Our academic partners, UWGB and NWTC, were valuable members of the project team by assisting with our data analysis and our solar assessments for city facilities. And then I'd like to acknowledge our funding partners. The lion's share of the money came from a grant from the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin, the Sisters of St. Francis of the Holy Cross, and direct contributions from the City of Green Bay Water, and Metro Transit. I will now introduce Maddie Kuhlbeck, who is a senior researcher with Slipstream, and Maddie is going to give an overview of the plan, and we appreciate holding questions until the end. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Melissa, for that introduction. And thanks to everyone here for having me to present this today. I'm going to jump in. There it is. Okay, great. So as Melissa mentioned, I am a senior researcher at Slipstream. Slipstream is a nonprofit organization that provides technical assistance to municipalities, utilities, and state and federal government on emerging technology, clean energy planning, and market characterizations. So today what I'm going to talk about is the objectives of the plan, the baseline data and community engagement process, our interim targets and estimated reductions, an overview of recommendations, and then I'm happy to take any questions at the end of the presentation. So Melissa covered most of this, so I'm going to skip through this slide in the interest of time, just highlighting our partners, the grant that we received to complete most of this work, and Green Bay's 2050 100% clean energy and carbon neutrality goal. So the planning process started with an inventory of community-wide carbon emissions to really understand the baseline and what the carbon profile of the city is overall. We then engaged with the public through a public survey process early in the grant, and then an open house where we shared draft recommendations. We then identified six different focus areas and identified recommended actions across those areas, and developed interim targets for 2030 to provide a short-term guide for the overall 2050 goals. As we worked on these plans, partially reflecting the responses we got in the survey, we really worked on grounding the plan in three main principles. We wanted everything to be cost-effective and affordable. We made sure that the incremental cost of anything we were recommending was relatively low, or that the payback period was low. We also wanted it to be feasible and proven. We really focused on the near term and grounded this in readily available technologies with good cost effectiveness or programs other cities have already used to reduce carbon emissions. And then the last one is to make sure that benefits were provided to the community. We were focused on prioritizing cost savings and other benefits for local residents and businesses. So starting with the baseline carbon emissions profile, as I mentioned, this really serves as a baseline to identify opportunities from. So to develop this, we got data from WPS, from New Water, from secondary sources, and directly from the city. As you can see here, almost 87% of current carbon emissions for the city come from commercial, industrial, and residential buildings. There's two primary reasons for this. One, the city of Green Bay is a little unique and has a higher percent of industrial facilities compared to most cities in the United States. And then the other reason is that the grid that serves the city of Green Bay as of 2018 was one of the most carbon-intensive grids in the United States. This means that for every unit of carbon or of electricity that's produced, a relatively high amount of carbon is released. Again, this leads to higher emissions for buildings as they're using electricity. I really want to also highlight the community engagement. We engaged the public at the beginning of the process with a survey, and then we also presented our draft recommendations at an open house back in July. We got 650 residential responses to the online survey. This is considered statistically significant and was well distributed across the city. We had 24 business responses, 50 attendees at the open house, and 70 comments on the draft recommendations. I'll also mention that on the recommendations, we let people put stickers, red or green, and 99% of those were green at the open house, suggesting positive feedback. The other thing that I highlight here is in the original survey, we asked the question, what do you think of the City of Green Bay's 2050 goals? So again, this is asking about those goals, not about the plan overall. Here we see that only 19% were completely opposed to the goal. The majority of people actually thought that it either could be more ambitious or was just right. For those that said it was too ambitious or far too ambitious, they were not opposed to energy strategies, but just wanted to make sure that the city considered cost and other considerations in developing this plan. This is another way to look at some of the results. I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but we also asked on the survey what general support was for different strategies. And here you can see we're hitting close to 70% of support for every single strategy. This really signals that there's a lot of support from the community for these different energy strategies. So using the information from the baseline and from the survey, we set interim targets for 2030. Again, to guide kind of near-term actions. These targets were set for buildings, clean electricity, and transportation. For buildings, we focused on reducing energy use, which leads to direct cost savings, and electrifying energy use, which means transitioning from fossil fuels like natural gas to electricity. For electricity, we really grounded our goals in what WPS has already committed to. So WPS has committed to an 80% reduction in carbon emissions intensity by 2030, which they estimate reflects about 60% of renewable and nuclear sources. So these goals that we set directly reflect that. And then lastly, we set goals for transportation to reduce overall transportation emissions by 2030 as well. So by setting these interim targets, we're able to estimate the CO2 reductions by 2030 and the progress we'd make towards those 2050 goals. So here you can see the 2018 emissions baseline, the reductions from clean electricity, buildings, and transportation, and then the 2030 estimated emissions. The other thing I'll mention is that only a 4% annual reduction in emissions is needed every single year to get to 2050 goals. These really feasible, cost-effective recommendations that we found lead to a greater percent than that between now and 2030. Okay, so how do we actually get to all these targets? Like I said, we found recommendations across 6 different areas, and I'm going to go into each of those now. So starting with buildings, we found we identified both municipal operation recommendations and community-wide recommendations. The municipal operation recommendations really serve to show the city's commitment to these goals, but also as resources for the public on how these things can be done and how they could implement them in their own buildings. So starting with the first 2, we start by recommending things that can be done in buildings. And again, we really ground these in things that are cost effective and can lead to cost savings over time. So if you prioritize energy efficiency upgrades, you can have actually operating cost savings across time. The other thing we really focus on is only recommending things at end of life. So not early replacement that's going to lead to higher costs, but when you are replacing something at end of life, considering the more efficient option so that you can have cost savings over the lifetime of that equipment. The next 2 recommendations focus on guidelines for municipal buildings. One is just operational and purchasing guidelines to guide future decisions. And then the other one is when new buildings are being constructed, creating high-performance building standards. Again, this adds very minimal cost to new construction, but can lead to cost savings over the entire lifetime of a building. So all of those can serve as resources for the community then on how to do things or actually publishing those high-performance building standards for developers. In addition to that, though, we also identified some recommendations for community-wide buildings. The first is to encourage sustainable construction through city funding programs. This isn't mandating that people are doing anything, but rather encouraging more efficient new construction. The second is to develop a benchmarking program for commercial buildings. All this requires is that people publicly disclose their annual energy use yearly, and this has actually been found to lead to energy savings just by publicly disclosing that information. And then the last is exploring policies to reduce residents' energy bills through energy efficiency. 90% of residents said that saving energy in their home is important to them, and so this is really focused on ways that you can help residents do that. Moving on to clean electricity. The first two recommendations, again, focus on municipal operations. The first one is to use available roof space to install solar PV on city facilities. Again, focusing on ones that have a relatively low payback period and can lead to cost savings over time. And then the second is to augment that with off-site renewable solutions so that we can reach a higher percent of total renewable electricity meeting city operations. The community-wide recommendations really focus on working with WPS to jointly meet the goals that the city and WPS has, and then also just making things easier for residents and businesses that do want to install solar on their own homes. A solar group buy lowers the cost for solar on homes or businesses, and then streamlining solar adoption is doing things like removing permitting restrictions or creating checklists so people know how to install solar on their homes or businesses. The third focus area was transportation. Similar to buildings, we really focus on, for municipal operations, only replacing vehicles at end of life. So again, when a vehicle needs to be replaced anyways, think about the total cost of ownership and how you could potentially save money and help the environment by adopting low carbon vehicles. So the vehicles that we recommend for this have a relatively low incremental cost and lead to cost savings over their lifetime. They're light-duty vehicles in this case, things like SUVs, passenger cars, and light-duty pickups. In addition to that, using that total cost of ownership purchasing policy is really looking at both upfront cost and operating costs to, again, make sure that the most cost-effective solution is picked when looking at new vehicles. For community-wide, we focused on engaging the private sector to develop public EV charging. We received some feedback that the city might not necessarily be the best person to own the EV chargers themselves, but could be really involved in making sure that those EV chargers are placed strategically across the city, near multifamily buildings or places where people spend a lot of time. The second one is to support holistic transportation solutions, including walking and biking trails and public transportation. The fourth focus area was on education. We found that this actually had the largest support of all the different strategies that were introduced in the survey. And they really work together to make sure that people are aware of the benefits of clean energy and all the federal funding that is available to residents and businesses right now. So the first is to hire an energy education employee through grant funding to help with some of this outreach. The second is to develop an education hub with online resources that, again, talks about the benefits of this and the available funding to residents and businesses. The third is to conduct outreach and marketing to residents and businesses, engaging with community organizations, the schools, and providing some printed materials as well. The fourth is really to celebrate success in the city of Green Bay, highlighting local energy actions on a dashboard, and then that dashboard can serve as a database to show others what they could do. And then the last one is to grow the clean energy workforce, really to bring jobs to the city of Green Bay, while also having enough people to install these technologies. Okay, the last two focus areas are advocacy and urban tree canopy. So the first one, advocacy, really just recommends to continue to advocate with other local governments for state policies that allow the city to have better financing mechanisms or other things for these types of implementation strategies. And then urban tree canopy is really important. By having more trees in the city, we can have increased carbon absorption, but also we can have increased shading, which can lower the need for air conditioning and lower residents' bills across the year. So moving into how this all gets implemented, we have some recommended strategies for that as well. The first one is to leverage an internal city team to really optimize the deployment of this, make sure that finance is involved in any of these decisions. The second is to collaborate with the Sustainability Commission. There's a set of people that are dedicated to these efforts that could help with education or with research on policies. The third is to develop a prioritization process. We're not suggesting that you can do all of these things at once. So at the beginning of each year, figuring out which make the most sense financially and feasibly, and making sure that funding can be leveraged to do these things. Consider how to track progress towards the goal so that the city knows where it's going. And then continue to engage the community so they know what the city is working on and can continue to provide their feedback on these efforts. And with that, I've mentioned funding a couple of times. I really want to highlight that part of the reason that this is an opportune time is that there's unprecedented amount of funding that's coming through the federal government right now, and having this plan in place can really help the city access that funding. So this highlights a couple of different ways that some of these initiatives could be funded. The first one is to leverage the cost savings that I've mentioned multiple times that are generated to fund future capital expenses. The second is to apply for and create awareness of federal tax credits. A lot of that federal funding is coming through tax credits that cities are actually eligible for this year, as well as residents and businesses. There's no cap on this funding, so making sure people are applying for it is really important. Utilize state funding through focus on energy existing incentives, and then identify and apply for other state and federal grant and financing opportunities. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of money available right now, and continuing to identify that and apply for that can really make this implementation go smoothly. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
All right, first, just wanted to thank you, Maddie, to you and the rest of the team at Slipstream. Really appreciate all the work that you've put into this.
Thank you. We've loved working with the city.
Great. Questions from our council? Alder Hutchison.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and your work and everyone involved. Would it be fair to say that this plan was developed with the federal grant situation and education that's available in mind?
Yes.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that all eyes were on that as you were putting words on page.
Definitely. Every recommendation that we made was really grounded in understanding what money is available, and having a plan overall can help the city access some of that funding. So that step alone is grounded in the fact that funding, you can get funding by having a comprehensive plan like this.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right. Going once. Alder Scannell?
Just that, the position you recommend, that if you could, the city should hire a,
You already approved it.
really approved, right, I wanted to go through the responsibilities.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that, and Mayor and
Yeah, if
Melissa,
you-
feel
yeah.
free to jump in if you want. So right now, the city has
What's
access
the
to.
title one more time, because I've forgotten it. Just-
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's
Oh.
a energy, education, and outreach. Is that right, Melissa?
Employee, and it's Energy Education and Outreach Coordinator or Specialist. I don't think we've refined the exact wording of the title yet.
Would they be the ones that would also like be looking for grants and so on and working on?
They could definitely
not
help
just
with
doing
that.
it?
Yeah, they
Okay.
could definitely help with that, but that's also why I recommend, I mean, Melissa has a really good pulse on that already, and then that's also where an internal city team can help with managing all of that, so that it's not left on just one person. That position, if you've already approved it, you know this, is funded through grant funding again, which is through this federal government funding that I keep mentioning that's available for the next 10 years.
Right. Yeah, so that was Energy Efficiency Community Development Block Grant funding that was associated with the Inflation Reduction Act, which we'll be able to access to fund that position for a limited term, probably a couple of years. Alder Brunette?
Thank you, Mayor. Maddie, thanks for being here, and thanks for the presentation and all your work. Kind of a data-driven person, that's how my mind works, and I'm kind of curious on the opposition to the plan. So the city generated a survey. There were 650 individuals that responded. And 12% said far too ambitious, 11 too ambitious, and 19 were opposed, 19%. So that's 42%, rounding issues, I think, but over 40% are either opposed or think it's too ambitious. Can you explain, or are the reasons given part of this report?
Yeah, I can definitely answer that. So thanks for the question. The first thing I want to clarify is that this question was asked in the survey, which was deployed at the very beginning of this planning process. And the question was actually about the 2050 goals overall, not about the plan that is in front of you today. So I just want to clarify that piece first, and then I'll answer the question.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'll mention is that the people that mentioned that it might be far too ambitious or too ambitious did sometimes highlight the cost, or how is this going to affect different households across the city of Green Bay, or how much of this is going to be mandated versus education and encouragement, which is why we wrote the plan the way that we did, to try to, for those people that had said that it was maybe too ambitious or far too ambitious, to make sure that we address those concerns and encouraged really cost-effective things, really feasible things, and really encouraging rather than mandating a lot of the recommendations that are throughout the plan. So there's not a lot of mandates in there. It's a lot of education. It's a lot of providing resources to people so that they can access all this funding that's available to them as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Alder Campbell?
Yes. Maddie, thanks for this second time presentation. You got it down pat pretty good. And just a couple of questions, I think if you keep talking about this and talking about this sooner or later, it sinks into people, and I think we've all heard it at different kind of media groups and that, but to hear it in a presentation and a data-driven thing, and do you think that the 600 people, do you think it really got out to most people, and don't you think it should be a wider view of things, possibly? I mean, how did you come to that? And I'd like to know, and I'm sure you don't know if we could say that, but what would you say the average age of the study was? I mean, I think that has a lot to do with views on it and how people look at it.
Yeah, great question. So one, I will say city staff did an excellent job of trying to make sure that this reached every single person in the city of Green Bay. There was a mailing that went out to anyone that's not covered by a neighborhood association, and then neighborhood associations also sent this to their community. So in that case, technically every neighborhood association or anyone not covered by a neighborhood association was covered. In addition to that, we did public tabling. There was a lot of social media. There was a lot of outreach to different community organizations to make sure that diverse populations were reached. So I will say that in that case, there was really wide distribution of this survey. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but the age information is in the full survey results, which is in Appendix C. I know it's a very long document, but the age information is there. It is well distributed across different ages in the city of Green Bay also. And then the 650 is actually considered statistically significant. It's actually a pretty good response rate for a survey of this kind in the city.
Being in the same grid, would you say far too much or just enough on that 600?
For the responses?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that it's enough. I would say that you could always get more responses. I would never say it's far too much, but I think it's enough.
And do you think if we proposed it out there again and made it more public after this public announcement a little bit more, that we could get a different turnout?
I would actually be hard pressed to believe that, again, based off of the amount of outreach that was done in the first period. The mayor did outreach, Melissa did outreach, the community development department did outreach. We engaged with community organizations, the Sustainability Commission did outreach. So I'm not sure that there's actually that much more outreach that could be done. It was pretty well covered in the first round. Melissa, did you want to add something?
What's on? I was just also going to mention that the survey, the online survey was distributed to the school district as well, to distribute to students that were of age, that were at least 18 years of age, or to their households. How much that got pushed out, I'm not really sure, but I feel very strongly about the effort that was put into the public outreach for this plan. The survey was also translated to Spanish. It was available in Spanish and English. So I feel like we made a very good effort with trying to reach as many people as possible. And if my memory serves me, I think the largest age range was age 45 to 60 as far as respondents.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thanks again for all the work. Thanks for the presentation. I know it's a little bit awkward here because this is a presentation and then we have some other items to address. So for everybody attending, we're going to move on to some other items and then back to this one. So thanks again.
Thanks again for the time.
Yeah, you bet. Now on to Landmarks Commission. If only it were so easy. Attorney Bunger, do you want to kick us off?
Sounds good. So, this is an appeal from Mr. Pat Drury regarding the denial of his Certificate of Appropriateness, COA 23-58, for an architectural makeover to a two-door facade at 414 Porlier Street. So this matter is before the Common Council on appeal from the Landmarks Commission that denied the Certificate of Appropriateness, and it will be a quasi-judicial hearing. Accordingly, we have to establish that there aren't any conflicts or put the conflicts on the record. It is the goal of the Common Council to provide and conduct a hearing that is fair in form, appearance, and substance. To ensure that this hearing satisfies these goals, each member of the council must confirm that you do not have an interest or conflict in this matter and that you have not received any communication from any person or party about this matter. So if any of the alders do have such a conflict or have had any such communications, now would be the time to make a point of order and to state such conflicts and/or communications for the record.
This is just on item 1?
Yes, this is just on item 1.
Okay. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Attorney Bungert. The appellant, Mr. Pat Drury, did reach out to me shortly after the city had requested a COA. We had a very brief phone conversation. However, it did not impact my ability to make an impartial assessment of the facts before us today.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Shore.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also talked to Mr. Drury recently about this, and I've known Pat for many, many years, so on different projects and that, so I don't feel that it will affect my decision in any way either.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Anyone else? All right.
Okay. All right, we can now proceed to verify notice. The appellant, Mr. Drury, has received proper notice of today's proceedings and just wanted to confirm whether he is present for the hearing today.
Believe so.
Okay, perfect. So the procedure will be as follows. A decision will be made upon the testimony tonight and the Green Bay Municipal Code. At this time, Mr. Drury's appeal documents have been submitted into the record, as well as the appeal brief submitted by Director Cheryl Rainier-Wigg for the Landmarks Commission staff. The council will hear from both parties before issuing its decision. Both sides will have 10 minutes to present with 5 minutes for rebuttal, and they will be able to present their testimony and evidence during this time. Beginning with the appellant, Mr. Drury, followed by staff. Each speaker will be sworn in before speaking. The evidence needs to be credible, relevant, and probative. Throughout the process, the members of council may ask questions of any speaker. Speakers are reminded to answer questions asked, not engage in debate with council members. As a reminder, council members may not testify or present opinions or statements. Following the arguments, council will deliberate and make motions as appropriate. The council will either announce its decision tonight or take the matter under advisement and have a decision at the next council meeting. The council will make findings of fact and conclusions of law based upon the record before it. Once those are adopted by council, copies of the same will be provided to the appellant. At this point, we can proceed with the hearing, Mayor, and the appellant can go first.
All right, very good. Mr. Drury, if you're prepared, you can just approach the podium. And I think the clerk needs to swear you in.
Mr. Drury, can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Pat Drury. I live at 410 Porlier Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay. And can you raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Drury.
I'd like to start off with, first off, thanking everybody's time. I know we're all busy. I really didn't mean to get here in this position, but we're going to try and get through it and get it resolved. I do a lot of historic work around the community. I've been doing historic work for years. Some of you know some of the work we've done, from moving the granary across the bridge in Sturgeon Bay twice, to restanding the granary in Ledgeview with the doors in the ceiling where we go to Blue for dinner. We saved that building in 2006. I've been saving buildings in history for most of my working career. I was on the board of directors of Heritage Hill. I was a past president of Heritage Hill. History's been in my blood since I was a 12-year-old young man, and I helped my uncle work on Astor Park. I now live in Astor Park. 62 years old, and my focus is trying to save some history. Like I say, I've been doing it for years. So I found a beautiful, beautiful house in 410 Porlier, and I fixed it up. I made it my showcase house to show people what we can do with these older homes. Instead of tearing them down, tearing out the old tile, let's save them. So I've been doing this, and this is my second showcase home in Astor Park. I did the red Joanne's house, that some of you might know, on the corner of Monroe, or Madison and Porlier, the big red brick one. I was on that for 8 years. We built a beautiful carriage house back there. So as I working on that house, I find 410 Porlier, I buy that, save that showcase house. I then become available the little duplex in between. Now, I have a discrepancy with the Landmark Commission on what they're calling the duplex and the type of style. They call it a vernacular, what the heck? What's that? Colonial. So I looked those details up. Vernacular means it really doesn't have a style. It can be done by a builder, it can be done wherever. I happen to be a builder. But the colonial revival style they're talking about has pillars, have porches, have all that stuff. What we do have that's dominant on this duplex is a 14-12 pitch on the front porch. Now, if we have historic people in here, you understand that a 14-12 pitch is more of a Tudor style than a colonial revival or a vernacular. So as I bought this house, I think, okay, I'm gonna put some stone on this 14-12 pitch, which is on the picture. I don't know if they can bring it up and show it or whatever. And I'm gonna turn it into a really cool Tudor style. I thought I'd be welcomed with open arms to the Historical and Landmark Commission. Now, in all honesty, I don't do everything perfect. I screwed up a couple of things, getting my permit done on time, doing all that. Fine me, make me pay double permits like I've had. I deal with the building inspection department all the time. I even went to your building inspection department and talked to Paul. I said, as a homeowner, can I put stone in this building? According to the building inspection, yes, I can. As a homeowner, can I put shingles, roof? Can I put windows on it? Yes, I can. Can I put siding on it? Yes, I can. But because it's in Astor Park, they have jurisdiction over it, which I agree. I think the Landmark Commission is an important aspect of our community. I love saving the old stuff, but I feel they're wrong here. And I've only had one go around with them, and next thing I know, I'm pushed into city council and going through all this. We could have solved this. We would have at least sat down. So when you look at the pictures, it's a 14-12 pitch. I want to put stone on it. I don't want to take the 8-inch aluminum siding on it that was put on in 1970. And they keep telling me that this is a colonial revival characterized by the exterior with clad, entirely clappered profile siding. Now, when it was built in, I think 1928, they think 1937, but when it was built, it probably had the 4-inch clappered siding on it. But that's been taken off, and they even admit to it when they say they go and look at the work I'm doing, and they see felt paper underneath it. So the old clappered siding's been gone. Aluminum siding was put on in 1970s, someplace around then when it was. In 1980, it got the overlay of the Landmark Commission. And too many times as a builder that does historic work, the Landmark Commission, because whatever's on the building, they deem that's what's gotta stay there. And there are so many houses in Astor Park that need help, that we don't help, because we can't afford the clapboard siding they want put on, or we can't afford the true divided lights. And I was told not to talk about dollars, but dollars matter. I have people in the neighborhood that come up to me because of what I've been doing for years and complain to me. And when I look at their success rate they put on here, that's a false number in my opinion. A lot of people do not even file to do work on their houses because of what the neighbors have gone through. If you buy a house for $100,000, $150,000, and the Landmark Commission says you have to put in $40,000, $50,000 with a true divided light windows because that's what was put on back in there, that's impossible for someone to do financially. And that happens all too often with this Landmark Commission. They're unrealistic in the actual cost of doing the project. And that's the builder talking, not the homeowner. Meanwhile, the homeowner is passionate about saving history. And I was told by numerous people who've come up here and talked to calm down when I talk. I'm not get so excited. So bear with me a little bit. If you look at the pictures, and I don't know if we can put them up so people can see what we're talking about. But this house is a nondescript house with siding on it from, like I say, 1970s. But they're trying to hold me to a standard that isn't there. So instead of doing that, I want to keep the siding on it. I want to paint it a nice tan. I want to put stone on a 14-12 pitch, what looks like a Tudor style. At the midsection of the windows in the second story, I want to take the good siding that's up there off, and I want to put it on the damaged siding down below and save the siding that's on it, even though it's an 8-inch aluminum that was put on in the 70s. But that's not good enough. What they want me to do is to take all that siding off, put clapboard siding back on, and completely redo the whole building. Well, I've done the inside, I've done the hardwood, I've done the cabinets. I got $75,000, $80,000 sitting on the inside of the building. I'm gonna throw another 30-some thousand in windows with grills in the window that is period correct. So I'm trying to do all this. But there's no avenue to actually be successful doing it. In one motion, they brought me here. No one sat down with me and said, hey, really, does this work? But when you look at the pictures, and you look at this, this is a Tudor style in Webster. 14-12 pitch, stucco, and brick. My duplex already has brick on the front porch. So I'm gonna put stone, and I did it. And I probably pissed some people off because I did it because I wanted to do it before it got too damn cold. So I followed through even though I was tagged, because I feel right in what I'm doing here. When you look at the peak of that front entrance, that's a 14-12, that's a Tudor style. When you look at the house next door to it, or down Webster, you see the same thing. But instead, they would rather I keep this look.
You gotta keep it toward.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to show something. But this, can we put this up there for them to see?
They have no, they're
Yeah,
not part of the proceeding.
okay, I apologize. Okay.
Attorney Mather?
Attorney for the staff, were these part of your submission in the record?
Yes, I
These
submitted
pictures
this
were
to
part of-
everybody here
I just
to
wanted
be
to
here
make
for
sure
this
they're already
meeting.
part of the record.
Those are in the packet for the council members to.
Okay, so as a council, everybody looked at those pictures. Is there any way we can put them up to discuss?
Yeah, I don't think so.
And if we can't, we can't. But the whole point of this is, when the Landmark Commission deems that this is a vernacular colonial revival, when I look, like I said before, when I look up colonial revival, it's got pillars, it's got porches, it's got a lot of that. This does not have that. But it does have the 14-12 pitch, but they wouldn't even consider it. They were, in my opinion, upset with my direction on what I'm trying to do here, and all I'm trying to do is save and make this house look correct in Astor Park. There are Tudor styles all over Astor Park, but it has 8-inch aluminum siding on it. It's not historically correct to begin with. So my frustration goes from there. And I'm not sure exactly what else I can bring up besides that. I know that construction-wise, I'm safe with that building inspection, and I'm asking for your help, because I don't know where else to go with this.
All right, thanks so much for your presentation, Mr. Drury. Any questions from council? Alder Scannell?
Thank you.
Questions?
I can't leave?
Not yet, not yet.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet, okay.
Got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, going through the timeline here, it seems like, why did it take you so long to get your COA into staff, to the landmark?
Can I be honest with you? I'm a busy guy, and that exact timeline, our showcase of homes, was 410 Porlier, showing the historical work. So I was busting there trying to get that done, because the last week of September is the remodel showcase of homes. And I was busier than hell. I'm just being honest. My staff was busy. We had a little round of COVID in my office. It just took time. And if you really look at that timeline, over 30 days, I got told I couldn't do it, and I was denied in a 30-day process. Click, click, click.
Alder Scannell?
Okay, no, that, I just wanted to know.
Yep.
So that explains it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks. Any other question? Alder Johnson and then Alder Steuer?
Thank you. Mr. Drury, were you aware that today was a quasi judicial hearing?
I wasn't quite aware that I was ready for this. I thought I was coming to talk to the city council. I didn't know, and to be quite honest, when I found time to go over all the legalities put here, oh my God. I'm just trying to fix up an old house.
Okay.
It's amazing what I have to go through.
Okay, and that's part of why I'm asking, because I think sometimes I've noticed some folks that have come here and maybe weren't fully prepared for this to be the formality that it is. And you're gonna have a chance for rebuttal after staff presents to talk about any of those legal things, but, so I just wanted clarity in that. The second thing is the materials that were on the house, because it's my understanding, a lot of that has been removed. To the best of your recollection, were any of those materials original, and did you alter the architectural style of the home in any other way other than to, obviously converting it to the Tudor, but like, did you change any slopes or?
No, I
or
haven't
anything?
changed a
Okay.
slope, a window opening. I haven't changed anything with the structure at all. That's why I'm arguing the point of what they're calling this house. A 14-12 pitch is a very Tudor-style home. And when you say vernacular, you're talking about, it's really open-ended on what that is.
And so did you, when you were doing the deconstruction, did you remove any original materials, and did you even detect maybe that the house perhaps had been altered in the past?
Well, it was altered because the Landmark Commission is, I believe, correct. When it was built, it had the standard 4-inch reveal siding you see in all these old historic houses. I'm sure it had that when it was built. But that was changed in the 60s and 70s, and there was a 8-inch aluminum siding put on it. That changes the whole math of what their whole argument is. They keep going back over and over again. They keep saying about colonial revival, inconsistent, and then they actually stated on section 44, Mr. Drury's proposed changes to the exterior of the house detrimentally change, destroy, and adversely affect the exterior feature of this historic structure. Isn't that a bit heavy-handed? I'm not changing a damn thing in the building besides siding and putting some stone on it. The windows are there, the roof line's there, everything. But destroy, this is an asset of my personal, I'm trying to make it better. So I thought that was quite heavy-handed how they worded that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder Steuer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Drury, for coming in. So when did you purchase this home?
About a year ago, or about a year and a half ago, I think.
Okay. So when you bought it, you knew, is this basically what we're looking at then? There's siding on the house? and-
Yep.
Now, when did you find out that there was clapboard? Is that after you went to Landmarks Commission and they told you?
They
or did
told
you-
me, I did not find out.
you
What I
didn't
did find is, I did find out when I took the damaged siding off the front bump out with 1412, I did find there was no other siding beneath it. So, I also, 1222 Monroe, I just bought that out of some, that's gonna be, I'll probably be back here on that one, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
But that one, we took all the siding off, the original siding was still underneath it, so we're gonna save that. But this
So-
one, the original siding was
So
not
what-
there,
Right now, underneath the siding, what's there right now? Just
felt paper,
felt paper?
yep.
And that felt paper probably was put on, you said, you think in the 70s?
I believe that was put on in the 70s, yeah.
Okay. So did you speak to anybody at all at the city on this issue? You said you were very busy, and I know with the COAs that come forward, there's a time frame.
Yes.
like anything else.
So initially, I went and talked to Paul, the head of building inspection. As a builder, I went there to make sure I covered my butt that way, and I did. And then Jason Flatt. And that's another issue, a little bit, the Landmark Commission, once again, I believe they're necessary. I think they should continue doing what they're doing. But when I could call Paul up, and we've done numerous projects with this, Jason, excuse me, I'd bring Jason out to the job site, the customer's house, I'd say, hey, listen, here's what we're trying to do. Can we do this? No, you can't do that, but you can do this. Okay, now I know what to file for. Now I know what to apply for with the Landmark Commission. So we have 2 projects right now. My son called Stephanie to have somebody meet us there to go over it so we know what to file for. Well, they no longer provide that service because Jason's not there. But my son did find out that I was already denied the approval on my duplex a week before I actually went in front of the commission, which was really nice to hear. That I heard through the back door. So this is my frustration with the Landmark Commission. If you're gonna do this, and you're gonna be strong and protect the buildings, there has to be enough allowance and variance to understand that everything isn't per history. You can't go back. Products don't allow you to. Costs don't allow you to.
You know, I know with landmarks that, or just with historical things, you know, we like when an ordinance is put in place, usually at that time, it's like whatever is at the building, whatever's there, even though you want to go back in time, sometimes you can't do it. So I understand your frustration on it, but do you feel that, you said you talked to building inspection about it, but that it would have been good to have someone come out and visit with this project? You said in the past you have done projects where you've had somebody come out from inspection or what have you. You know, you gotta remember that this Landmarks Commission has only been in the city for a couple of years. You
Yeah,
know,
so-
before it was all advisory. You know, people did whatever they want, and we lost a lot of structures because of it, so. And I know you've worked very hard on a lot of projects over time. I'm just wondering if you felt there was anything else you could have done, you know, with the city.
Well, you know what, in hindsight, yeah, I could always look at myself first and say, I could have probably done this better, I could have filed a little sooner, I could have done this. I'm not perfect by any means, I'm sure I've misstumbled and did things, but at the end of the day, there's a duplex that's in disrepair that I'm trying to make better for the Astor Park and, of course, for my net worth and my family. And I believe I have this right. When you look at structure and you see 1412, I see Tudor.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Drury.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Renner, you're ready. Please state your address.
626 South Jackson Street.
And can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cheryl Renier-Wig. I'm the Director of Development with the City of Green Bay. I need to let you know that I sit on the Astor Neighborhood Association Board, but I'm not here on any capacity as a board member for that. I also live in Astor, and I know Pat Drury. We have worked together many times with the city, because, you know, I bought a lot of properties for the city. So, you know, he's a great contractor. I'll throw that out there. We're not dealing with bad contracting here by any means. He's a great contractor. I recognize that with Pat. But I just think that he's wrong with the determination on this house, okay? Now, Pat had to go through, Mr. Drury had to go through the Landmarks Commission for his own house on Monroe. So he's aware of the process on how it all works. And this was a year ago. And he started work on that house before getting that COA and his permits, and went through Landmarks and was able to work that through. So he's well aware of this process and how it works. In fact, we went out on September 15th and met on site with Mr. Drury and talked about this property and said, hey, this is the style of the house. No, this is not a Tudor. We don't think this is right. Come talk to us, work with us. He's like, I want this to be a Tudor. Like, well, you have to apply. You have to get a COA. You have to get a permit. The Landmarks Commission makes those decisions. So That was September 15th, reminder on the 25th, reminder on October 2nd. October 3rd, the application came in. He's doing work on this house. He's still doing work on this house during this time. So I had an inspector put a stop work order on this house. I'm like, stop working on this house till we make a determination on it. October 18th, the Landmarks Commission met, and I don't know if he heard about this a week before, but the staff report went out a week prior to the Landmarks Commission, which was a staff recommendation. So Landmarks Commission didn't make a decision until that day on the 18th. They denied it. October 23rd, he got the letter, and that since that time, if you drive past that house, you can see the pictures that he sent you in the packet of the style of the house, which is a colonial style home. He's got that front porch, right? He's stoned that whole front porch area in. So that's all completed. So he's done that without permits and without the COA. What's that? Oh, sorry. So that's all happened. He's basically said, look, I'm gonna do this work whether you want me to or not. So I guess we don't like that as a city when people do that on any projects, but I know there was a mention that the Landmarks Commission is difficult to work through. You know, we've had 265 COAs through Landmarks since 2018. 97% of them have passed. That's the fact. We can run the numbers for you. There were 7 of them that were denied. 4 of them worked through the process. 3 of them came through council, through the official process when you want to appeal a denial. So I think that's a pretty good rate. You know, we've also been able to give out 13 $10,000 loans to neighbors. So we have $130,000 in revolving loans out in the Astor District right now, which is good. And then we're also available, we can get funding. You know, historic districts are important. As a council, you said, hey, they're important. Let's set up a landmarks commission. Let's set a process up in place. Let's protect our historic properties, right? So Mr. Drury he's presented landmarks or staff no evidence that this was ever a Tudor house, other than his opinion that a slope of a roof makes it a Tudor. You know what a Tudor house looks like. It's a stucco house. It's got the wood stuff on the side. This was not. This was a colonial. You can tell it was clapboard. It's a different design. If you remove the face of this house off, if you remove and change the design and the architectural features, it's no longer contributing. It's no longer a contributing property in the Astor neighborhood. So in 1980, this is when this property was placed on the Register of Historic Places in 1980, along with a lot of other properties in Astor. We think it was built in 37, but we do know that it was a colonial revival. I mean, and Jason Flatt, who's our expert, he unfortunately is not here, but he can talk to you about this. He's done all the research on this. It's just a matter of opinion right now with Mr. Drury on he likes the Tudor. Excuse me. I'm not going to get into like the legalities through your brief because I'm sure you all read it and are looking at the municipal code. But really, I want to talk to you about the fact that this isn't changing a window pane. This isn't changing some steps. This is completely changing the character and the architecture of a house that's in the historic district. And by doing that, you remove that as a contributing property. So Fort Howard neighborhood, Navarino neighborhood, you know, the Astor Platte goes all the way, I think up to Chicago or Walnut, further into Navarino. That's not historic. Those neighborhoods are not historic anymore because they've been changed significantly over time. They're no longer contributing. So it's like death by 1,000 cuts when we make these changes in the district. And in this case, we're completely changing the house. I mean, this isn't like small things. This is completely changing it over. If you approved this, right, what's to stop the next person? That the Queen Anne with the clapboard siding and the decorative stuff all over it. Just say, I don't want it anymore. I think that should be a Tudor. I want to stucco the whole building, right? I should be able to do that. What's to stop anybody from doing that? I mean, as a district, we have to start protecting these houses, right? So, you can read through the brief. I think it's important, again, to talk about what happens to these properties when they're changed significantly. There's a house on Monroe. When you drive down Monroe, it's right across from the Aldo Leopold playground. It's a white house on the side of the river. That was a contributing property. And before we even had HBC or landmarks, someone bought that house, completely changed it. It's a modern house, got modern siding, the front doors changed, no longer a contributing property. That can happen a lot more. People have resources. They can be buying properties in Astor and just changing them at their whim. We have to stop that from happening. So, because, and I stated before, Pat Drury knows this stuff. He's done historic rehabs. He has the ability to do this house right. He does. I know he can do it. He could have sat down with staff, which he did not do. I mean, he said he didn't have time to put the COA together, but he had time to do the work on the house, right? This house I'm talking about, right? So, but he didn't even give us the chance to sit down and look at those plans and say, hey, here's some suggestions on things we can do. Let's do this. I mean, he can make that house the way it should be. I'm confident of that. So I don't think it's a matter of resources. I think it's a matter of choice in this case. So I guess in conclusion, I just wish that you would uphold the Landmarks Commission denial of this application and really look at the big picture for our districts. Man, if somebody can come and just change the entire house completely and design and character, I mean, what are we doing here? Honestly, what are we doing here? That's all I got.
Thank you. Questions? Alder Steuer, Galvin, Scannell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Cheryl, for coming in. So looking at this picture with the work that's been done, what would need to be done to bring it back to where it was before this work happened?
Well, there was no stone on that front area.
Okay, so
It was
just this-
siding, so.
I just
but
wanted to know what was done, just the stone?
I think it's this, when you look at it, from when I drove past it, there's stone in the entire front porch area.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's beneath that, if there's some other stone that's been installed. I'd love the opportunity to sit down with Pat Drury and Jason and our team and our Landmarks Commission members and look at the house and figure out how we can do this the right way.
So the times that, you said you have a high success rate for COAs.
Right?
So I understand that, but the times that it hasn't worked out with other projects, what are some of the reasons? It seems like a lot of times people say, well, the city didn't talk to me, or what have you. There was a communication breakdown of some sort. And here he's saying that he was very busy, didn't have a whole lot of time. You're saying you were available at all times, and
Absolutely. We as staff, we went out there on September 15th and said, let's work on this. What can we do? I don't think he was interested in that, from what I'm told from staff. And I actually have Stephanie Hummel here, because she was involved in this as well, can speak to that. I don't think there was an interest really on his part to do that. I wish there was, because I know he can do it.
right. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Alder Galvin.
Thank you. Director, I'm going to refer back to, well, actually, it's another item here, Monroe Street. And in that discussion there, I believe we were told by staff that the exterior makeup of the house, what it was in 1980, is what is protected.
Correct.
And yet, it sounded like Mr. Drury said that the city was telling him he had to change that aluminum siding to clapboard or something else.
I don't think the city advised him in any way. I don't think there was any communication on what we thought should be done with the house. That's my understanding, and Stephanie can speak to that. She worked with Pat, but there wasn't like there was, hey, how can we work together on this discussion?
So your understanding is he was merely told, stop work?
Stop work until you go through the process, till you get
Okay.
the COA and you get the permits. And I actually spoke to Paul Van Calster with regards to this, and this is unfortunately a he said, she said, but I said, Paul, did you tell this contractor he can do this work without a COA? And he said, absolutely not. If he would have asked me, can you do roofing, siding permits? Yeah, you can as an owner, unless you're in a historic district. So I don't know what happened there, but I guess he knows that. The contractor did this next door to this house on his own property. He knows he's got to go through the process.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Scannell.
With a two-door style, does that have clapboard siding?
No, it's usually a stucco. When you think of a traditional two-door, it's
Okay.
got like a stucco sided,
and-
the wood brackets.
And we're pretty sure it had clapboard before.
Yes,
So that's pretty much good an argument then that it's colonial.
correct.
And that's, if we just went with the Tudor, can we flip like that? Can we change, can we re-register it and say this is, we re-examine, it's not colonial, it's Tudor?
If Mr. Drury had come forward with evidence that it was built as a Tudor, like he found buried plans in the basement and said, oh my gosh, this thing was a Tudor at one time, totally different story, but we don't have any of that evidence that it was built that way.
Okay. And we talked about, there's grants and everything, and loans and everything else available and so on.
Yep.
Okay, yep. I believe that does it for me. Thank you.
Alder Eck?
The pictures that we've been provided are all, it appears like during the process of construction, you don't have anything of
I
prior?
don't have anything current, but
Okay.
but the entire front porch of that area has been stoned in
Okay.
completely now.
And it was all,
It
the
was sided.
clapboard
Yep.
before?
Yep,
Okay.
it was all sided when we started.
Thank you.
Alder Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions for you, Director Renierweg. How does the Secretary of Interior define siding? What does that mean? Right? Seems like a silly question, right? But I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, does it actually define, like, okay, if this property had certain type of siding on it, does it define what replacement siding needs to look like? Or is that kind of up to interpretation? Or is it defined?
Well, I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure that answer. Siding generally is usually a siding material, not stucco.
Right, and I'm
They
just
refer to
curious, so
stucco,
if the
but-
I mean, Secretary of Interior obviously does a pretty good job of defining everything, down to
right.
even what kind of screws you can use.
Right.
And I'm just curious if there's
Well,
a
I'm not
definition
sure.
around this, yeah.
I'm not sure. I would suspect there would be.
Okay.
I mean, I would think that the Interior would look at a colonial revival and say, these are the materials you should be using if you want to restore it to that
Sure.
original.
So
matter?
recognizing, obviously, the staff's interpretation, I believe it was Mr. Flatt, was that this was a colonial.
Well, and it also came from the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation. I mean,
Okay,
it's
yep.
designated property, that's
Yeah.
how
And-
they labeled it.
Sure, and this
in
is,
1980.
you know, I would imagine a lot of laymen here who are probably not experts in architecture. Is it possible for a property to kind of be hybrid?
Like,
Like have architectural styles of a Tudor, but also of a colonial?
well, I think the design that he showed you showed that,
What, yeah, right.
right? So I guess I'm not aware of that.
Right,
Is
and
it
I'm curious,
possible?
like, where,
Yes, I
when
guess
that,
it's
when that,
possible.
when that, you know, classification comes in as colonial, is that what it is, and that's it, and nothing else? And the reason I bring it up is
Mm-hmm.
because, you know, Mr. Drury had obviously brought up that colonials typically have these other elements, and this property did not have those items.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I'm curious if it's possible for a property to be hybrid.
Boy, I'm not,
Yeah.
can I ask my staffer to come up and,
Yeah, I just want like information.
right,
Yeah.
yep, okay.
Just one second, Stephanie.
I think you gotta swear her in.
Yeah.
Ms. Hummel, please state your address.
500 North Chestnut Avenue.
Thank you. And raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony, or affirm that the testimony in this case that you will provide will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So both on our end and on the National Register and for the State Historic Preservation Office, when they're listing architectural types, they'll list however many there are. So if they're finding a house that has 3 that were cobbled together, they're gonna define all 3 of those, or they're gonna say it's a colonial rival with this feature, this feature, this feature. So they're really good at calling out when there are like a melting of the minds for those sorts of things, but they'll also call out things that are distinct within an architectural feature and things that are missing that would normally be there. But I think it's important to note that it's not just colonial, it's colonial revival. And then the vernacular added onto it means that it's a casual implication of that. So like the National Register of Historic Places really goes through the process of defining, so that way each word gives you more context clues. Would it be something like if there are 2 that are mixed together and they're seeing a lot of it, they would create a whole new term for it, which is how we get a lot of these. Colonial revival is the mix of a colonial and something else, you know? So I think that for the purpose of this discussion, it is been noted by the National Register, the State Register, and then our local expert, who is Jason Flatt, that it's a colonial revival. And that is, like, the colonial revivals are very understated. They usually have the clapboard siding, but they don't have a ton of features that make you go, like a Queen Anne. Everyone knows what that is. You know what the Greek revival is. It's got the columns. But the colonial revival is much more understated for an architectural feature. And there are plenty throughout Astor District, as well as there are plenty of Tudors throughout Astor District. But taking the style of one and putting it onto the face of another is very impure as far as historical standards are concerned.
Okay, thank you. Was this property constructed as a duplex?
I think
I
so.
believe it was. From what
From the
we
Sanborns.
looked at, it looks like, from the Sanborn maps, it looked like it was a 2.
Okay, so we think or we know for sure?
I'm 85% sure, but I could give you a better answer tomorrow.
No, and I look, and I appreciate that you're saying I'm not entirely sure, right? Like, it's just helpful to know. So, it was a permit, for the work that was in progress on this, was a permit required?
Yes, because he needs a COA. You
Aside
can't get
from the
your-
COA.
You can't get your permit unless you get your certificate of
Right, but
your
is a
COA.
building permit required for siding?
Not, if you're not in a historic district. That's a trick question.
No, it's not meant to
Right?
be. It's, I mean, so I know a COA is required,
Right.
okay? But if you're not in a historic district, you have to pull a permit to do siding?
Not if
No.
you're the owner.
No,
You do not, okay.
not if
So-
you're the owner occupant.
Okay, so in this case, the expectation and the burden is that the owner needs to know that they need to pull a permit because they're in a historic district, even though they may not need it in a non-historic district.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep, but again, this owner just went through this process next door to this house a year prior.
yep. Okay, that's all I have right now, so, thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Campbell?
Just a little bit of, when you explain that down so far, there's like a border, and then the Navarino, is that what you said, Navarino area?
Or the Navarino neighborhood, right?
How much does that change when it gets to there? And could this be, how many duplexes could there be in a historic district, number one?
There are a number
Just
of
let me
multifamilies.
finish, please.
Oh, I'm sorry,
And,
just there
and I'll get to my question, I'm trying to get to understanding how this type of building even got here, and if it already had the aluminum siding on, geez, that's when my dad built his house. And I know how long ago that is. When this is put or chosen to be on the historic district, how come there's so much gray area here and this wasn't labeled exactly like it is and this is what you can do? It seems like there's a big loophole, and how does this building end up? If you're saying all them other buildings were just not, there wasn't enough of them to be in the historic district, it almost seems like this one was plopped in the middle of it, and it kind of makes a big gray area just because it's in the borders of it. It falls under forced kind of, and I think that's what, in general, everybody is like, and siding, why do I understand his point of view, but I'm trying to understand how this misfit of a house or duplex, God, was the word duplex, when was that invented? But, I see the whole confusion of it all, and at some point, you go back to when this was put on the historic as a registered house, then shouldn't it be the way it was and the way it was modified, like a house that would be in the Navarino area? That's kind of my confusion here. Hard to make a decision on right or wrong here.
So there are a number of duplexes and multifamilies that were built that way originally in historic districts, including Astor, surprisingly so, if you look around there. This property, when I was referring to Navarino, I was talking about how that neighborhood was reviewed and was no longer eligible to be considered a historic district due to the number of changes that had been made to houses to pull them out of contributing. This house was considered contributing in 1980 when they did a house-to-house survey and looked at this property and said, this is contributing to the historic district at that time. So it was contributing back then. That's what we're going off of. It's, not every house in Astor is a huge Tudor 3-story grand castle, right? There are a lot of other houses that are more simpler, but still no less important to the district.
I get it, but maybe this house shouldn't have been registered then as that, if it was changed already once. Aluminum siding, geez, had to be the first one in the district. I don't know. I don't know. It's all speculation. We're not 85%, you know, we're not 90, 100% sure. I mean, I've seen pictures of my property back 30 years. 30 years. What is this, 40? We don't have pictures back that far?
So to clarify, my 85% comment was on if it was built as duplex. Concerning how it was modeled, how it was built, the architectural style, it was a colonial revival. That is not opinion, that is fact, based on 3 separate expert opinions. So that's not really up for debate on that one.
Okay, thanks.
Alder Shore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director and Stephanie, thanks again. You know, I know the city is doing an intensive survey right now. I don't know where we're at with that, but, you know, I know at one time, back in 1988 or so, we were looking at some other potential historic districts. One of them was in my district, the West Side Vernacular District, and I look at those homes and they're really, really nice. And then I'm thinking, wow, these are historic, but then it came back that they've been altered too much. So it seems to me that Astor was designated in 1980. We have the Oakland Dousman District, and we have a couple more on Broadway. Moving forward, are we gonna be able to really get many more historic districts in Green Bay? You know, I know we have the downtown district, you know, on the east side, but it just seems like there are a lot of very nice, old, historic-looking homes, but what, are you saying that maybe they'll only be locally designated if there's 1 or 2 in a neighborhood, you know, like individual?
So we're looking at the Astor Park neighborhood, which is on the other side of Webster, from the historic Astor area, and our state historic pres people told us, you need to look at this because probably within the next 5 years, there'll be too many changes made to that district as well in order to make it designated historic. So, I mean, I think just changes over time, right? Old
Right.
properties out.
And I think that's the hard thing. So even on the west side, I mean, there really aren't that many more areas, are there, that we
No.
can?
There was one that was found through one of the phases. We're almost down around phase 7. But it was actually a ranch-style neighborhood, which to all of us, that seems crazy that ranches would ever be considered historic, because to us, they're so common, they're so normal.
I'm in a ranch.
There's a bunch of ranches on the west side that are in pristine condition for their build time of the or the late 50s. So, you know, preservation's always changing. People always think it's just gonna be these same old houses from the 1800s, but it's about preserving a piece of time. So in this district, for Astor, for this very simple, plain colonial revival is a piece of that history. It's a piece of that time that's meant to be preserved, which is why it's a contributing property.
What happens to when a building is taken away from being contributing? It does affect the entire district, correct? In fact, over time, hasn't Astor lost, I mean, at one time, what percentage of buildings have been lost or altered since it became a historic district?
I know the lost one, 15% loss, which is mostly around the hospital when they did major demolition work there. Since then, it's been mostly spot loss. We're a little afraid to run numbers on historical value lost. If we start to involve the State Preservation Office, there's a chance that we won't be able to have an Astor Historic District anymore if there's too much loss in that district based on these sorts of decisions. This death by 1,000 cuts, as Cheryl puts it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Galvin.
I feel like a professor tonight.
Cheryl, or, I'm sorry, Director, with the aluminum siding issue, so you're saying that your office really has not formulated an opinion on what they think should be done with that?
Correct.
Okay. And from the looks of the pictures, no windows have been changed out or blocked in or new ones created or anything. In fact, everything kind of remains the same. It's the siding. And unfortunately, the biggest factor here is the amount of stonework that was done.
Right.
Which I'm sure everyone knows is not very inexpensive to do. But it looks like the brick was maintained on the stoop? No? I thought the picture looked like it was still brick, but okay. So is there a possibility we could avoid all of this if you could sit down with Mr. Drury and see what you can do moving forward? And if that doesn't work out, then we move into where we're at right now?
We'd love that opportunity. We'd love the opportunity to do that.
Well, can we ask Mr. Drury if he's willing to do it and we could table this for now? Staff?
We gotta wait for rebuttal.
Okay. All right, let's wait for a rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from alders? All right, thank you. Now, Mr. Drury, you have the opportunity for some additional comments with a rebuttal. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. And you're entitled to 5 minutes for comments.
Okay, I'll try to keep it to 5. Okay, first off, I'd like to say, I want to save this building and make it look cool and fit to Astor Park. And I want to turn it into a Tudor style, because honestly, if you have any experts here in history and historical structures, 1412 pitch roofs are Tudor style buildings. If you take that front peak off the front entrance off that, it's a box with an 812 roof. You can call that building any style you want. The vernacular style is so gray. To put Colonial Revival on top of this thing, you look up Colonial Revival on Google and hit images. You'll see porches with radiuses, with pillars out in front. You won't see this front porch. So I believe they're wrong. There was a statement made by Stephanie that 3 experts. Well, Jason Flatt stood with me outside in front of this building and many buildings, and I disagreed with him, because I do believe this was built in a vernacular style by a builder that really didn't know what the hell he was doing, but thought it was a cool building, was efficient. Matter of fact, you're right, it was built as a duplex. There's a concrete block wall on the first floor all the way up. It's perfect. But it hasn't been changed since the siding was put on in '70. All the siding on the front bump out had the hell beat out of it. So the goal is, at the 2nd story window line, to take all the siding that's up top that's never been touched and bring that down below and patch in what's existing and keep it the siding for 3/4 of the building that was deemed in the 1980s. I'm going to keep the 8-inch aluminum vinyl siding on 75–80% of the building. I'm just going to paint it. But I'm going to take the stuff off the peak because it's never been damaged and put it down below. All the little corners, anyone of you stop by and look at the house, I'll give you a tour. But a 1412 pitch is a Tudor style, period. I don't care what 3 experts you bring, I will argue that till forever, because I believe it. And I don't just talk about this. I haven't been given a job to regulate this. I do this, and I've been doing it for years. And I beg the council to please understand, I'm not trying to hurt Astor Park. I'm trying to enhance it. If you come around the corner of Port Lear from Jefferson or whatever, I forget what street it is, when you come around the corner there, that corner has had substantial change in the last year and a half because of my efforts and my investment in Astor Park. 410 Port Lear, where I live, that was a showcase house. Yes, I did go through the process and try and get approval from them. They wanted me to spend almost $28,000 on true divided light windows in my sunroom. I spent $12,000, and I put the grills between the glass. Besides, who of us wants to sit there and clean all those little damn windows, inside and out? I don't want to do it. So I put vinyl windows in there with white trim. It looks beautiful. Showcase was a home run for us, and I'm going to be doing more work in Astor Park for clients because I showed what we could do. And if you go on our Facebook or our business page, you'll see what we do. So I think, my opinion, is that the 3 people that say this is a colonial revival, they're wrong. They're correct on the vernacular. They are correct on that. But the colonial revival, it is not. And that's my opinion. It's one of the big things is I'm not trying to hurt the Landmark Commission. I believe they're needed. I believe they're supposed to be here to save Astor Park, and I do hope they get further jurisdiction in other parts to save more buildings. But unfortunately, I don't think we have all the talent we need there, or they have all the people they need to do this properly. I think sometimes the letter of law needs to be looked at and dissected and talked about. And so, yes, Cheryl, I would love to meet with you and try and figure this out. But I think if we do it, we have to look at it, and we have to go with eyes open. 1412 pitches are Tudor. And I'll stand here and tell that over and over and over again. And I ask anybody to look it up. So I think the misinterpretation of what this house was in the 1980s is part of our dilemma here. And let me see if there's anything to note here. And Paul, I want to stand up for Paul and building inspection. Paul did not say that I could do this without your permit. I had to have your permit. He told me that. But he told me that if I was doing it any other place at Astor Park, I could do this as a homeowner without being a contractor. Because I didn't want to affect my contractor's license and get in trouble there. But guys, I'm trying to help this building and help Astor Park. I'm not trying to hurt it. So, and with that, I'll close. Anyone else have any
Alder
questions? or
Galvin,
anything?
do you want to pose that question?
And I know you already answered it, but if we table this for now,
Yes.
would you be willing to sit down in good faith with the city and see if there's a viable solution that both sides can live with?
Yes, I will. And then actually, at that time, I'd like to talk to them about some other properties that we need to get those things done.
Ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, please withhold your comments.
I'll make that motion if we can at this point.
Attorney Bungert?
You don't want to wait to see if they can work it out?
I want this question answered first.
All right.
Attorney Bungert?
Sure, we do need to give staff opportunity for their rebuttals.
Alder Scannell?
I appreciate your opinion, and I don't know enough to go against it one way or another, but you yourself said it had clapboard siding.
No, I said that they stated the clapboard siding, and that's actually, I'm glad you brought that back up. There's no proof it had clapboard siding. That's conjecture. When I took the aluminum siding off the front peak, there was no siding underneath it. So that was just felt paper. So the only way they say it's clapboard siding is because they believe from the time it was built in 37, it had it. And you know what? I would technically, knowing what I do, I would say they're probably right. But once again, I'll go back to 1222 Monroe, my next one I'm gonna be in front of you guys on. The person that bought that, there was asbestos siding on it, they took the asbestos siding off, dropped 20 grand on it, bought it for 180, got 200,000 in the house and realized they're in trouble. I bought it for 150 because that's what I think it's gonna cap out when I fix it. I'm gonna keep the original clapboard siding on that and the original windows because it deserves it. I'm gonna paint it the original color. But this house did not have that. This house had aluminum siding from 1970. And I promise you that if I follow through with what I'm gonna do, that whole corner, when you come around Port with what I've already done in 410, and what I'm gonna do with 412 and 414, will only enhance Astor Park. It's not gonna hurt it, guys. Tours are all over Astor Park.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you agreed that it had clapboard siding at one time.
No, I believe they're correct in their assessment that it probably had it, but there's no proof or pictures that I found going through historical records stating it does. So at this time, we only could go with what we have, and that's Dance with the Girl You Brought. We got 8-inch aluminum siding.
But you think it probably did?
I think at some time it probably did when it was first built, yes.
But wouldn't that then indicate that it is colonial?
No, not necessarily. Now, it'll back it up that it's vernacular, that it has no style to it. It's you can even look it up if you Google vernacular style homes. It's done by a builder without a style.
Okay, I'll let you hank it out. I just wanted to, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Going once? All right. Thanks again,
Okay,
Mr. Drew.
thank you.
This is so hard, because he's such a nice guy, right? He does great work. It's hard, but I don't agree. I don't think you should be able to be the person, you know, we do have 3 experts. We have a landmarks commission where we have an architect, we have a builder, we have people that know this stuff that we use as a resource. So I think the fact that Mr. Jury, his decision is made on whatever he believes it deserves to be. I mean, you can do that on almost all houses you buy in Green Bay if you want to. There's a lot of houses that aren't in historic districts where you can change that design however you want. But in this case, we need to stick with the design that was there. We can't open that door to just completely change the outside of a house, right? Take it out of the district as contributing. He says he doesn't want to hurt the district, but if you take a property off the contributing list, that's one less contributing in the district. So that does hurt the district. So I'm glad he's willing to sit down with us. The property on Monroe, would love to sit down on that one. I think there are other properties, people like to use them. I want to make sure we get this process down and we're able to do this stuff right. So I'm more than willing to sit down and go through this with Mr. Drury.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Alder Scannell.
Since it is on the registry, does this not also make it a legal, not just an opinion? That there are legal ramifications, not just architectural debate here?
Well, that's the information that's in the brief with regards to the council looking at the municipal code and what you support as the municipal code. We've given you the arguments on why we don't think that this should be done, that you should uphold landmarks. So I guess that's a decision that you'll need to make as the council.
Alder Hutchison.
With regard to the timing, when we asked the stop order, or before that, when we started sending notifications, was that front totally finished at that?
No,
So-
it was in process. And one of the reasons we wanted to issue that stop work order, because we saw stone was delivered on the site on
Oh.
pallets. So we're like, whoa, we got to make sure that we stop work on
So
this.
you actually communicated before the construction started on this phase?
I'm not sure if it was before the construction started or very close to that, but
Okay.
September 15th, I think we might have noticed work was being done.
Okay,
So we
so,
stepped out.
okay, I want to be clear on this because it looks like, for whatever reason, communication was had and was ignored, not once, but twice, but 3 times. And there's a process that we should go by. And because it was ignored, now it's in place. Okay, regardless of ideas of what it was, what it wasn't, there could have been a communication, a get-together at that time.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thanks again. Attorney?
So now that testimony has concluded for both parties, we can move into closed session for deliberations. My recommendation, since we also have another item right behind this one for closed session deliberations on the prior appeal that was held at the last meeting, we could suspend the rules, take up both items, go into closed session under one reading of the closed session language.
Alder Galvin?
I guess so. Wondering though,
Yeah.
procedurally,
Mhm.
can we avoid the whole closed session thing
Sure.
and just vote now to table this and let both parties try and work it out? And if need be, come back here at a later meeting.
We can certainly pause the proceedings and then resume the quasi at a later date with additional testimony if necessary from the parties and then have a decision at that time, but that's entirely up to council.
I have a motion, a
I'll-
second to table the quasi-judicial hearing.
Yes.
I wouldn't say
To-
table.
to pause it?
To suspend until further.
Do we have to
Notice.
set a date?
That would be preferable, just so that there's some sort of timeline for the parties.
I would say 2 months. I mean, we've got the holidays coming up. I think that might be kind of hard.
Meeting in January?
January 16th is the next council meeting. 19th, 16th, and then February.
Yeah.
December 19th, January 16th, and then early February.
I would ask Director Rainier Wig if the January one would be okay, and also Mr. Drury, if that would also.
I'm sure he'd like to move quickly, so.
January 16th is good? All right. Then I would propose that we meet again on January 16th.
Okay, Alder Galvin makes a motion to suspend the quasi judicial hearing until January 16th. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. Any discussion on that? No? Yes? No? All right, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and that item is disposed of. Now we're on item 2.
Also ask if there could be another procedural change here.
Alder Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I know there's quite a crowd here for item 7 on INS. I've noticed several people leaving already, and this is my biggest concern. We're losing the voice of the people because we have other government business. We kind of know how this is going to go on the other closed session item. I'm wondering if we can push that off and make our next item number 7 on INS. Move that.
We'd have to motion
What's
to
that?
rescind.
Motion to reconsider the agenda.
Is that your motion, Alder?
Yes, that's my motion.
Alder Galvin makes a motion to reconsider approval of the agenda, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The ayes have it.
I move that we take item 7 from INS and discuss that next.
Alder Galvin makes a motion to amend the agenda to take up item 7 under the Improvement and Services Committee report. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Entertain a motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve is amended.
Second.
Motion to approve as amended, made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That amendment has been adopted. So we are on item 7 under Improvement and Services. Entertain a motion. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stoyer. We have a number of folks who would like to testify. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Johnson. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Hutchison. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So we've got, like I said, a number of people that are interested in speaking. First is Barb Dorf.
Your Honor, we've lost a number of council members. You'd still like me to speak? Okay, all right. My name is Barbara Dorf, she, her. I live at 3375 Pebble Beach Court, Green Bay, Wisconsin. In May 2021, I was an alder on the Green Bay Common Council representing District 1. I voted in favor of a resolution establishing a climate goal of 100% clean energy and carbon neutrality, which included residents, government, and businesses by the year 2050. This resolution has now led to the Department of Public Works' request to adopt the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan for our entire Green Bay community, as recommended by the Sustainability Commission. The motion to approve this request failed by a 2-2 vote. I commend Alder Stoyer and Weary for their supportive comments at the Improvement and Services Committee, their votes to move this plan forward. Alders Eck and Campbell were not convinced by the excellent testimony of citizens at that committee meeting of the need to do everything we can to preserve our environment. I've been told a few other alders also need to be convinced, and we are here tonight to do just that. During my 6 years on the City Council, my district suffered the effects of several 100-year storms. The flooding that occurred on Nicolay Drive and Beach Lane was devastating to some homeowners. There was flooding in the Red Smith neighborhood on several streets. Yards and basements were flooded repeatedly. I got support from the county to help finance a project to mitigate this flooding on Nicolay Drive, and drains have been put in several other areas. But that is not the final solution to the problem. Our climate is affected by the carbon emissions we produce in our homes, commercial buildings, and industries. Wildfires, severe storms, and global warming all bear evidence of that. What can we do as a city and citizens to prevent further environmental damage? Sister Sally Ann Brickner from the Mother House of the Sisters of St. Francis of the Holy Cross spoke at committee of solar panels being installed back in 2014 for their electrical needs, and in 2016 of a corporate moral mandate to respect and care for the earth, both personally and as a community. I applaud their efforts. Alder Eck said in committee that she is all for people and businesses to transition toward helping the environment, but said she was not okay with this being funded on the back of the taxpayers. Alders, tax credits are available through 2032. There is no cap on how many tax credits the city can claim, and there's no cap on the amount of funding that the federal government will provide through tax credits. Money that has already been set aside and that we as a city can take advantage of. A comprehensive energy plan puts us in a more competitive position to apply for grant funding. Approved plans show funders of the city have already taken steps to plan for and prioritize local clean energy projects, increasing the likelihood of us receiving that funding. As a city, we must do our part to preserve our environment. We can start by approving this clean energy plan. I ask my current alderwoman and the rest of the City Council to vote yes to approve this clean energy plan. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you. Next is Sally Ann Brickner.
My name is Sally Ann Brickner, and I reside at 3110 Nicolay Drive at the Mother House of the Sisters of St. Francis of the Holy Cross. In 2012, I proposed to my community that we investigate renewable energy. And in 2014, my Franciscan community installed photovoltaic panels, which have provided 1,832 megawatts of clean energy with a lifetime offset of almost 1,100 tons of carbon. Currently, our solar arrays meet half of our electrical energy needs. And as Barb Dorff just recently said, we adopted a corporate stance in 2016 recognizing the moral mandate to respect and care for Earth personally and communally. I express my strong support for that the Common Council adopt the Clean Energy Plan for Green Bay. Indeed, there is great urgency that the city move to a carbon-free future as envisioned by Mayor Gingrich and the Common Council. That urgency was expressed by Pope Francis in his 2015 encyclical Laudato Si, and most recently in his exhortation Laudate Deum, issued on October 4th. Speaking of environmental care, Pope Francis said, "With the passage of time, I have realized that our responses have not been adequate while the world in which we live is collapsing and may be nearing its breaking point. In addition to this possibility, it is indubitable that the impact of climate change will increasingly prejudice the lives of families and many persons. Our U.S. government concurs with the urgency. The Fifth National Climate Assessment, released on November 14th, found that the impacts of extreme climate events are costing America $150 billion every year. With every increment of global warming, costly damages are expected to accelerate. These dire predictions about the steep economic costs of inaction render it urgent that Green Bay do its part to reduce fossil fuel consumption, a primary driver of global warming. We recall that in May, U.S. News announced that among 150 cities, Green Bay captured the highest ranking for the best place to live in 2023-2024. Promoting climate resilience will enhance that value for Green Bay's residents and visitors alike. Certain elements of the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan are of particular importance because they promote incentives for Green Bay's businesses and residents. And I would note 5 of them. The promotion of solar. Of course, I stand well behind that, and it's well documented in the plan what the city can provide. An objection I heard about solar installations was their limited productive life and diversion to landfills. However, when solar installations reach their end of life, businesses such as We Recycle Solar enable users to divert aluminum, glass, and copper materials from landfills. And I agree, we really need to look at the circular economy, look all the way through from the beginning of how a product is made, all the way through to its end of life cycle and the recycling. That is very important.
I apologize, sister, but we allow for 3 minutes for public testimony, so if you could just kind of summarize things here.
Okay. Education, I think that facet is so critically important that we have an energy educator who can promote the very positive things that are possible to do. And transportation, it's 11% of our emissions according to the baseline report. And so there, we have to look at, though cleaner vehicles do require natural resources, gasoline and diesel-powered vehicles also consume natural resources. And we've long subsidized fossil fuel extraction, which has contributed extensively to global warming and to our current climate crisis. I'd just like to say something about the urban tree canopy. It's very, very important, and we live on the ancestral lands of the Menominee Nation. These peoples are known worldwide for their forestry. I think the energy educator could involve them in perhaps bringing them to talk with our neighborhood associations about tree keepers and instituting a kind of program where we could have citizen involvement in working to protect our tree canopy. Advocacy is vital. You've been invited as alderpersons to look at the state of Wisconsin and working with other municipalities, but don't forget to look at the federal level as well. For example, the Citizens Climate Lobby is a group I would belong to, and they're promoting the Big Wires Act, which would really help us have a 21st century electrical grid. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly support the Clean Energy Green Bay plan as presented to the Common Council tonight. This plan may not be your perfect plan. However, it is important, necessary, and a good beginning. I urge you, members of the council, to adopt this interim plan. To paraphrase astronaut Neil Armstrong as he emerged from the lunar module on July 20th, 1969, this clean energy plan is one small step for Green Bay, one giant leap for its citizens and all species living on Earth. I thank the developers of this plan, the Sustainability Commission, and you, the members of the Common Council, for your untiring service to Green Bay's current and future residents as you endorse this plan. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Yeah. Alder Scannell?
I'm going to pull an Alder Stoyer. No, I'm going to be out of order just for a second. I just want to thank the sisters for being leaders and great advocates for our healthy environment. So thank you very much.
Seconded. Thanks, Alder Scannell. Don Dahlstrom is next on the list. And just as a reminder for those who are testifying, we've got a big stack here, so 3 minutes is what we.
I can be very helpful in this regard. I have a very short presentation. We are blessed in Green Bay.
What's your address, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, 4455 North Pine Tree Road, Oneida. And what I propose, what I like is your proposal for renewable energy, because what's missing is how do we store the energy from solar? Running right down through the middle of Green Bay is the best battery nature could ever give us. As we move the Reese coal piles, what better place to put silos up than water silos? We in Green Bay area could generate well beyond our needs of electricity, and we could be an energy producer for the Fox Valley and beyond. So as we look at all the buildings we have that face south, as all the solar energy that we collect, as all the wind energy we collect, as all the wave energy potentially could collect, what do we do with that energy? We pump water. We have water. When people start being concerned that Lake Michigan levels are going down because we're pumping so much water, then maybe we'll have a problem. But until that time, we are uniquely qualified in Green Bay area to generate power and save it until such a time when I hear of the water utility that you have, of all the fresh, clean water that you pump back into the ambient environment. What a perfect place, instead of pumping it back, to put it a silo on the location and water turbines there. We are not doing anything new or different that they aren't doing at Niagara Falls right now and have been doing for nearly 100 years. For those of us, as you don't know, they turn Niagara Falls off at night, and they collect all that water in very large towers. We could because of our situation in Green Bay, we have to pump it uphill. Yes, but that's where the solar comes in. We could pump it uphill and generate power all night long from the turbines, running it back into the Bay of Green Bay. So thank you for your time. I do believe if you would support this plan and we would move forward 50 years from now, well, not 2050, so in 2050, we would be in a better position than most anybody else in the United States because of our water resource here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? All right, thank you. Up next is Tom Freiberg.
Hi there. My name is Tom Freeberg. I reside at 1015 Gray Street. I am also the County Board Supervisor for District 7, which is all in Green Bay. First, I'd like to speak as a constituent. The main reason that we're here, and that's on everybody's minds, is because of climate change. This is something that impacts all of us. It especially impacts our younger generations who will have to grow up with the consequences of past policies. Since 1970, 50% of all insect and animal species have gone extinct due to climate change and human interaction. If you were born before or after 1985, you have not experienced a climate that your grandparents have experienced. Anyone born before 1985? Congrats, you got the climate that everybody prior to this grew up with. And we're also here because there are still lies being perpetrated in local magazines, specifically on page 3, by oil and gas companies, as well as many other institutions. So as a constituent, if you are wondering, is this the right and moral and the good thing to do, you can sleep well. This is a good thing to vote for, and I hope it passes. Now to speak to the elected official side of things, the biggest question all of you are asking and is probably more on your mind is, does this make financial sense? In my opinion, as a 33-year-old person, I don't know I have a fairly good idea of what finances entail for the county as well as the city. And I believe that if we were to copy-paste this, bring this to the county's own energy subcommittee, I believe that this would have a good chance of passing the Brown County Board. The Sustainability Commission did a really good job of pointing out where the low-hanging fruit is, what the turnaround time is on your investment, all these things that our county's energy subcommittee are still struggling with and trying to figure out. So you guys have done a very great job at putting this plan together. So on the financial side of it, you spend money to make money. You also spend money to save money, apparently. So thank you for listening. I hope you guys consider supporting this, and I'm going to go eat. I'm quite hungry.
Thanks for your testimony. On to Karen Schley.
I left my other paper at the...
And then just to kind of prepare people, next up is Charles Frisk.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Good evening. Hello and good evening. My name is Karen Schley, and I live at 820 Ethel Avenue on the west side. I am here as a concerned citizen asking you to take positive action on the Clean Energy Plan. Climate change is no longer something that can be denied. Catastrophic weather changes, heat waves, water shortages, wildflower floods all indicate the Earth is telling us something is wrong, and we had better do something about it before it's too late. It is easy to call for change in a way we address the problems of the environment, but the average person is not in a position to take major steps to clean up the Earth. We cannot make everybody drive electric vehicles. We cannot make the government switch to wind or solar-powered electrical generation. We cannot make any big changes about anything important, but we can take small steps that will help. Making a difference doesn't have to mean spending a lot of money. It can be simple and inexpensive. Using a clothesline instead of a dryer will save you money and cut down on energy use. Get reusable water bottles. At present, we are using and discarding over 1 million plastic bottles every minute around the world. Plant a tree to improve air quality and beautify the landscape. Plant a garden. Check the insulation in your attic. Replace your old appliances with energy-efficient ones when they need to be replaced. Replace your light bulbs. LED light can save you $125 over the life of the bulb to reduce energy use. Replace your toilets with low-flow ones. Replace your shower heads. Add a rain barrel. Check the air in your car tires. If Americans kept their tires properly inflated, we could save 1.2 billion gallons of gas every year. Reduce food waste. 40% of food produced in the United States ends up in the landfill. Worse yet, because of the restricted laws regarding food donations, 30% of the food in your grocery store ends up in a dumpster. In a time when people are going hungry, it seems ridiculous that 16 billion pounds of food goes to waste every year because of outdated restrictions. You don't have to be General Motors to make a significant impact on climate change. Little steps taken by enough little people, small people, can make more progress than all the big companies combined. It's time you do something, anything. Stop complaining that it's too hot, it's too cold. Why does this cost so much? Why is nobody doing something else about it? You can do something about it. Do it now before it's too late. There was an article in the newspaper a couple weeks ago that said Green Bay is the #1 place to live in the United States. I ask you to pass the Green Bay Clean Energy Plan to ensure that we remain #1 by an example of the progress that can show others how to act. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, ma'am. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Frisk? And then Mr. Hicks, Casey Hicks is next.
Charles Frisk, 560 Sunrise Circle, Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I'm here to urge the City Council to pass the Clean Energy Plan. Some people might say, well, Green Bay, it's a little city. We've got just a little over 100,000 people. How much difference can we make? Well, right now, the UN climate talks are taking place in Dubai. And I read today that there are 2,456 fossil fuel lobbyists there, and we all know what their job is. Their job is to prevent the UN from doing a darn thing about climate change. And historically, what we've seen is that all the positive, not all, but the biggest positive changes that have occurred have been on the local level. So let's be a leader and do our bit on the local level. If you have children or grandchildren, you have a responsibility to give them a world that is as livable as the world that we live in. If we don't do something about climate change, we are not going to give them a world as livable as the one that we live in right now. We heard earlier that we've lost something like 50% of our insect species already. The climate change, well, ecologists will tell you that if we don't do something about climate change, by 2050, there will be no coral reefs left in this world. Now, that's going to be incredible when you look at what coral reefs do. They basically are the engine that drives the entire ocean system and feed something like 20% of the world's population comes from life that comes, that is dependent on those coral reefs. We're looking at here in Wisconsin, we could lose the common loon. We could lose the ruffed grouse from Wisconsin by the end of this century if we don't do something about climate change. Now, some people would say, well, wildlife, who cares? I'm not one of those people. I think that's a great tragedy every time we lose a wildlife species. But look at the impact on people. People die a lot harder than coral reefs die. People die a lot harder than polar bears die. If the climate gets to where polar bears can't make it, they're just not going to make it. But we've got a lot of people living in parts of the world that are going to be unfit to live. They aren't just going to lay down and die. They are going to get up and move. Now, you look at the problems that we have at the borders today. Imagine a world where most of South America and Central America are unlivable. Imagine a world where most of Africa is unlivable. Imagine a world where Australia and most of Southeast Asia is unlivable. This could basically end civilization as we know it, because once that migration starts, there will be no way to stop it. So we have to curtail climate change before we reach that point. Now, cost, we hear a lot about cost. In order to solve the climate change problem, is going to cost more than environmentalists say it, what they think it will cost. They're always optimists. You know, they believe we can do it for less. But it's going to cost a lot less than what the climate change deniers say it's going to cost. And so we have to make that sacrifice. Dealing with climate change is going to require sacrifices both financially and in lifestyle. But if we don't make those sacrifices, the alternative is almost unimaginable. So please do our little bit that the city of Green Bay can do and pass this clean energy policy. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any questions? Oop, great. Mr. Hicks, and then James Harris.
Hello, Alders. My name is Casey Hicks. I live at 1019 Emily Street here in Green Bay, and I'm here to speak in favor of passing the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan. I've lived in Green Bay for 10 years now, and I first moved here in 2013 when I was a young, bright-eyed college freshman at UW Green Bay. And after I graduated in 2017, my wife and I briefly moved to De Pere, but then moved back to Green Bay as soon as we could. We really missed it. We love living here. And so we feel really lucky to have watched Green Bay grow so much in the last 10 years. And I'm extremely excited to see where Green Bay can go in the next 10 years, especially if the council tonight passes this plan. So back to my wife and I, we want to start our family here in Green Bay because we love the city. The amenities are great, great parks, but let's be real, it's also just really affordable to live here compared to a lot of other big cities in Wisconsin. And so we're trying to tighten our belts, become a little bit more fiscally responsible in preparation for starting a family. And we feel like we got a lot of things dialed in, except for our energy consumption. One of the things I was really excited about when we first moved into our house was installing solar panels on it. And unfortunately, love our house because it's a unique 1924 bungalow, but there are too many facets on the roof. We can't install solar panels. And so we lost out on the opportunity to have really predictable energy bills each month and to save a little bit of money on our energy bill. One of the recommendations that I was really excited about in the Clean Energy Plan was community solar, because that meant that families like mine, we could actually invest and take advantage of solar without having to put it on our house, because the city could, ostensibly put off-site solar somewhere that we could draw from. So I was really excited about that. The plan overall is incredibly well thought out and put together. And there's a lot more that I want to do to reduce my own energy usage at home that I would have a lot of trouble navigating without having some of the things laid out in the plan. Things like the energy education employee who could work with residents to figure out what benefits, tax credits are out there through the Inflation Reduction Act. Because even though I'm an energy nerd, there's still a lot to figure out. And having an online education hub for residents would also be really important. So just like how it's financially sound for me to reduce my own energy usage, I think it's also financially sound for the city to do the same for its taxpayers. The Sustainability Commission and Slipstream, it's been mentioned multiple times tonight, have done a really great job of putting together an actionable, achievable, and proven plan for the city to save money in that way, while also increasing the tax base with projects and jobs that could come to the community. And similar to how I'm researching what is the best replacement for my decade-old gas water heater, Alder Weary, I might want to talk to you about that since you mentioned tankless water heaters. I think the city should be doing the same thing, and one of the policies or recommendations that's outlined in the plan is for the city to do just that, to examine the whole cost of replacing items that might need to be replaced and the cost throughout the life of that product. So it just makes fiscal sense to do for my family. I think it makes fiscal sense for the city to do as well. And so I'll just wrap up by saying I love living in Green Bay. I've loved the last decade. I'm really, really excited for the next 10 years if the council adopts this plan. I'm excited no matter what, but I'm going to be really excited if the council adopts this plan. And for young families like mine or couples who are like mine who want to start a family, we look for places like Green Bay because it's affordable, like I mentioned, but also it's safe, it's healthy, it's just a place where people care for each other. And I think that this clean energy plan really, really embodies those characteristics and could help Green Bay just to live those out even more going into the future. So please pass the plan tonight, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, next is James Harris, followed by Kyle Schneider.
Hi, my name is James Harris, and I don't actually live in Green Bay, but I go to school. I live a little bit down the road in Shawano, but I go to school here, and I've interned in this very building, and Green Bay is kind of like a second home to me.
Could you just state your address?
515 East 5th Street in Shawano. Where was it? So I realize we live in an era of incredible polarization, and it's difficult to get people to agree on just about anything. But I think the one thing that we can all agree on is that the purpose of a government is to do a public good, to do good for the people that live in their districts. And clean water, clean air, and a clean environment are the most fundamental public goods you can imagine because they benefit literally everyone that lives in the area. And I realize that climate change, pollution is a difficult, complicated topic to address, but I'd like you to pass the Clean Energy Plan because it is a step in the right direction. And every step we take in the right direction makes this a better place to live, not just for us, but for the people that are going to inherit this when we're done with it. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions? All right. Thanks again. Kyle Schneider, and then Jeanette Cannell.
My name is Kyle Schneider. I live at 1140 Moraine Way here in Green Bay. I just pretty much want to say I'm in support of passing this green energy plan or the clean energy plan. I think just the cost savings alone for the city and individuals is enough to pass it. Just the upfront costs are lower due to federal incentives, and the long-term savings on energy and fuel costs after implementation, it's just mind-boggling. I mean, if your concern is fiscal responsibility, it's kind of staring at you at the face right now, don't you think? And not to mention the incredible number of jobs that it would create over the years, to not for just the upfront building, but the long-term maintenance as well. It would also make accessibility of like installing solar panels on people's homes much more accessible to individual citizens. It would just make it more accessible for everybody, and with the city providing the infrastructure, it would just be tremendous if more people could take advantage of it. And I think the best benefit of all would be the overall health of all the citizens of Green Bay. Lowering CO2 in our environment would just make it a safer and healthier place for people to live, especially to the more vulnerable members of the community who might get adversely sick due to the air quality. It would help them tremendously as well. And basically, that just sums up why I think you should pass the clean energy bill. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Jeanette Cannell, and then and Erica.
Good evening, my name's Jeanette Canill. I live at 3003 Emma Lane Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm here to ask you to vote to adopt the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan, an ambitious and comprehensive initiative. Green Bay has the opportunity to be a leader in Northeast Wisconsin in caring for the environment now and for future generations. At the Improvement and Services Committee on Wednesday, November 29th, Alder expressed concerns regarding the lack of resident support for the plan. The survey of residents shows 59% support the plan, 23% feel the plan is just right, 26% feel the plan could be more ambitious, and 10% feel it is not ambitious enough. All of these comments indicate support. Alder Campbell was concerned that clean energy equipment is large and very expensive. I brought up the advances that have been made in the computer technology world in the last several years to parallel what will happen in the clean energy sector. Computer equipment size and cost has decreased considerably. The equipment I used as a computer programmer in the late 1970s filled large rooms and was very costly to purchase and use. Laptops and cell phones, our pocket computers, are now portable and far less costly than the old technology. This reduction in size and cost is happening in the clean energy sector right now. In addition, the cost of implementing this plan will be over time and when equipment needs replacement. When vehicles or building mechanicals are no longer functional, the plan calls for replacement with energy-efficient equipment. All of us need to take care of our environment for future generations. Despite the prolific native pollinators that I grow in my yard, I have seen a decrease in pollinator insects, bees, and butterflies. I am concerned that we are losing important ecological diversity that keeps our outdoor spaces healthy. This plan will help reverse this trend by educating residents and businesses in how they can contribute alongside the city's endeavors to achieve a greener Green Bay. Trees are nature's way of using up carbon dioxide and turning it into oxygen. Increasing the tree canopy throughout Green Bay will help achieve planned goals. The Parks Department has plans to plant hundreds of trees over the next several years, and residents and businesses will be encouraged to plant trees if they have the space and desire. There's no punishment if a resident or business decides not to implement the clean energy suggestions. I believe this plan contains what some people would call soft benefits. The plan will encourage residents and business owners to achieve participants to encourage participants in improving the environment of the Green Bay area, uniting the current community in a common goal. I'm asking you to pass the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan, improving the environment for us, our children, and all future generations. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Next is Erica, followed by Christine Seidel. You can just state your name and address.
My name is Erica, and I would like to be anonymous. I'm going to be a little different, as usual. I would like to bring money, power, and wealth.
Under the rules of our council, you have to state your full name and address.
Oh, 1637 Woodland Drive.
And your last name?
Falk. I would like to bring money, power, and wealth to Wisconsin. We just had on the news a conversation about trains. I would like to have Wisconsin Green Bay build a train from 41 all the way to 43, you know, going from Green Bay, Appleton, Fond du Lac, Oshkosh to Milwaukee, then obviously from Green Bay to Manitowoc, Sheboygan to Milwaukee. I think that would be very beneficial for Green Bay. I think a lot of people would like it. It would bring a lot of jobs. It would bring a lot of attraction. It would bring a lot of wealth to Wisconsin. It would be very incredible to see and have. And I would like you to hire me to actually design that train, because that is why people would come to Wisconsin, would be my design. Because obviously we can have a Amtrak. Everybody can do an Amtrak, but it would be my design. And we have the National Railroad Museum. I would like to see that train kind of be a Lionel train, which would be totally incredible, totally different, totally neat and beautiful, correct? And maybe even go as far as back as we have historic of, what was that we were talking about earlier? That historic place? Astor Park, yes, so Astor Park, so we could do, you know, just make this train look really old, like I just said, the National Museum, because we have Astor Park, the National Museum, and we also have, well, Bay Beach is pretty historic too. So we have 3 different landmarks here that are incredible, that would bring a lot of attraction, and obviously with the trains, that would save a lot of energy, fuel, and I think we should charge $5. So if someone wanted to go to Green Bay to Appleton, it would be $5. Train stations would have a bathroom and a shower, make that really incredible. Also, I think Wisconsin, since Astor Park, we were just talking about that. I really think we should hire that gentleman. We should pay him. We should look at the buildings. We should buy them buildings, refurbish them. Also bring money and wealth to Wisconsin, make them into a bed and breakfast maybe, or just some kind of museum in Astor Park. I think that would be really incredible to Wisconsin, another historic museum here for an attraction when we have the train going back and forth. If we can build, obviously, the Green Bay Packers, we can definitely build a train. And I could help build that train, inexpensive, totally cool design. I would be the part of the design. That would be totally hip. You would be incredible with that. And, and a train to Door County. I think we should have a train to Door County. And, yeah, Door County also, because that would save us a lot of money. A lot of people would use it. You got to think about the elderly people. Some people can't drive. They're not very good drivers, but they would love to go to Milwaukee, and they can't do the 4-hour-long ride. So let's build a train. Let's do some building here in Wisconsin. We need to build structures and make it incredible, because that's what Green Bay is about. We have the Packers here, so let's make it more powerful and more jobs and more on top of our game. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Okay. Christine Seidel and then Katie Gentry.
My name is Christine Seidel. I reside at 1222 Hastings Street, Green Bay. I was present at the Sustainability Commission's meeting on November 29th and heard the plan presentation, which you all heard tonight as well. I urge the council to approve the plan as recommended by the Sustainability Commission in a 2-2 vote. The survey of Green Bay citizens shows support by 59%, as documented in the plan, of those surveyed. And I think tonight's vote for the plan will please a majority of Green Bay residents, and other areas surrounding Green Bay will be able to follow the city's lead toward realizing very achievable clean energy goals. Thank you to the Department of Public Works for being such good stewards of the city's resources. Firstly, by using grant money and collaborating with other agencies and departments to develop this initiative for wise energy use in the city's operations. Secondly, I applaud the department for a diligent response to lead with an eye on the future needs of the residents of Green Bay. The services the city provides uses resources, both human and environmental. The plan speaks to meeting the needs of citizens for water, air, and infrastructure, economically, responsibly, and technologically sound. Thirdly, the plan does not dictate or prescribe actions that would harm the community, the economy, or the city's operations. The plan focuses on measurable benefits and cost savings in the course of a phased implementation to 2050. If the city values input from its residents, many of them here, then one question I have is, why would the council not approve of a plan for 2050 clean energy goals that gained 50% of an approval that included 36% encouraging the city to be even more ambitious in its goals? Think about what the residents of Green Bay gain by your stewardship and your leadership. Again, thank you to the Department of Public Works for presenting this plan and the Sustainability Commission's work as well. I hope the council will approve the plan and empower your agencies and departments to do their jobs most effectively and efficiently now and in the future. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, ma'am. Next is Katie
Yes.
Gentry, followed by Daniela Beal.
Hello, my name is Katie Gentry, and I am against the clean energy plan. And here's why. So specifically, you haven't
What's
really
your,
specified the
what's your
ways.
address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
511 Green Avenue. So you haven't really specified the ways in which you're planning on implementing these changes. So we've seen it implemented in other places, such as with London and their ULEZ zones, where you're fined $450 a month if you don't drive an electric vehicle. We've also seen California outlaw everything except for EVs by 2030. And then we also have New York, which has outlawed plastic straws and bags and things like that. Now, for example, like I had noticed in transportation, we want to move people into that. Did you know that the battery replacement for a Tesla is up to $20,000 and you have to get it done every 10 years? That's insane. And also on any electric vehicle, it loses 54% of its range in temperatures under 5 degrees. You know that living here, we see that pretty often. And so you won't be able to drive very far in the wintertime ever. Small businesses will need to update their buildings, so that's going to collapse small business, honestly. We all know entrepreneurs, we all know successful small business owners, and how much more difficult will it be for them to try to purchase a new building for their new business if they have to make a bunch of different updates in order to make it net carbon neutral. So I understand that natural disasters are occurring, but they've always occurred for all of human history, even before we started putting carbon into the atmosphere. Here's a fun fact for you. So Antarctica has only been frozen in its current state for about 30 million years. That means that for 3 billion years, it was not frozen. It had average temperatures around 50 degrees. The climate is changing. It has always changed. It will always change and continue to change, no matter what we do. According to the MAGIC model, that is the model for the assessment of greenhouse gas-induced climate change, if the USA reached net zero carbon emissions, it would cause no detectable change to global temperatures. Now, that is the entire United States. What do you think our little tiny town of 110,000 people is going to do? Anyways. That's all I really had to say. Thanks for listening.
Alder Campbell. There's a question for you, Ms. Gentry. Mm-hmm. Alder Campbell, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions and a comment.
No comment.
First of all, did you take part in the survey?
I never received the survey.
Okay. Thank you for helping me represent the 42%. I mean, I think, this is my comment, and, helping me represent that 42% and come up with more questions that we can be answered. I think we all want to save energy. What do you plan to do in your future? Are you married? I mean, to save energy.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Sorry to catch you off base. I just was asking where you're coming from, what you do, what are you going to do in the future as everybody to contribute to saving energy and, trying to move toward a carbon-free footprint. And do you think it's, how far off do you think we got to get there? You know what I mean?
So I firmly believe in everyone making their own choices to try to reduce their carbon footprint and reduce their waste as much as possible. For me personally, I turn off the water whenever as I brush my teeth. I don't buy new things very often. I always do resale. I don't drive very far, and I walk wherever I can. I just take those small steps that don't affect my family in a negative way, just as I really honestly presume that most people do. I don't really think that we need further policies to tell us what we should and should not do with our lives and with our vehicles and with our homes and with our businesses in order to create some sort of a reduction in our carbon footprints, because you can't. Everybody has their own individual needs, everything that they can and can't do individually, and we can't force that on other people because we don't know their lives. We don't know what it's going to get in the way of.
Thanks for answering that open-ended question.
Any other questions? Okay. And just a quick note, the address at least given is in Alloway, so the person wouldn't have been targeted by the outreach. Ms. Schmitz, I think, had something?
Going to mention was that address is in Alloway, and the mailing was not sent to residents of Alloway. It was focused on the city of Green Bay.
Thanks. All right, anything else? All right, thank you, ma'am. On to Daniela Beal and Steve Lambert.
Hello, I'm Daniela Beal. I live at 2883 St. Anthony Drive, Apartment 6, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm asking my alder, Steve Campbell, and the council to support the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan. I'd like to emphasize 3 reasons why I think that there have been a lot of really great testimonies as to why. But one, I would like to say that the majority of our constituents believe we should do more to address global warming. And I have some more additional information on that. 2, it'll cost us if we don't. And 3, adopting this plan will set us on a path to energy and cost savings, which will benefit our entire community. For those who like stats, I looked up the Yale Climate Communications opinion maps and found that 68% of residents in Brown County believe climate change will harm future generations. 53% believe local government officials should do more to address global warming. 61% believe citizens should do more. I think the education position would help citizens know what is available to them and to do that. In terms of specific solutions that folks support, 77% of Brown County residents support tax rebates for energy-efficient vehicles and solar panels. 78% of residents support funding research into renewable energy sources. All of this is to say that the majority of constituents understand that climate change is having and will have negative impacts and believe that action is needed. In addition, Deloitte Global Turning Point report estimated, so on a global scale, climate change could cost the global economy $178 trillion over the next 50 years. That's a 7.6% cut to global gross domestic product. And if global leaders do unite, which previous testimony mentioned is stalling, the global economy could see 5-decade gains of 43 trillion boost to global GDP, or a gain of 3.8%. That's just to say, again, local governments are making changes that are actually driving those possible gains forward. The Clean Energy Plan offers a path for taking action to take advantage of federal financial incentives. This plan supports necessary changes in government facilities and operations that will save energy and money. It seems like a win-win for our community. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Burnett.
Thank you for being here and voicing your opinion. I'm going to ask a question, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just come up several times with all the other speakers, and you're just the person I'm going to ask.
Okay.
I'm all about local change and grassroots, and sometimes organizations or governments at the local level can affect change, larger change down the line through higher institutions and bigger levels of government. But you specifically made a comment that, you mentioned globally, and one thing I always struggle with when we look at reversing climate change or attempting to reverse climate change is quite frankly, there are world governments, the United States government over the years, our economy has exploited natural resources inevitably, right? And we're trying to reverse the trend, Clean Energy Act, Clean Air Act, and what we're trying to do in Green Bay. But I've always struggled with this, that larger governments, larger countries like China and India, like developing parts of the world, are doing far more damage to the environment and affecting climate change greatly. And it just seems to me to be very cynical about this plan making the global change that you speak about. What would be a response you would have? How can we affect global climate change in the direction you want if developing countries like China and India will do what they want regardless of what Green Bay does?
Yeah, it's a great question. Personally, I think about this a lot. I struggle with the global overwhelmingness of it all. On the one hand, I think the U.S. has been, if you look at the historical, cumulative total, the US is responsible for, I think, a quarter of all emissions. So even with China, doing all of this, we're still responsible for a big chunk. And so we should be accountable for that. On the local scale, I think that, the changes that are proposed in this plan are going to be beneficial, like regardless. LED lights, they're better quality lights, they're energy efficient, they last like, what's the problem? Similarly, the EV and battery and solar, all these technologies have been advancing. So I think that not pursuing them is just gonna put Green Bay in a position where we're further behind. And I think that that's not really the goal of the community. So I think there are local reasons why the recommendations are valuable,
All right.
regardless of that global.
Okay, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. And again, I didn't mean to put you
No,
specifically.
that's okay.
But you
I-
answered the question quite well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for your
Anything else?
testimony. Any other questions? All right, thanks again. Next is Steve Lambert and then Seth Hoffmeister.
Hello, my name's Steve Lambert. I live at 1147 Porlier, Green Bay, and I support this clean energy program that the city's putting forward. It seems ecologically sustainable and desirable, and economically sustainable and desirable. My only quibble with it is that we should have done it 10 years ago. We are the third largest city in Wisconsin, and we should be setting an example for everyone else in the area. And I think all we need to do is look to our neighbors to the north and see what's been going on up there. All summer and spring, a good section of that land has been on fire because of global warming. That's just a few hundred miles from here. That's a warning we should all heed. And everybody needs to do their bit. We're not the United States Senate. We're the Green Bay City Council. That's what we can do. We can work here in Green Bay and do what we can for Green Bay, and we start here and we move forward. I want my grandkids to live in a clean environment. And I urge you all to vote for this because this is the first good step. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Great. Seth Hoffmeister and then Catherine Kramer.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm Seth Hoffmeister, 401 North Washington Street, apartment 515, and I am also the chair of the Green Bay Sustainability Commission. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear from us all tonight. As you can see, there is a lot of excitement for the Common Council to approve the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan tonight. This plan represents more than a year and a half of research, planning, seeking input from residents and businesses, working with partners within the city and across the community to produce a roadmap that will allow us to transition to a clean energy future. The response has been overwhelming. We've heard it tonight. We saw positive support for our vision of 100% clean energy by 2050, with 59% of respondents saying they supported the goal or wanted to go farther. But I think even more compelling, when we started asking about the different plan recommendations, we saw, for example, 68% support for increasing the share of renewable energy, 70% support for updating existing buildings to save energy, and 79% support for educating the community about energy savings. It's clear, the people of Green Bay support these efforts. But I think the biggest strength of the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan is that it was developed by our community and for our community. No one individual, no one department, commission, business, or any other entity can make this transition to a clean energy future alone. But together we can really chart our course to a 100% clean energy future, and the city of Green Bay is poised to play a unique role as a leader in making that happen. We really have so much to gain and so much to save by investing in a clean energy future, and passing this plan allows us to take full advantage of all of the opportunities available to us. There really, truly has never been a better time to get serious about clean energy. The Inflation Reduction Act, passed in 2021, is the largest investment in clean energy in U.S. history. That means billions of dollars are available for local governments, businesses, nonprofits, and residents to help with the upfront costs of the transition to clean energy over the next decade. From 30% tax credits available for things like solar, energy efficiency, efficient heating and cooling, and electric vehicles, to the thousands of dollars in upfront discounts that will be available for many of our residents next year, we're finally able to say that the upfront cost of clean energy is no longer prohibitive. In fact, clean energy is quickly becoming more and more affordable, perhaps will soon be the most affordable form of energy, and between these upfront cost savings, shorter payback periods, and the decades of savings that come with any of these projects, a clean energy future is the most financially smart future. The near-term 2030 goals outlined in this plan coincide with the amount of time that these benefits are available. Our timing couldn't be better. And by passing this plan, we'll have an edge on communities with older, more outdated plans, and with communities with no plans at all. The bottom line, investing in clean energy will save Green Bay money. It will also create good paying, permanent jobs right here in our own community. Northeast Wisconsin Technical College is home to premier energy programs, including in solar technology. And graduates from our area could soon find good jobs right here in Green Bay and Northeast Wisconsin instead of having to move out of state. We all know the work is just getting started. And as with any plan, we know that hard decisions based on fiscal realities will have to be made in the years to come. But with this Clean Energy Green Bay plan, we now have a roadmap to the future. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. I think we got a question. Just a reminder to our guests, we don't sort of endorse applause from the gallery, so if you could just keep that in mind. A question from Alder Brunette.
Yeah, Seth, thank you. Thank you for your passion and pursuit of something noble, an end goal, which is always something that, if it benefits people, it's a good thing. But I do have some specific questions. Because you're the chair of the Sustainability Commission, probably good if I ask you this question. It was alluded to with one of the speakers who was against this plan, that there are some punitive measures or ordinances in order to compel compliance. So I'd like to think that just in my own personal life, just like the speaker earlier, I make those decisions on my own. I don't buy gas guzzling vehicles, and I don't waste food, and I conserve water, and I care about all those things that preserve life for all of us well into the future. Maybe I'm not 100% convinced on some of the, global warming things that I hear. I think a reasonable person could find disagreements with things, and we always try to pursue knowledge to make informed decisions. But one thing that I'm very concerned about is the compelled compliance, meaning if a citizen or business does not do something that is dictated by things in this plan that could be passed later on through ordinance. What is your role? What is your belief as chair of the Sustainability Commission? Would you be in favor of this council passing stringent ordinances and guidelines that would be punitive towards people who don't comply with the dictates of the plan?
Yeah, thank you, Alder Brunette. I'm glad you asked that question, because when the previous speaker that you mentioned, I think that was the complete opposite intention of this plan. I think when you look at any form of behavior change, whether on the residential or on the global level, the carrot works better than the stick. I think, I mentioned all of the tax credits that are available today. One of the most compelling things, I think, in this plan is this energy educator position, where we can educate residents, businesses, nonprofits. We can work with other local government entities to do what makes sense for them. I don't think we're going to address address climate change or build a transition to a clean energy future by mandating what people can and can't do. And I think that this plan was crafted in such an intentional way that it goes out of its way to incentivize people to do what's right for them. And as another previous speaker mentioned, even if you're an energy dork, which I am also one, this stuff is so confusing. So the role that the city can play in making it easier for people who do want to do that, look, we're talking about technologies that are getting better and better every day. The more that people buy electric vehicles, for example, the better they're going to be. I would love to buy an electric vehicle, but I think I want to wait, maybe 2 or 3 more years until the battery life is a little bit better, until charging infrastructure is a little bit more reasonable. That's my choice as an American to make that decision. If I want to drive my gas-guzzling Subaru right now, I guess it's pretty efficient because I made that choice a few years ago. I can do that. But what this plan can do and what we as a community can do is make sure that everybody who wants to make that choice can do it with the right information, and we can be a leader in making sure we're all supporting and learning from each other's decisions.
Yeah, and I'll say too, this is a kind of a question. I'll frame it this way, that I too, I'm not saying you have this feeling, but
Sure.
I always fear the heavy hand of government. I'm a good American. I believe in our institutions. I believe in doing the right thing. But I also know that governments, if not checked, can lead to tyrannical government.
Yeah.
And I think people who are against this sort of plan see how governments in different states and cities that are much more progressive on some of these things implement things that are very detrimental to their rights, their conscience, the rights of doing things that they feel they need to do, and the rights to do business. I'm not trying to side on that end because I think reasonable people can try to figure out what is acceptable, and that's why these discussions are important. Because you see both sides kind of, right now the conversation is heavy tilted towards people who are supportive of the plan, but when 40% of the people who took the survey thinks the plan is too ambitious, not too ambitious or way too ambitious, then that's a concern that we have to hear. So what I'll just say, a closing comment, you're sustainability chair, so I'm directing it towards you. We just saw what you were here for the Landmark Commission discussion.
Yeah.
We passed that with the best of intentions. We gave a power and authority to the Landmark Commission. When the rubber meets the road and a business or a resident puts something in place to improve their property, they butt up against the power now of the Landmark Commission. And my fear is that as chair of the Sustainability Commission, will you assure the council that when these ordinances are proposed and these measures are put in place to put teeth into this plan, that you'll hear what the residents have to say so that it doesn't become too burdensome to people who just want to go about their lives, who believe in sustainability, but maybe don't want to be punished if they're still skeptical of some of the things they're reading.
Yeah, and I agree completely with you. I mean, as with any plan, whether it's, plans that have been passed recently by this council, the comprehensive plan, at the end of the day, city council gets the final decision. We're not making any ordinance decisions, any financial decisions tonight. This is a roadmap. This suggests a lot of ideas. It creates a lot of places where we can take advantage of these federal funds. All of this is still going to come back to this council, to this body. And I said it in my testimony, and I'm not just saying, I truly believe it's only going to be effective if everybody is involved. This plan that we have before you tonight is really great because so many people weighed in on it. We had surveys, we had the open house, this is the third time Maddie has given this presentation at a public meeting. We had 14 people testify in favor at this. If we want to keep doing this, knock on wood, I hope you all pass this tonight, because I'm really excited to hit the ground running in January to talk about implementation, but we can't have that conversation about implementation if we don't expand the voice, not even maintain the level of people that have been involved, but have even more people involved in the process. So hopefully more people see that this plan is a thing and we can have more people weigh in and try and make it really something that represents everybody in Green Bay.
So a gentleman earlier had mentioned that, there was, he said a certain number of oil and gas lobbyists at the United Nations trying to affect their decision there. And just how if you were in a group of those sorts of people, you would speak highly with your passion and you would confront someone who doesn't necessarily think the way you're thinking. Similarly, when you have an audience of mostly people who support this, I think it's a courageous act for someone who raises their hand and says, I don't agree with it. So you'll hear from those people and you'll welcome the opinions of those people during these future meetings when you are starting to talk about ordinance changes, because it is difficult
Yeah.
at times to be the lone voice, but that lone voice who's here tonight kind of said some of the things that 40% of the Green Bay residents were saying through the survey.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of democracy, isn't it? I look forward to it.
Okay, all right, thank you, Seth.
Melissa Schmitz, did you have something?
I wanted to clarify, the 40% was not in opposition of the plan. It was 40% roughly that were in either not agreement to the goal. So this was a question that was asked at the very outset of the project during that initial survey that went out before we ever even put pen to paper for the plan. So it was 56% that supported and that agreed with the goals, 19% that were opposed to the goal. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, can I add that?
Alder Burnett?
Yeah, real quick, and I appreciate you. I mentioned, I think that one of the people who presented that mentioned that. I agree with that. I appreciate you saying that, Melissa. I just think that even though this is the plan now, I think it stands to reason that if a certain number of people thought that was too ambitious, that if the same people were to read this plan, chances are it would be close to 40. I mean, that's a guess, but there are still people who probably are at home that had no access to this plan that might disagree. So.
Yeah, we've got a few folks. Alder Scannell, and then we'll have a few others.
Of that 40% though, at the beginning, when this was crafted, were not their concerns addressed?
We did take those
So maybe not.
into consideration when drafting the plan, that we realized, okay, well, obviously, out of the respondents, not everyone is 100%, you know. And one of the things that we found out, you know, and this is all into the detail within the planned appendices, was that residents said, of the people that responded, that the city investing in EV charging infrastructure was not a high priority. So that is not, that's, you know, way down on recommendations. Now, EV, you know, vehicles for fleet recommendations, yes, and piloting those within our city fleet, yes. But as far as the city making the investment on EV charging infrastructure, it wasn't completely opposed, but it definitely wasn't the highest priority that we were seeing.
So I'll switch it over here.
All right.
So the process that Alder Burnett is concerned about taking input and using it, has already happened. It's the process. They're doing it, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Hoffmeister? Alder Hutchison, then Alder Campbell.
Is it not a potentially the situation where this is implemented and more education is spread out, and we start to get confirmation or data back that the desire for this plan will grow, and the need to use harsh measures will become less and less, especially, that's why I asked the question, was this plan built to take advantage of the federal money? Apparently it was. And if we get that money and we use it right, isn't it potentially going to grow this plan in such a way you don't need to force anyone to do it? Because it's like falling off a log.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The punitive measures don't really cross my mind when thinking about the transition to clean energy. And I do think there is an outdated mindset about environmentalism, that you need to sacrifice and change your life and make, you know, all of these hard changes to deal with the ecological realities. I don't believe that. I think when you look at all that we have to gain from transitioning to 100% clean energy and carbon neutrality, it's going to make our lives better in so many ways. I mean, we've heard so many of the reasons tonight: taking carbon out of the air, more efficient lighting, heating, energy, electricity, lower energy costs. I mean, you name it. We have so much to gain by this, and I think the more that people take advantage of that, I mean, just the pocketbook savings alone, being able to save $1,000 a year on energy costs, it's going to speak for itself and really snowball.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth, I think you were there at the 3-hour meeting on improvement in services, and I think Alder Weir and I tried to get across the point that, you know, it was a very good learning experience there. And I made a joke in our assumption that, and it'll follow with a question here with you, about we need a Black Friday, you know, because, you know, all this plan never talks about the funding of all this, and we've all discussed, and everybody that was there, and I think we all really agreed that everyone's doing their part. But like you said already, and other people, we're always waiting for a little more incentive, a little better battery, a little better knowledge, you know, and my whole concern is I definitely think we all put part in. I think we had a great conversation at that. You know, my question is, do you think it was really a good conversation that we had? Nice and balanced, everyone respect each other. I think we all learned something from each other. And you didn't speak. I appreciate you, the college kids coming out. And we all learned some, and we brought up some great points. But I think, don't you think to move forward on this, it's going to take some time, and it's going to take some respect and listening to both sides and both points of view in detail. And hopefully, and I think that was a great meeting for 3 hours, that we got a lot closer on things. And I want you to maybe add to that, you know, and everybody that brought up a lot of things here, and it's more opinions, I think. You know, it's really hard to sit up here and make decisions, as we talked earlier about the as Alder Burnett brought up, you know, we start to make these regulations, and people need to make their choices. And I agree with you, and I appreciate the respect that you've given everybody and the solid discussion on it, and the openness. And I think that's how we got to move closer, you know, and if anything, you know, that meeting, and I think we were asking, and I was assuming to see it today in the package here, that we kind of suggested and added, and I think everyone kind of agreed at that we would take this in stages and be able to evaluate it, from replacing the first fire truck to replacing, and we brought up a lot of issues. I invite everybody to go back and actually listen to that, because I think to be called out on this and be, you know, cynical of the other side, it is hard. But I stated, if you watch it, I stated what all the business, all the lighting, all the different things, and I might think I'm not such a bad guy. And we can't let this divide us. We need this to bring it together. We need to respect each other. We don't need to call people out. That's not our jobs. And we don't try to do it. And I'm just asking you to ask everybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
to look at that from that point of view.
I agree with that. I had a really wonderful time, and I'm not saying that sarcastically, at the INS committee. I thought it was a wonderful discussion. I mean, the things that Alder Weary said, I want to go back and listen again. It was just frankly inspiring. The things that you said, Alder X said, and of course, Alder Stroyer said were wonderful. But, you know, I want to push back just a little bit on it, that it's just two sides of this argument here. I mean, I think when you look at the benefits of clean energy, it's not a one side versus the other thing. I think it's something that can benefit everybody, and I don't think it should be rooted in political differences, because at the end of the day, we all got to pay our WPS bill. We all got to do what's right for ourselves, and I think my big takeaway from the meeting, hearing everybody talk tonight, all of the long meetings that y'all have to endure, I'm going to probably leave after this, y'all are going to stay here, is that we all care about our community. And yeah, I agree with you completely. We can and should have these, you know, good discussions and find that common ground. I think that this council in particular, this mayor in the last year have really embodied it. It makes me proud to be somebody who lives in Green Bay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Campbell.
Alder Shore, then Alder Weir.
Oh, sorry. That's not working? Okay, just raise your hand. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Seth, for your testimony. I've sat through the presentation 3 times already, so, I mean, we're going to be talking about this once the floor is closed, but I guess The question I had, or the observation that we've had in the meetings and all the various things over time, is that I never remember hearing the word mandate ever come forward. You know, and I just wanted to ask you if you felt that way. You know, you were talking that it's a plan. It's a plan, and plans can change. They can be tweaked. They can be adjusted. It's not a mandate. So I just wanted to double check and see how you felt on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even how I feel. If you read the 110 pages of the plan, I don't think it says the word or even makes the implication that any of this is a mandate. When it comes to implementing this over the next few years, I don't think a mandate is going to help it be successful. I think a mandate would be doing ourselves a disservice. I think, you know, for stated reasons beyond, you know, we want to incentivize and show people that this can make our lives better. And I think the economics are changing in that it can really speak for itself. But yeah, not a mandate, like Alder Weary said, a carrot, not a stick. Yes.
Thanks.
We had Alder Weary and then Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chairman Hoffmeister. Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on a couple of the comments. When this first came to council and we were forming at your suggestion, the Sustainability Committee, my first two comments were no heavy-handedness and no bottomless well of money. And I said that over and over and over, and I said, okay, we'll see what happens when you bring your plan to us. And you did, and I read all of it, backwards, forwards, and I have to say, I don't see that in there. So that was very important, because I do agree with, like, Katie Gentry, who was here earlier. That's a very common concern of people, is that you get a plan in place, and then look out, government's going to run crazy and force stuff down your throat and spend lots of money, whether it's needed or not. I don't see that here. I do see a short-term goal, very much so, of, the 2030, and I'm glad my persistence, thanks for putting up with me to change the title to the to the 2030 targets on path to 2050 goals, because I really think this plan focuses on that. The low-hanging fruit, I think the easy stuff that we can do.
Yeah.
After that, we're going to have another plan. We're going to have more debate. There's going to be new technology. That's the next step. But for this, I guess I'm commenting. I'm not really asking a question.
No.
Sorry, Randy. He always bugs me if you say a comment and you don't ask a question. Is there anything you would do differently? Anything you would improve on this, or do you think this is good?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think this plan is perfect for right here where we are right now for Green Bay. I think that it'll be exciting to start implementing it. I look forward to seeing what progress we make in a year. I'm kind of a systems nerd myself, so figuring out how we actually track this, I think, will be a really fun challenge. But yeah, right here, December 2023, I think it's exactly the right size for Green Bay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Eck.
Thank you, Seth, for coming. So there were two, the ordinance was brought up and heavy-handedness. Throughout the document, there are two places that I found specifically under urban tree canopy that says determine landscaping ordinances for trees. That's on page 31. And then on page 17, the home rating ordinance for home sales. So these are two suggested mandates.
I don't know if I would describe them as a mandate. I'm not necessarily an expert on the urban tree canopy issue. I do know, I'm looking at Melissa, if I understand that correctly, that was from the recommendation of the Parks Department and how they already are approaching the urban tree work here. But yeah, I'm not an expert on that. But I don't
But
think
it
they're
is
saying
it's basically a law. When we have an ordinance, it's a law.
an ordinance is a law. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a suggested determining landscaping ordinances for trees.
Yeah, and I think
then-
an ordinance isn't the same as a mandate, though. So ordinance, there are a lot of ordinances on the books for a lot of different things.
Right, but
Yeah.
okay, well,
Alder
okay.
Johnson.
And then so the home rating ordinance for home sales. Encourage or require all house sales to include information about energy use to give full information to potential buyers. And it goes on to rental efficiency, requiring property owners. And I know from personal experience, WPS does not disclose that. This appears to be kind of an end around for it. And I'm not saying you're necessarily the one that propose this, but because it got brought up.
Yeah.
That's why I'm bringing it up to you.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that WPS does not disclose this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Because I've tried to call and just kind of get an idea, and they said, no, they'll do like an average
You're right.
over several months. So I guess I look at that as, it's an ordinance and a proposed part of the plan.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, I think that's a really good example of something that's ultimately going to come before this body, Common Council, is if there is an ordinance that either encourages or requires it, y'all are going to have to do your due diligence and figure out what makes most sense with WPS, with folks in the community. I can just say my perspective. I rent right now. I spend a lot of time on Zillow. I've probably studied all of your districts at length, and I would love to buy a house in Green Bay, but it kind of drives me nuts that when I'm looking at, there's almost 8% mortgage, I'm trying to calculate what my monthly payment could be. I have no frickin' idea how much I'm going to be spending in electricity or water or gas. So I can personally say that having access to information like that would be a game changer for me. But how we do that, we need to make sure we do what's right. But again, this is a plan. This is something that kind of lays out our options, and we can really dig into the nitty-gritty down the road.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for your work.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's trying to reduce their carbon footprint by zooming in. So we're going to go there next.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ned Dorff. I'm happily married, and I reside at 1321 Emily Street in the city of Green Bay. First, I'd like to recognize the work of my fellow Sustainability Commission volunteers, as well as Celestine, Melissa, over the years, the students and the staff at UWGB and NWTC. They've crunched a lot of data for us. City departments have pledged to work hard to meet our sustainability goals. Slipstream gave a great presentation. Thank you to Mayor Genrich and the City Council for their thoughtful questions and feedback throughout the process. Alder Weary, thank you for pointing out the lack of the government running wild on you. Unlike Hulkamania, I guess. This plan is the culmination of 5 years of really hard work by a lot of people. I consider it an end to our first phase as a Sustainability Commission and kind of the launch of our next stage. I'll give a little bit of background on myself as it relates to this plan. As some of you know, I've served on the Sustainability Commission as Vice Chair since our inception in 2018. Prior to that, I participated in the city's Sustainability Task Force, which was a long time ago. I've been an elementary school teacher for over 20 years, and I've done a lot of environmental work and projects with my students. We've planted native gardens. We started a food forest at the trailhead of the Fox River Trail, removing invasive species, raising money for solar panels for our school building. So that's a little bit of background, and with all those years of involvement, I want to share that this plan, this document, is the most hopeful, most comprehensive, and really most exciting piece of municipal business that I've seen as it regards our commitment to a clean and healthy environment. Speaking as a teacher here in the city of Green Bay, I believe our students deserve a healthy city to live in, and I'm sure you agree. I'm sure that's something we can all agree on. I teach at a public school downtown during the school year, and then I teach at one less than a mile up the road during summer. During the last 2 summers of teaching summer school, we've had more poor air quality and high heat index days than I can remember working the previous 2 decades combined. I teach a community-based class where we take city buses, we do walking trips around Green Bay. And because of the high heat index days and poor air quality days, which can often be attributed to significant and rapidly speeding up weather pattern changes in some parts of North America, my students have missed out on several community-based experiences. This is disappointing to the kids and to the parents who've signed up for these experiences. And it's also worrisome to us as staff members as we try to navigate worsening air quality while working with students and trying to provide them healthy experiences outdoors. Please consider both the health of our population as well as the long-term monetary savings of more sustainable choices. Once this plan is adopted, our staff members at the city level and our volunteers, such as those of us on the commission, can begin seeking resources for implementation. I urge the city council, would love to see you unanimously adopt the Clean Energy Green Bay Plan. Even though a lot of work is being done at the UN and in huge industrial nations like the US, the EU, China, India, have all poured billions of dollars into net zero commitments. A lot of the work to meet those commitments has to be done locally. So this is a kind of plan that will get us doing our part locally. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for your testimony. Any questions for the voice of God? Alder Burnett?
Mr. Dorf, right at the end, I think you made a comment, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you reference China or world governments?
I did not reference world governments. I referenced huge industrial nations. Okay, so you brought up China and India before.
Yeah.
So yes, I did mention kind of the largest industrial nations that are all committed to a net zero. They all have different target dates, right? So I think China's 2070, I think India's 2060, something like that. US and EU are a little faster paced. So yeah, there's all these commitments being done, you know, at the UN, at the federal levels of countries. But to get that work done, it needs to happen locally. And I think cities tend to lead the way when it comes to that kind of work being done.
So more specifically, though, as you mentioned, I mentioned India and China. If 2070 for China, that is, I would assume, one of the largest economies in the world, are pretty darn close. And they do a lot of horrible things to the environment. Do you think that having municipalities like ours, you know, throughout the country in the United States, do you think that that would truly impact China rushing to, you know, fasten their response other than 2070? I mean, 2070, I've heard models and predictions that the world's going to end within like 10 or 20 years. We've had that hysteria that's come up, and I don't know if that's helpful. I'm more about what's realistic, what measures we can take. So if China, you know, one of the largest countries in the world, probably the largest, most industrial at this point, if their measure's 2070, and here in the United States, in Green Bay, Wisconsin, we're rushing to 2050 or 2030 for this plan, do you think that it's going to make as much of a difference as compared to the negligence of a larger government like China?
Okay, I haven't heard any hysteria tonight, Jesse. So
No, I
don't
didn't say
really-
today. No, I'm not. I didn't say today. Respectfully, I didn't say today. I haven't heard any hysteria either. But
Okay.
in the global warming, there
I think
have
we're
been.
talking about very realistic options for implementing, you know, a plan here. If you look through the plan, there's a lot of things that we as a municipality can do, right? So our municipality, City of Green Bay, has inspired other municipalities and local government organizations to create their own commissions. City of De Pere, Brown County, the Green Bay Area Public Schools are all following the lead of the City of Green Bay, right? So we have a regional influence. Now, can I say that what we do in the City of Green Bay is going to affect Chinese national policy? I don't know that that's a reasonable question for us to answer here,
No,
right? We can affect regional policy. We can affect regional action. We can affect supply chains. We can affect, you know, technology, the increase of technology and the support of newer technologies. And that has kind of a snowballing effect. So we've seen, for example, the price of solar drop significantly over the last 10 years since I put panels on my garage. It's, one project after another, and then prices come down. So, yeah, I do think that the city of Green Bay has significant buying power when it comes to creating projects, and that will drive more competition locally. And I do believe it will drive prices down. I know that there's federal money we can access, right? So if we're not part of the solution, right, then we're sitting back being part of the problem and then pointing the finger halfway across the world and saying, hey, they're not as fast as we are, so why should we do anything? And that's just not the philosophy that I have. I think that we in the city of Green Bay can and should be leaders.
Okay.
Does that answer the question or not really,
Oh,
Jesse?
it did. I mean, when I said hysteria, I wasn't meaning today. I was talking about there have been certain models when we talk about global warming and climate change. There are some people on the hysterical side of the spectrum that say the world's going to end in 20, 30, 40 years, and China is aimed at 2070, and we're debating here in Green Bay. I don't disagree with what we're trying to do. I'm just trying to make the point that we have to put this in a global perspective. If global warming prevention is the reason why we're doing a lot of this, we have to realize that there are other parts of the developing world that aren't going to adhere to this. And in Green Bay, we can do our part, but unless there's buy-in at the national level or global level, other countries throughout the world, it's going to be tough. But I agree with you. I don't think we have to be in large disagreement here. I think we're doing something, which is doing our part. But anyways, thank you, Mr. Dorf.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Any other questions? All right, back to the room. Thank you, Mr. Dorf. We've got Catherine Kramer and then Glenn Schwalbach. Catherine Kramer. Going once, going twice. Glenn Schwalbach, and then Guillermo Gomez.
Thank you for letting me appear. I'm Glenn Schwalbach, 1090 Moon River Drive. We like to say the town of Rockland, not De Pere. But anyway, I am on the Wind Siting Council for the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin, as well as a registered professional engineer. So that just means if I say anything that you disagree with, you can complain to the Department of Safety and Professional Services, and they will investigate my statements. This is a really challenging subject. It's very complicated. There's so many issues going on. In general, the public don't totally understand, all the implications. And there's billions of dollars, frankly, that's being thrown away at this point because we don't have a national plan. We don't have an implementation plan that fits all our localities as they interact with each other around the country. So there's some sadness in where we are today. Electrifying homes and vehicles, for instance, and I know that was kind of emphasized in the report, but I was comforted by the comments of the chairman of the Sustainability Committee that, things can't go too fast. Some technology is not there. But that said, electrifying homes and vehicles has to increase carbon dioxide emissions in the near term. There's a lot of wishful thinking that electricity will come from renewable resources like wind and solar. I think we have to, as a country, and you guys can't fix this, but as a country, we have to take it a little slower and get the nuclear side generation up where it should be, especially small modular reactors, if you're familiar with those. Slipstream's report did not propose any wind energy, but the utility will use wind energy to meet the increasing demand. So I just wanted to comment, wind and solar has to be supported by natural gas. for the foreseeable future. There was a recent study showing that wind turbines supported by the typical gas generator, gas turbine generator, that can ramp up real quick if the wind's quick blowing, actually is producing more CO2 emissions than just a more sophisticated gas turbine. So we go forward with these things and we don't always take into account all the other implications. To make it brief, and we could talk for 3 hours too on this subject, but my recommendation to the city is to focus on building efficiency. It doesn't matter what the energy source is in that case. It's just good to be conserving energy, period. Go slow on electric vehicles. Solid-state batteries are coming. Toyota has already announced theirs. There's going to be vast improvements over the lithium-ion batteries. They're lighter, won't wreck your roads as fast. They'll have increased range by a lot, and the charging time is maybe like 15 minutes in some cases, so that's coming. I think also consider going slow on solar capacity. I think it'd be nice if the U.S. would catch up on solar panel manufacturing, so we don't have to buy, which we did in 2022. 88% of the solar panels for the United States were imported. Most of that from China. So, and the last point is be very thorough on your cost-benefit analysis. Get the right people involved. I may be biased, but some engineers that are experienced in this area, financial folks. There's a lot of social costs, and all the numbers you see out there that, solar is getting as cheap as blah, blah, blah. They don't take into account all the other social costs and extremity costs, like the cost of building transmission lines to move that power. Just a number of things. So that's all I have to say for now.
Great. Question from Alder Eck.
Thank you for coming. So I do have a question. It sounds like you might be the person to ask. What happens to the batteries for electric cars right now? How are they disposed of? And how does that affect the environment?
That is a problem. There are some manufacturing processes being put in place. Most of them are still not ready for the big time, but that are trying to recycle those materials, separate them out again and recycle them. We're not talking about wind in this proposal again, but that's another thing. Where are all the blades going? They're going into landfills right now. And they're trying to come up with something that can crush those things and reuse them, maybe in concrete highways, but was that?
Thank you for your
ahead. Yeah.
answer.
Saw
And
another
actually,
hand,
you brought
that's
up the wind turbines, which I did, I was gonna ask about that too. Another question came up. You had so many good points here. Oh, the solar panels being imported. And I looked up, it's 80% from China. Are you aware of the detained ones?
Which ones?
The solar panels being detained, that customs are detaining them?
I know there's a lot of supply chain issues right now. And not
Well,
only
it's as a
to get 'em-
result.
To get them fast enough, some projects are way on hold that should have been done, a couple years ago. There's supply chain issues so bad that some of the big offshore wind projects have been canceled, especially postponed, but, some canceled. That's an issue. And on solar too, until we get the mines approved, and so that we'll have safer mining of cobalt and lithium and aren't frankly making kids sick who dig cobalt with their hands. That is a fact over in the Congo. We have to get our act together. And I don't think this report and suggestions that the committee made are too disruptive or jumping in too soon. Again, the chair of the Sustainability Commission, like I said, gave me some hope that they won't move too fast, because we are spending a lot of money in these processes. And if we're putting technology in place that's just going to be eliminated, made outdated in 5 years, 10 years for sure, that doesn't make sense. But it's all progressing. There's going to be a right time for it all.
Yes, thank you. And how long does the average solar panel last before it degrades?
I think they're usually talking, as I remember, 20 to 25 years is their suggestion. Some don't last that long. I know we've had, when I worked at public service for 38 years as well, the technology has changed a lot, but certainly some of them that we helped pay for didn't last as long as they should. That technology has changed. And I think solar panels have some of the same problems, some other technologies, that as they age, they also get less efficient, so.
Okay, and then, when they're disposed of, I mean, we did talk about that. So, is it a fair statement to make that the changes that WPS makes to become more energy efficient, it trickles down to everybody? I mean, it affects our whole community when they do things that would, their changes to be more
Sure.
environmentally minded.
That's a whole nother 2 hours of discussion on what, we have a perfect storm for spending a lot of money on this stuff. And frankly, I worked at the utility, and all due respect to the utilities in general, they're in a rock and hard place kind of situation. If they don't go ahead with some of these technologies, even the Public Service Commission can punish them through how they recover rates and so on. There's also the problem that most utilities today, frankly, are focused on the shareholder. I grew up, some of you may have known Dan Ballum. It was focused on the customer, and then the shareholder will benefit. And that culture changed among the utilities. We were one of the last. Most of Wisconsin utilities were kind of the last. The other national companies were already doing that, focusing on the shareholder. That means you got to grow. That means you add rate base. Rate base is adding assets. So if I can take a depreciated coal plant and eliminate it out of my rate base and replace it with a brand new, start to depreciate, a brand new investment, that's going to increase my rate base. That allows me, by the way the rules work, to raise my rates and recover that. So I struggle with that. What are the implications of that? You want the utilities to move forward. Eliminating some coal plants makes some sense. We also spent billions of dollars nationally on making them cleaner than any others in the country, in the world, I should say. That's what I have been told. So whatever we do here, maybe we get the energy somewhere else, like solar panels, from dirty coal plants in China. Globally, that doesn't make sense. But what can we do about it here? I think just move a little slower and be careful about what technology you adopt right away.
Thank you.
So,
one last question.
okay.
How reliable do you think wind and solar are?
Well, they're intermittent. The wind has to be blowing, the sun has to be shining. And that means that every time you put in a renewable resource that's intermittent, you have to back it up with something else. You either already got to have the generation, but if you're trying to meet new load and you're going to put in renewables, that means you have to have, today, the fossil fuel plants, gas plants, to back it up. So I just described the study that said that ain't such a good idea necessarily either, to reduce CO2 emissions, so.
Okay, and just a comment, I did look it up, and we have about 87 average in Green Bay sunny days.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned you need sun,
Yeah,
so.
some of the newer ones, to tell the whole story, some of the newer solar panels will work on cloudy days as well. not as efficient. I just saw a new technology in solar panels where they will also collect the light that reflects from below. So both sides of the panel can react to the light and turn it into energy, so. But that might be 5, 6, 7 years away, so.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thanks. Alder Scheuer, then Alder Campbell.
Thank you, Glenn, for coming in. A lot of good comments. I was trying to look through the plan, because I know one of the things that, this plan calls out is having a group of professionals, municipal, private, a group of folks working together on this. So one of the things that the city operations recommendation is to work with WPS to identify off-site renewable energy solutions, also creating open dialogue with WPS on clean electricity transition goals. So I guess I just wanted to know if you've had a chance, like you said, you did look over the plan somewhat, and, it's a fluid plan, and Alder Weary brought up some good points too, where he's saying, like, 2050, it's like, wow, it's out there. But, we need to do things incrementally. So it seems like, with some of the things that are in the plan, do you feel that, that could work? And I think you did kind of mention that, after listening to
Again,
Mr. Hoffmeister, that, that we could do that.
Yeah. I don't know who the advisors might be. I don't know if they already are on the commission.
We'll ask
from
that.
a standpoint of
We'll ask that question.
licensed professional engineers, because not that they're smarter than anybody else, but because they have a statutory requirement to put the health and I should say even the monetary resources of the client ahead of their own. That's an oath I take, so.
That's good. Thank you very much. I'm good.
Alder Campbell.
Thank you. Just a couple easy questions here. I think you're about the only one that didn't actually bring opinion to it, just advice. And I appreciate your experience and knowledge that you have there, and I think everybody here has listened to it. Being from Rockland, and how many years ago, and the whole big argument and the two sides of windmills there, do you think it all got worked out? I mean, I'm just looking at how we're trying to work together now, and in your opinion, how long did that take out? Is there still two sides to that up there?
Wisconsin has become a magnet for wind turbines. Invenergy, which was the one, they weren't affecting the town of Rockland at that time, but the town of Glenmore, Holland, Wrightstown, and Morrison. They were proposing, I believe it was 100 turbines in those 4 towns. And that was Invenergy. They're back again, working Brown County and part of Door County. Kewaunee County, yeah. And they're saying some of the same things, potential land leases, or leasers, I guess they're the leases. And, but some of the wind developers down in southwestern Wisconsin have moved in there, and I've been contacted by those people, and there's some I really respect on what they know and what they've investigated. There is 50,000 acres in 2 counties only, 50,000 acres that are now under lease or easement agreements with wind or solar developers. Usually it's a developer that says, I'm going to use this for wind or solar. And that's a 30-year lease easement with the right of the developer, only the developer, to extend it for another 20 years. So that could be under easement for 50 years down there. And I think if they don't build anything, eventually that lease goes away, but, yep.
And I'm quite an advocate of Cheryl Atkinson at 8:30 on Sunday afternoon, and I saw a really, really good special in Wisconsin of an older couple that literally took their hundreds and hundreds of acres and filled it with solar panels because they could get more there than corn.
Yep.
Basically.
Mhm.
And so here's that measurement of green, and corn gives off, like trees, but here, and what I got out of the whole thing at the end, and I want your opinion on it, do you think we need regulation? Because there really isn't a lot of regulation of people that can't afford to run their farm no more because of the cost. So some big company comes in, I think it's around Point out that way somewhere, and it's happening out there a lot. And so that thousands of panels on their hundreds of acres. Literally, they can't fit another one around it. They showed the aerial of it. And the whole thing was, there's really no regulation on how people can change that. So in the meeting, and were you at the meeting, by the way?
Which-
At INS meeting? No? Oh, I thought you were. Okay. I wish you would have been there. But my question is, I'm sure you would say we need some regulation there. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, coincidentally, I guess 2011 or 12, I proposed to the commission, something that didn't go anywhere, that they treat these folks more like they treat utilities when they expand into an area. They look at any proposal that any utility wants to put forward to serve, say, gas or electricity. Electricity is usually not an issue, but gas into an area. And then they determine who gets the franchise to actually serve that area. But in the wind and the solar, it would be kind of the same thing. But I was suggesting that those companies have to go to the commission first and get kind of a stamp of approval that they have the financial and the engineering wherefore to get this to actually do what they are proposing. And then when they qualify, you can have 2, 3, whatever developers go after the same landowners.
Excuse me.
And that way.
Your Honor?
Yeah, altogether.
Point of order. I think I've lost track of what we're talking about here. Talking about leasing thousands of acres, windmills, has nothing to do with our Green Bay plan. And I appreciate the information this gentleman has. It's actually been very enlightening, but I think we've got people waiting to talk. We've got a lot of council stuff to get through here, and we're way off the track here, and I think we need to get back on track.
Yeah, point well taken. So if you just keep your comments to the plan itself.
What's that?
I said the point's well taken, so if you could just keep your comments to the plan itself, and then
I
we'll.
was keeping it to the question
Yeah,
that was asked.
I hear you.
So we need a different process as amounts to regulatorily wise to make it fair.
All right, any other questions?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Guillermo Gomez. Okay,
There was no way to enter it into the record, but I'll take it and I'll take his address.
there we go. And then the final person registered here is Scott Lidicote. The last one, Scott Lidicote. Yeah.
I registered online. Should I have to also register?
We can still take testimony, but we have Scott Lidicote.
I handed a sheet in.
Okay, we don't have it here, but like I said, everybody can testify if they'd like. Scott Lidicote is next.
Scott Lidicote, 1431 Springdale Lane here in Green Bay. I've been a teacher in this field for more than 2 decades. I taught a high school class on energy and renewable energy in the last dozen years for which my students could receive college credit. In the last 10 years, I've been doing everything I can to conserve energy in my home. Energy conservation is cheap and effective. It saves me money every day. It fits with my belief that people should live as lightly as possible on the planet. I've conserved at home enough to the point where I would now install solar panels if I could, but I'm not going to cut down mature oaks to do it. That brings out this point. Renewable energies only make sense when we are extremely efficient first with the energy we use. Employing renewables without extreme energy efficiency is wasteful of resources, wasteful of energy, and wasteful of money. As I used to say in my class, the energy that saves the most resources, saves the most pollution, and saves the most money is the energy we never use. Energy conservation always comes first.
Then once we're efficient, we still have to come to grips with the sustainability of renewable energy resources. We congratulate ourselves for being able to drive an EV that's powered each day perhaps from solar panels on top of a city building. But what about the energy that went into making the solar array and the car, and especially the battery in the car? And what happens when we size up our renewable goals to power all city services or the entire city? EVs have to be driven at least 50,000 miles to balance out the energy embedded in their manufacture. Many of them require much more. And what about the batteries? They require large amounts of lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese, and other strategic metals to manufacture. To take them from the ground requires huge sums of petroleum or human hands. Forced labor is required in places like India, China, and the Congo to get them. Children in the Congo today will probably die just to satisfy our current need for batteries in this country. What happens when that demand increases exponentially? But the story continues. The vast majority of the metals we need are purified or refined in China. Where do they get the intensive energy needed to process them? They commission a new coal power plant a little more than once a month, about 15 times a year. They recognize no environmental boundaries when it comes to dominating the world supply of strategic metals. If you look at their energy profile, they've increased their energy use over 3 times in the last 2 decades. Years ago, we used to say, think globally, act locally. Go ahead, pass this program if you need to, but fully acknowledge what's going on behind the scenes for you to feel good about your sustainability.
Thanks for your testimony.
Questions?
Yeah, Alderek.
Yes, thank you for coming. Do you have any specific suggestions on alternatives? That was yours?
I like what was just said a little bit ago. Slow down a bit and go with something that has more staying power. Not once have I heard anyone talk about the federal incentives as somehow being my tax money or the tax money of people all in this room. That deficit spending is fueling inflation and all kinds of other problems. So for us to say that, well, we'll just use all the federal money we can and treat it as if it's play money, it has consequences, and it has consequences to me, and especially poor people throughout the United States and in this community. So I may be wrong, but I don't think any plan that might be passed here tonight is necessarily binding on any future councils. I know that the election next year could change entirely the structure and availability of the incentives on which so much of this is based. So I say let markets guide things. I've heard a lot of passionate people tonight, and I'm one of them that believes in living lightly. Let's take a leadership role here. I like ideas like community-based solar or community-based wind. Let's get real buy-in power and demonstrate real forward momentum from leaders like us here in this community, and let's invest in it privately. That money can't be taken away by future elections if individuals are buying in privately. That's where you get real momentum and real leadership. There are still plenty of people who do not believe in this plan, and many who are afraid to speak tonight. Private money doesn't go away. I think the education component is real important. It's worth saying, too, that we shouldn't turn our back on natural gas. My goodness gracious, are you guys aware? Using the environmental, the EIA statistics from the federal government, did you know that our carbon footprint in this country has gone down? It's decreased slightly over the last 15 to 20 years. We're making progress, and part of the reason we're making progress is because natural gas burns far cleaner than coal has, and we're gradually replacing coal with natural gas. We shouldn't be talking about turning our back on natural gas, especially since it's often needed to supplement in where the intermittency of wind and solar can't pull weight. To say nothing of the possibility of the new generation of nuclear power plants, which was mentioned earlier, that nuclear is carbon-free. Other questions?
Yeah, thank you for that answer. great. What are your thoughts about, because this is part of the plan, the geothermal energy, just based on your expertise?
I'm not an expert, so I won't speak with any decided expertise in that area, but I do know that when it comes to almost every renewable energy, almost every technology like that, it's entirely dependent upon location. From what I know about heat pumps, they can be useful in some areas, not so much in others. I'm pretty sure that if you investigate, you'll see that heat pumps will only get you to a certain place in the wintertime. You've got to have something to supplement that for additional heat in the wintertime. So now you've got a greater capital investment just because you need the backup source to supplement in when the heat can't be taken care of by the heat pump.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Sure. Anything else?
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. I do have one final registration. It's for Carl Huget. Just a reminder, we don't encourage applause in the gallery on either side, so if you could keep that in mind.
Good evening, Alders and the Mayor and Mayor Gingrich. My name is Carl Huget, 1217 Gross Avenue, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm here to speak in favor of the plan. It's a start, and we need to start. We need to work together to make a change and show the way for other communities as well. My interest in this area has started 50 years ago when I was just a young man. At that time, my funds were small. I had to build my way up like everyone else. I started walking, using my bike, public transportation, carpooling. I went to the UWGB. I rode 10 miles from my home out to the UWGB in good weather and back again. The wind was always interesting. It always seemed to be against me, I don't know, whether I was coming or going. But anyway, as I got older and had more finances, I started by buying a Toyota Camry. It was manual transmission. I could get 40 miles to the gallon on the highway, 28 in the city. Things improved. I was able to go to a Prius. I got other people that I knew saw the Prius, and they also decided, hey, we can do this, and we can make a change. You now see Prius everywhere. I'm starting to see the battery-operated cars like Tesla and others going around the city. Quite a number of them, actually. Together, we can do this a little at a time. It will make a difference. I'm looking forward to the city working together with us to do the solar. I'd love to do the solar. We can, again, on my house, but again, it's very complex. We also, as we talked about, energy efficiency. Many homes in our city, including mine, could use some updating with the insulation. We can do a lot of that. Can make it cheaper if we work together. We talk about one of the things we haven't talked enough about is the health consequences of our current system. My mother, bless her soul, she's now passed, but she had breathing issues for the last 10, 15 years of her life. She had to be on oxygen eventually, and for the last 10 years of her life. There are times we couldn't do things because even with the oxygen, the air outside was so bad that she couldn't, it would cause her to have problems. This will help people that not only have this type of issue, but will help prevent other people from developing this issue.
Sir,
So
you're-
we need to, I'm shutting it off, but I encourage you to please go with this plan. It's a start. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's probably, but anyway, thank you. I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. And then if folks who want to testify maybe just want to queue up or get ready to go, feel free to just come forward, state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Tamara Gasparic from De Pere, 1897 Olden Glen. A couple of things I haven't heard mentioned this evening is the solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries that are unsustainable and environmental when it comes to the large graveyards of them when they don't decompose. So we need to make sure that we are speaking to that. Also, what we're doing here is a very small portion of the overall world. When you have India and you have China and a lot of these larger industrial nations that are not adhering to sustainable environmental regulations, in fact, they're probably in the 70s compared to what our United States is at. And then meanwhile, we have our automobile manufacturers that are now having these restraints on them. You can see what they've done to the price of automobiles. The most common American cannot even afford one of the automobiles on average. And they also, the environmentalists say that the emissions have rose 1% in 2020 or 2022, but not in the United States. They have not risen in the United States. We've went down. Also, if you look at California, for an example, and I actually left California because of a lot of the regulations that you are looking at, you could not purchase, or you could not have a car over so old because you had to, even back in the late 90s, get smog certificates. If they didn't pass, then my car went to the graveyard with the turbines and the other things. So that is something that we need to keep in mind here because we're on a slippery slope, and using California as an example, honestly, they have where you charge your cars and you want to use your air conditioning in the 87-degree weather days that we have here, you had a choice. You want to charge your car or have air conditioning, and then there's rolling blackouts. So those are things to consider. And then also, a lot of this too, right now they have credits that come in for, the different solar panels and things like that. That money's not going to last forever. And a lot of these jobs you talk about are going to be coming our way. You're not talking about the jobs that will leave because they can simply not afford, like the small businesses that someone had mentioned. Larger businesses as well cannot sustain once they, the end of life of a, heater or air conditioning unit in some of these larger buildings and things to make them sustainable to whatever the stipulations will be. So those are all things that we need to take a look at. Thank you.
Thanks. Guys, can we not? Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Richard Hennis. I live at 1106 Elmore Street. I am a solar engineer for Green Tech Renewables, the largest solar distributor in North America. So, in the essence of the time restraints, I'm going to just point some facts out that I want to correct of things that I've heard tonight real quickly, okay? And what I'm going to say is focused on Green Bay. we need to stay focused on what we're trying to get done here tonight, okay? So the first thing I'm gonna throw out there is, one of the comments I heard earlier was about the life of solar modules. Solar modules by most manufacturers are warranted for 25 to 30 years, and their life expectancy is 40 to 50 years. The degradation on solar modules is between 0.3 and 0.5% per year. Okay, so 20 years after we put the modules in here in town, they're still gonna produce more than 80% of their original efficiency. Couple of things that I wanna make a point of, being a longtime resident here of Green Bay, is air quality has been brought up. Anything that we can do that improves air quality in Green Bay is going to reduce healthcare costs for everybody that lives here. We need to think about that. That's a serious concern. Something else that I want to point out is, for every kilowatt hour of power that we can produce on city structures or on buildings that are commercially owned, private businesses, that solar system is going to provide a fixed rate per kilowatt hour. And despite how friendly our public utilities are, they're not going to guarantee you a set rate for the next 40 years. Okay? If you can set your kilowatt hour rate for 40 years, that's financial responsibility. That way, we're being responsible to the city that are helping pay the money that pays your electric bills. So you're fixing the cost of the taxpayers. You know, you're saving the taxpayers money because the cost increases go up every year or two. We see rate increases, correct? So we can, you know, take action against that as well. I'm going to stop there and let you ask any questions you got, but, you know, keep in mind, I've already used half of my 3 minutes.
Thanks, sir. Any questions? Yeah, Alderman Knapp.
Yeah, thank you for coming, sir. As you can see, I think this has been a great discussion. We're learning a lot before we vote on implementing a plan. You're speaking specifically about solar, and I appreciate you clearing the misconceptions. One thing that is concerning for me, you know, as we push for electric cars, which require batteries, and I've heard this in the past through my own research through the years. I know we're not talking about solar, but is it true that cobalt has to be mined, and that is with the use of child labor in foreign countries? Are you familiar with that?
Cobalt does have to be mined, and to give you a little more background on me, I am a storage and electrical gear specialist as well as a solar specialist. So yes, that's true. I think that the rollout of EVs needs to be limited and scaled and done, you know, as it can be. You know, for the city to do that for its own vehicles, yes. We don't have the infrastructure to support massive, everybody out here go buy an EV today. We're not there yet. That has to go at a slower pace. The solar is there. The solar can do a lot for us. We can couple that with storage, and that overcomes the startup time of peaker plant or backup power systems that are fossil fueled. I heard the comments tonight about the natural gas, and the natural gas is less detrimental to our environment than the coal. And natural gas, storage, and solar in combination make a very good power solution. We're not going to eliminate our fossil fuels, so I'm not even going to tell you that. You know, we need to use all of the resources we have and use all of them wisely to make a better world. And it's going to take everything that we have and good thinking. And part of the good thinking is the plan that's in front of you. And I want to rename that, okay? I've heard that called a plan, and, you know, plan is a 4-letter word. I want you to think of this as an outline. This is our outline of how we get from where we are tonight to the goals that we're trying to reach.
So I'm going back and forth on whether I'm going to support the plan. Honestly, I'm really discerning this.
That's why we have these
right?
conversations, right?
I agree, and thank you for saying that. So just, can you comment on this if you want? So on one hand, we understand some of the issues of climate change, global warming. On the other hand, from a more humanitarian standpoint, for me to go forward with a plan, voting for a plan that requires or calls for additional electrical vehicles, knowing that the source of the batteries comes from cobalt that is mined by poor, vulnerable children that are exploited. Do you see how, like, morally, this is a conflicting position?
I understand your position. I would suggest that when looking at who the materials are being purchased from, that we go back through the manufacturing supply line and find out, where did these materials come from? Are they being responsibly mined and produced? Or are they being bought from suppliers that are utilizing the less desirable mining techniques that you're discussing? There are manufacturing partners out there that are as equally concerned as you are about where materials come from and how they're attained and how they're handled. And finding a good quality installer to work on your projects and making sure that they're buying from responsible supply chains eliminates that possibility. You're finding out if you're getting it from somebody that's not doing the things that are creating the unrest in your mind.
Yeah.
Does
Thank
that
you,
answer
sir.
your question?
I appreciate your balance. Thank you.
Any other questions? Alaric?
Thank you. Okay, so in kind of piggybacking on what Alder Burnett asked about, and you're a local company?
The company that I work for has 104 stocking locations in the U.S. I live right here in Green Bay. I'm a national level engineer for them, so I support right now 18 of their 104 locations, but I work from my house most of the time.
Okay, so I did a little bit of research, and it says that 80% of the solar panels come from China, and just example that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency has been detaining a lot of shipments to make sure that they're waiting to make sure that they weren't as a result of the forced labor, child labor.
And the
Is that
tariff
affecting-
actions. Yes, it's both. And yeah, I'm glad you remembered to ask me that. I was going to comment on that. So there are right now 12 manufacturers in the U.S. that are assembling modules here. Unfortunately, only one of them currently is making the cells. There are a dozen companies that are in the process of setting lines up right now, and cell manufacturing is coming back to the U.S. There are a number of companies that have been producing modules or cells outside of this country that are not in the group that are in the tariff. And so it's very important to ask that question when you look at what you want to purchase for the city is, who's the manufacturer, where are those materials coming from? And there certainly are modules available, I sell them every day, that are made with materials that didn't come from countries that are under tariff or under those child labor and unfair labor practice areas. And, I'm the guy that would know that. I mean, I sell, several $1 million worth of solar a month. So I know what's out there. The manufacturers are making sure I know where they are in the process and, what they're doing, because it's good for their business if I know because of what I do. So certainly I'm a resource to the city of Green Bay. I came here 27 years ago. Wasn't sure at first I was staying. I lived in the hotel down on Military and Shawano Avenue for 6 months, but after 6 months I decided, I like it here. And I'm here as a resource to the city. I'm an educator. I'm on the advisory council for 3 technical colleges. I have 3 degrees from NWTC, the last of which is a solar technology degree. So I figured I'm probably equally as qualified as any of the experts that have been here talking to you tonight, and that's my obligation, my duty to my city is to make sure you guys have the right answers so that you can make the right decision.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? All right, thanks for your testimony, sir. we've got a few.
Hello. My name's Laurel Last, 954 Rockwell Road. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm coming to you in support of the Green Bay plan, the Clean Energy Plan. I actually live in Howard, not Green Bay. However, environmental issues, they don't, sorry, I'm tired. Sorry about
So
this.
are we.
Okay. All right. So, environmental issues, they don't know municipal boundaries. What happens in Green Bay impacts all of us. And also, Green Bay can act as an example and can help other area communities take action. In addition, I lead the Green Bay chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby. We are a group, a nonpartisan grassroots climate volunteer group. This group is a total of 243 local volunteers, about half of whom live in the city of Green Bay. These volunteers have been investing their time and energy in pushing for gaining support for fair and effective climate solutions. So that shows that there is local support in our organization. I mean, this is our focus. This plan would benefit all of us, moving the world closer to a stable climate, reducing human suffering, cause ecological damage, but also, and this is the higher goal, of course, but it also provides local short-term benefits. And you've heard a lot of these before, but I just wanted to reiterate, right? The lower energy costs, cleaner air and water, good local jobs. I mean, switching to homegrown clean energy, that keeps money in the state. It lowers pollution, resulting in cleaner air and water. Energy efficiency saves money. The cheapest energy is the energy that we don't use. And electric vehicles are cheaper and cleaner. They're fun to drive, and they're much cheaper to maintain and operate. I should know, I've been driving one since 2017. It's great. Also, urban trees, I mean, they cool the air, they improve our moods, they even give us let us live longer lives. I mean, there's a lot of research on the benefits of trees and trees in cities.
Excuse me, ma'am.
So-
Your 3 minutes are just about up.
What's that?
Your 3 minutes is up.
Oh,
So if you have anything just to wrap up with.
sorry?
If you have anything just to wrap up with.
Oh, yes. Well, so we know that installing the energy efficiency, the solar panels, the urban trees, these are all local jobs. These can't be outsourced. The cleaner air and water. Now, thank you all for the energy that you've put into the creation of this plan, and I look forward to seeing Green Bay and surrounding communities take the lead in reducing emissions, caring for the natural world, and embracing a clean energy economy that enables our citizens to thrive now and into the future. Let's continue to hold our standing as one of the best places to live in the United States.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Gloria Eastman, they, them, theirs, 601 Rothy Street, apartment number 6, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I am here because I didn't believe in climate change for most of my life. I didn't think that the alarm bells were real. I thought that all of this was quite silly. And then I started listening to the scientists that I trusted on so many other matters. And I realized that maybe those alarm bells are real. And so I've been learning about this for the last couple of years, and certainly I'm not an expert like a lot of these other folks. But I have decided to start making changes in my own life. And one of those changes was getting an electric vehicle. So I now drive an electric vehicle, and something that a lot of people don't realize, I'm a renter, I live in an apartment, but I can still charge my car with just a 3-prong outlet, which is pretty amazing. A lot of people don't realize that that's accessible. There are a lot of things that I can't do as a renter. I can't install my own solar panels. There's a lot of different things that I can't do, but I can change my light bulbs, I can buy an electric car, all those things. One of the things in this plan that I'm really excited about is the addition of additional car charging stations. So the charger that I can use at home does take about 10 hours to charge, so overnight. And on days that I have a lot of driving to do, sometimes I do need to recharge midday. The best way for me to do that is at a slightly faster charger, which is typically commercially available. Sometimes those are free, like at the festival, and sometimes those do cost money. But the cost that I'm putting into that is significantly lower than what I pay on gas. My car happens to have a little range extender on it, which is a small generator that charges the battery. So I get some extra space if I do want to use a small amount of gas in my electric car. It has a 2-gallon tank. And so a lot of those trade-offs meant that my budget was able to sustain the cost of my car payment. And it really made it a lot more feasible for me to be confident that I was going to be able to get to and from work, because I knew I could just plug my car in. The amount that it's adding to my electric bill is completely negligible. And it's been really great to be able to utilize that. And I think there are a lot of other trade-offs that you're going to find once we start implementing clean energy changes like that across other portions of the budget. And so I really want to encourage you all to look for those trade-offs in financials and see, what you can do. For me, it's, less than $20 a month on gas. And for other people, we're looking at much larger numbers at a city level. But I just really wanted to encourage you for that. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalie Hoffman. I live at 559 Rothy Street. I'm not really sure what else that I can say that hasn't already been said here tonight, but I did want to come and express my full support for the Clean Energy Plan, and I urge you as the council to pass this plan, especially considering the vast majority of the people here, as you heard from so many people here tonight, are supportive of this plan. There is no denying that there is broad support across the city and beyond for this plan, and so I really urge you to consider the fact that so many people came out here tonight in support of this, and you should listen to your constituents. This is what so many people are looking for in this city, so I think that is very important. So please keep that in mind. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your testimony.
Hi, my name's Andy Waterman, and I live on 1222 Hastings Street, which is just a little way an hour away, like a block away to Green Bay. But I work in Green Bay. I work for an early childhood classroom, Oak School, which is at the Wildlife Sanctuary, and I work with little 4-year-olds. So I just wanted to speak for the 4-year-olds out there that they would like you to pass this plan. I think it's great. We're all talking. We all have different opinions. That's what we do in our classroom, and let's keep it going. I mean, when I make a teacher plan, we change it all the time during the week, depending on what happens, what research we get. We don't want little kids digging up these things, little 4-year-olds digging up these things either. So that's good research. So that's why I really feel strong to keep the plan going, keep the talk going. Thank you. Hope that it passes.
Hi there, my name is Dylan Wiest. I live at 2697 Bay Settlement Road.
I am an employee at NWTC. I am the lab assistant for the Sustainable Agriculture and Food Systems Program. The previously mentioned energy program actually beat my program out on a bit of land development, so I've been seeing them expand over the last couple of years. So actually my area of expertise doesn't really come up on the city scale. A lot of sustainability and carbon reduction is happening out quite literally in the fields by changing how we grow our food, but that isn't something that's under this committee's control. But I would like to talk to something that's been expressed repeatedly by several of the people here, and I know everyone can have doubts about, and it's what the question that has been asked of why does it matter what we do here? Green Bay is the third largest city in certainly not one of the biggest states. You know, we're no California, we're no New York. Heck, we're not even, I mean, we're smaller than Minnesota, I think. I don't have the numbers for that. But I truly believe Green Bay can be a model for the future, because I really, really believe we are on the verge of growth. Earlier this year, Green Bay was voted as one of the nicest places to live due to job security, cost of living, housing, crime. And we all live here, we all know that's true. And I don't imagine that's going to change. And as climate changes, as the effects of those changes become more readily apparent across the country and world, as the West Coast and most of the world, their water sources dry up. I mean, it's already, if you pay attention to the unpleasant news, so many sources of water across the world are just being overused. And in the places that aren't, are being inundated by storm after storm after storm, historic storms that, you know, every year sets the new record. And we've seen that a little bit here, but nothing compared to the East Coast, to the Southeast Asia. And we live, I didn't realize how special it was growing up here, Lake Michigan. But having left Wisconsin and coming back, how special it is that we have a source of fresh water that we do. It is literally unheard of in the rest of the world. And that is going to see growth. Green Bay is still going to continue to be a good place to live, and people are going to keep moving here. I mean, if Phoenix just melts, you can't even leave in a plane in the summer. The planes can't take off, it's too hot. People are going to move here, and the city is going to grow. And if we don't establish the plan that is currently being voted on, we are going to ruin that. It's going to be haphazard. It's going to be piecemeal and a mess. And so I'd just like to thank everyone here for sitting down and staying until this ungodly hour, because what you do now, and I'm betting my own future on this, I'm staying here, putting my intelligence, my work, hopefully a family here, because I'm betting on Green Bay, Wisconsin to become something better. And I hope we pass this, and it is what people hope it to be.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any questions? All right. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, Kevin Burkle, 2225 Warm Springs Court, Green Bay. I also own Burkle's one block over, which is 1007 Tony Cannondale Run, Green Bay. My question is I'm sorry, what was your name? Maddie. How many pages is this proposal?
Sir, you can't necessarily pose questions to people in the
Oh,
gallery.
okay. Does anybody know on this committee how many pages it is? 418. No, I said the committee. Oh, I'm sorry, she's the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, okay. How many pages? 120? 118. 118? Has everybody on this committee read that? 118 pages.
Sir, you're not asking questions, you're offering testimony.
Oh, I can't, okay. Well, okay, the bottom line, here's my question I understand everybody's opinions, and yeah, it's great to have, comments on both sides of the aisle. But I think the big question is that what you're talking about is such a gigantic monster to actually vote on this without really giving the knowledge to the tax-paying citizens of Green Bay and what they should be, knowing of what this is all about. Is there any way you can propose this to the city, the citizens that are tax-paying citizens, that they can, absorb this information and give some kind of an opinion versus just the very few that have been able to read over this and have an opinion? Is that a possibility?
You're offering testimony, sir.
Excuse me?
You're offering
Oh, okay.
testimony.
So anyway, that's my opinion on it. I think I just think that this is such a large monster to take a vote on this soon with not knowing so much more about it. That's just my opinion on it. Thank you much.
Okay, just a quick question, sir. Mr. Burkle,
Yes.
question. I was just curious if you've had a chance to read it yourself.
No, I heard about this whole thing about 3 hours prior to coming here tonight.
Okay.
So I've never seen it. I've never had anything mailed to my business address. So that's why this is just, it was a big surprise to me. I mean, I'm on a lot of social media. I've been in business for a long time. I've never even heard mention of this plan from anybody. And I'm in contact with, hundreds of people a week. So that's what kind of threw me off guard tonight, is when I got a phone call about this. And so that's my situation on it.
Okay. So this is the third presentation of the
Yeah,
plan,
I've
just
never
so
heard anything of it.
Just so you're aware.
And I don't know how many other citizens have heard it.
Sure.
Heard of it. And that's why I'm curious to know if,
Okay, appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
Any questions? Alder Campbell?
Kevin? Yes, sir. Being that you're well-known around town in the Stadium District and everybody in town, do you think, my question is this an everyday conversation, say in the bar, while they're eating, restaurant? I mean, what would you think? Do people talk about this all the time?
Like I said, I've never heard mention of it. I'm getting a lot of backlash behind me about the news and everything else, but I watch the Channel 2 news every night, 10 o'clock. I've never seen anything on this. I've never heard anything on it. So I don't know, and I'm not that far in the dark. I know that. So like I said, I was just baffled by the phone call tonight and what this is really all about, and I really don't even know what it's about. Where is there access to these pages?
On the internet?
It is posted on the internet? On the city internet? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No?
Do you have an EV charging system at your establishment?
Have what?
Do you plan to put an EV charging system at your establishment?
Does anybody know what a charging system costs?
I don't.
Does anybody? Does anybody know what a charging system costs? Anyone? No. How much? I'm not asking, I'm just saying, does anybody know how much a EV charging station costs?
Sorry.
Interesting. Have a good night.
Mayor, I think it's kind of an irrelevant point because the plan doesn't mandate it.
Right. Hemp doesn't mandate anything.
Okay, the hour is getting late. Do we have any other? Do we have any folks who would like to testify? Seeing none, Alder Scannell.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell. Seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We had a motion by Alder Johnson and there was a second on adoption. Discussion on that item. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. Folks, we gotta dial in a little bit here. We have been everywhere from fixing the supply chain of China to building trains to Door County to giving away $471 municipal fines and building wind turbines. That is not what is before us today. and there are a lot of speakers tonight as well, and I appreciate them sharing their perspective because I think it helps shape their opinions of why they support or oppose what's in front of us. But there was a lot of discussion today around climate change. This is not a discussion about climate change. That needs to be very clear. This is not a discussion about any of the other things that I just mentioned before that. In 2021, the City Council unanimously passed a resolution saying that the city will be carbon neutral by 2021, or by 2050. That was a unanimous directive made by this City Council. It was a directive. It told staff, you need to put together a plan to get us there. And what did staff do? They put together a plan just like we told them. And I don't know about you, but I think the City Council ought to be more than platitudes and patting ourselves on the back for a job well done. We need plans that actually inspire action. We talk about economics, and I agree. Each item comes here. This is a plan that makes some suggestions, but each item comes here. If we're going to vote no to this plan, then we need to offer an alternative. We need to offer an alternative. We need to amend it. We need to repeal the plan, or quite frankly, cut Melissa Schmidt's position, because we are wasting taxpayer dollars to handcuff our resiliency coordinator and not give her the tools to do the damn job. No policy, no law, no appropriations are tied to this plan. Is it imperfect? Maybe. But tell me what plan is perfect. We passed unanimously a safe routes to school. Nobody in this body talked about where are we going to put flashing beacons. We passed unanimously the shipyard corridor plan. Nobody talked about what if a developer doesn't have the windows in time to put inside their building. We passed unanimously the authenticity plan. And nobody talked about whether or not we were going to build buildings and apartments without windows. We passed the Parks Open Space Plan unanimously, and nobody asked if we were going to ban overnight camping in parks.
Point of order, I really don't think this is relevant.
It's 100% relevant. We passed the Legends District Master Plan,
just 1 second,
and we didn't talk about maintenance around bump outs. Mayor, I have the floor.
No, yeah, but there was a point of order raised, and so I need to answer that.
I just
And
feel like it should be focused.
Okay.
I hear you. Alder Johnson is making a point with respect to the
Yep.
plan, however. Go ahead.
Every single one of these plans that passed unanimously, all of them cost money to implement. Every single one of them requires some type of ordinance proposal, and all were passed. I am trying to wrap my brain around why we would not want the city to be in a position to be net positive beneficiaries of timely incentives and tax credits for residents, business, and taxpayers. We talk about the fiscally responsible thing to do, then let's do the fiscally responsible thing. We're talking about tree canopies. Good. Talking about reducing carbon emissions. Even climate deniers agree that carbon in the atmosphere is not good. You can debate climate change, and that's okay, and there are a lot of opinions on that, and I don't think that's what we're doing today, but reducing carbon emissions is good. Reducing energy consumption and saving money is good. Creating an education hub for our residents to be more informed about making decisions, good. Aligning with WPS, who already has these goals, good. We're empowering people to make their own decisions. I thought that's what we talk about, right? Letting people make their own decisions. Nobody's saying you have to buy a solar panel. Nobody's saying you have to put in an EV charging station. I mean, that's not even what is happening here. I don't understand some of the questions and some of the debates that have gone on here tonight. Our job is not to react to headlines. Our job is to do the homework. Question was asked of us if we've read the plan. Quite frankly, I'm embarrassed if there's a single person sitting at this table tonight that has not read that plan, because that is our job and our responsibility. There's no shame in changing your position. In fact, I think it shows a great deal of humility and grace and willingness to learn. Focus on the plan. There is no binding authority that comes with this plan, and it gives our staff the tools that they need to be effective at what we're hiring and directing them to do, what we directed them to do.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Scannell. Go ahead.
I didn't read the plan. I gave it a cursory look. I don't give a damn what's in the plan. I was most concerned, how is this plan put together? How's the plan put together? We couldn't ask for a better process. We had input from staff, we had input from the community and businesses, and it was, I think that the outreach was stronger than any other kind of outreach I've seen for any other plan the city has done. Why I don't give a damn what's in the plan? I'm not being asked to take any action on the plan. Why do I care? I gave a cursory look. There's nothing that jumped out, and even if there was, who cares what I think about that? It's irrelevant. If it ever comes up as an actionable item, yes, we can all scream and yell, say we can't do this, we can do this. For now, it's nonsense. Utter nonsense. For the love of God, it's a plan. It's not one actionable item, not one mandate, not one thing we have to do tonight, other than to say, yes, I think we should follow clean policies. Now, let's take a look at that. I don't give a damn from this chair about climate change. Not my job. I don't care about China or India. Not my responsibility. My job is Green Bay. And let's look at Green Bay. You go back 100 years, we were a damn dirty city. A lot of places were. Not knocking our city specifically, but factually, we were a damn dirty city. We were an industrial city. We polluted our bay, where we had to shut down Bay Beach, a gem in our city. We've turned our back to our river, a viable resource for economic activity, for businesses, for recreation. For decades, this city has been moving forward with green policies, cleaning up our act. That's all we're doing tonight is we're putting a plan together saying, here's a way to go forward. That's all. That's it. Why we wouldn't go forward? I have not heard one argument to not go forward with cleaning up our city more and more and more. Who wants to live in a dirty city? For God's sake, you kidding me? We got a plan, and any item that anyone objects to, you don't even know if that's ever going to come up for an actionable plan, for an actionable item. 5-10 years from now, who the hell knows what the environment's going to be, what the technology is going to be. That item might be completely irrelevant, or who knows in what state it'll be and in what the council will have to adjust and take into account. It's ridiculous, totally ridiculous. Are we going to be a clean city or a dirty city? If we're going to be a clean city, let's go with this plan and get going. We're going to start with the low-hanging fruit, what's cost and effective and efficient. And when we move on down, we'll see what the environment's like. We'll see what the technology's like. We'll see what we can do and can't do. And that's for a future council. It's not for us now. This is just, for me, I am very unhappy with how, well, that's off point. I'll talk to that next, Mr. Mayor. But we need to do, there are people who waited way too long for other items. We have to rearrange so that items we can do quickly, we have to take up first. It's just not right for citizens to have to wait hours, and some have to take off a third shift to see if their appeal has been accepted. It's just not efficient governance, but that's, sorry. On our aid, I just couldn't stop.
All right.
Thank you.
Alder. I appreciate the passion. I don't know where you guys are finding the energy, quite honestly. But let's focus in, lower the temperature a little bit, focus on the plan, and have a good debate. Alder Burnett.
Yeah, it's government. I mean, this is government. If we pass something without discussion and hearing from people speaking to us, then we'll be criticized for rubber stamping things. We don't rubber stamp things as a council, and I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed with kind of the scolding tone because from some of my colleagues, because I only heard reasonable discussions and reasonable questions. I think that this council handled themselves extremely well. We asked tough questions, and maybe the way that we phrased questions, we were trying to get to the heart of the issue. Maybe some people were ruffled in the way we asked questions, but I don't think we have anything to be ashamed about as a council, as a body, or as individuals. I heard nothing but a good discussion tonight. One thing I will say, and I'll kind of push back on Alder Johnson, all due respect, I heard from many of the speakers that they brought up climate change, that we adopt this plan in order to affect climate change. I heard that over and over again. So when we hear that over and over again, that's 1 second, Alder Scannell, but also, to be fair, on Slipstream's website, they are our consultant. One of their main priorities is climate and clean energy solutions for everyone, fight climate change, and expand energy equity. So although this plan speaks greatly about energy, clean energy, energy neutrality, carbon neutrality, towards what purpose? To affect climate change in a positive direction. That's what this is about. It's not just simply about clean energy for the sake of clean energy. It's clean energy for a purpose. Alder Scannell, you said that what is a reason to vote against this? Generally, I'm in favor of it. Researching this and understanding this push for cobalt batteries and electric batteries, that we want to have more of our cars in our fleet, and our fire truck was out here like a template of a prototype of a fire truck being an electric battery vehicle. That's all wonderful unless you understand the moral hazard of this. Those electric vehicles that we want to implement into our fleet, that comes at a human cost of vulnerable and exploited population. There are literally children all across the world, but specifically in the Congo, owned by Chinese mines that are mining for cobalt in conditions worse than the children of our own country as they were digging for coal no more than 100 or 200 years ago. So just like coal is dirty energy, and we know that we should not have children going down to the coal mines to dig up this stuff to fuel our energy consumption, this dirty energy, this addiction we have in Americans as for energy, we also shouldn't just passively pass something if it means that children halfway across the world are going to have to mine for cobalt in just absolutely inhumane, disgusting conditions. So there's a moral cost. I wish that stuff didn't happen, but the reality is it does. So this plan calls for, as much as I like many, many, many parts of it, it is calling for electric vehicles powered by electric batteries that are powered by cobalt that's being dug from the earth from vulnerable children. And these are questions that reasonable people bring up, because we are passively, or maybe in this case actively, pursuing something that has real world consequences that I think most of us morally would agree that that's not okay. So if we can put in this plan that when we source these electric vehicles and the batteries, that we're gonna do due diligence, our purchasing department's gonna ensure 100% that these batteries come from recycled batteries, and that we're not exploiting child labor, which is basically slave labor in different parts of the world. Reasonable people can kind of come to an understanding that we can pass this with a compromise. Because I agree, I would love to be able to support this, but because I have some concerns about parts of it, that doesn't make me to be a horrible person that doesn't believe in this. It just means
Point of
that
personal privilege, Your Honor. I never called anybody horrible.
it was
I never-
scolding.
No,
I mean,
I'm passionate. I
you
wasn't
are.
yelling.
I love you.
And I was.
Well, there was a little bit of yelling.
I love you all the same. I just felt like the
I
tone of the
apologize if my loudness was taken as an offense. It was not meant to be as an offense.
No, I know.
And
know
I
you
never used disparaging terms, and the discussion tonight was very good. For me, it was totally off point. And the point's just raised.
Alder Scannell.
That's
Alder
all.
Burnett has
Point
the
of
floor.
personal privilege. It's called point of personal privilege. I didn't say the things he said he said. Okay.
And that's been noted.
Point of personal
Okay.
privilege, I still love
Yeah.
Randy Scannell. There is no personal animosity between us whatsoever. So,
Yeah, they do, I think, actually. We're
Yeah.
done? Any other comments? Alder Galvin on the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the motion, I'm in favor of this. I think Alder Johnson was spot on. This is merely a roadmap to a goal. And that roadmap can take a bunch of different turns, different highways, different routes. It's up to us to decide how we get there. By approving this, we approve nothing that we're going to be doing that's going to affect kids in a foreign country. And I looked up cobalt. It's produced in Australia, Canada, other countries that don't employ slave labor. And even more recently, in October of this year, the University of Tokyo has developed a lithium-ion battery which is cobalt-free and stores 60% more power than the average lithium-ion battery. So changes are already being made. And if you want to get particular about where we're getting our products from, the current vehicles in our fleet, if you want, slave labor in China produces wheels, the wiring for vehicles, the electronics for our vehicles, engine castings for our vehicles, and batteries. So, if we really want to start getting up on that kind of a horse, we got an awful lot that we got to look at, where we get our items from. And again, we're over expanding this, I think, by looking at these kinds of things. We're looking at a roadmap. And when that roadmap says, let's buy batteries with cobalt in it, then we say, where are you getting the cobalt from? We can check and see where things are being manufactured, and we can put a stop to buying them from it then. But what we're doing is the roadmap, and I think this is a good roadmap. I think we should vote in favor of this, and then from there, we make decisions about where we get our materials and items from. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Additional comments, Alder Stoyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. I wrote a lot of notes, but I'm gonna try to zip through them quick. What do I got, 45 seconds? All right. All right, I'm just gonna go through it. Green Bay, we're the #1 city according to U.S. News and World Report. We can be a leader here. DPW will move forward with replacing outdated vehicles with efficient type vehicles regardless if this plan passes or not. Grants, the Inflation Reduction Act, and other tax credit incentives are there to be utilized, which will reduce Green Bay's need to bond for items and keep our tax rates reasonable. There are no mandates in this plan forcing people to follow environmental matters. This is a plan that can be adjusted and tweaked over time. Any initiatives being pushed still need to come before council. Sustainability Commission is advisory in nature. The Landmarks Commission has a little more statutory control in their city matters. We can't control what China does, but we can move forward locally. And who will be on this advisory committee? Or is it too early to tell? I mean, there were a number of folks out here that gave some fantastic testimony, including Richard Hennis, who's in my district. I've talked to him about Elmore Street a while back, but I'm going to talk to him about solar now. And is nuclear carbon free? That was one point that was brought up, but I could go on and on. I've sat through this 3 times. I'm on Sustainability Commission. INS was 3.5, 4 hours. We've talked this up and down. I heard both sides. Most of the folks were for it, but there were a lot of folks that were they brought resources forward. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate what Alder Burnett said. A lot of good things are up here. We're a democracy. We need to hear everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Wery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it was mentioned about the survey and how many people may have responded. I can tell you from when I hand out surveys in my district to thousands of people, gosh, if I get 50 back, I'm lucky. So, you multiply that times 12, that's about 600. I did email it out to the 800-900 email addresses I have that I've accumulated, and I put it on my website, my Facebook page, so I did my part. I'm confident people at least knew about it. And if they want to respond, that's on them, if they didn't. With these energy goals, we're more efficient, we're more self-reliant. That should really be our goal all the time. It's fiscally responsible. I've read it forward and backward. I have it marked up and earmarked all over the place. Being on the committee that we're on, we asked Director Grenier, who I think is a pretty frugal director, he's our DPW director, if he approved and he thought the near-term goals were achievable, and he agreed. And I don't think he changed his mind? No, so, okay. So, I trust his judgment on that, and finally, the council gets the final say on all purchases. If something's really screwbally and we're gonna spend $5 million on a fire truck that we're questionable on, it's, if it can really work or not in our weather, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna be very slow and methodical on that, and that's what I got out of this plan. That's what we asked for. So, I agree with the plan. It doesn't mean I agree with some of the more extreme climate change theories that are out there in the world, because I don't. Believe it or not, I don't. But I think we can do these things because it's good for us. and it's good for the environment. We can do both. So, Melissa, can we do, just a question on the due diligence. Is that something that we can include in it? Mr. Mayor, do you kind of pledge to help with that part, the sourcing on some of these things?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I was going to touch on that, so I'm glad you asked. Alder Galvin kind of referenced this as well. I would just suggest that we wouldn't kind of stumble haphazardly into some kind of procurement policy. I think we'd want to look, I don't have any objection to employing some sort of ethical procurement policy, but I wouldn't want to necessarily adopt anything tonight that we
That's
don't have the chance to run past legal and
Far bigger
finance and
topic.
procurement.
I just want it to be on the radar.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the first time? Alder Eck.
Thank you. And, you know, I voted against it at INS, and, you know, I guess I feel kind of offended that you started off yelling at everybody, and it was yelling.
Alder Eck, you
And it
second.
was basically, sorry, Alder Johnson, only because we were listening to testimony, and it was like we start off at the gate, kind of as if everybody here had already talked and said what they were gonna do. So I just wanna say that. But, based on the plan, it's a plan. There's just things, I've gone out, I've talked to different experts, because when I did read it, and I expect council to look at everything and do their research, and so I went out and I talked to experts, and they, in the energy field, and it's just that specific things in the plan are not necessarily the most energy efficient, and that is a concern of mine, like geothermal. It's anything north of Madison is not as effective because of the cold. Obviously, Green Bay is north of Madison. We had a home with a heat pump. It cost us a fortune, a fortune. And so my husband turned down the heat. I got very, very sick. So we got a low interest rate through the energy company. It wasn't locally here. To replace it with a gas-forced system. Gas is very efficient. It's not, it's actually, everything in the plan is like gearing us away from that. I guess what I'm wondering, why are we focusing on specifically wind turbines when they're so land intensive? They use up so much land, and there's a lot of other things, you know, the blades that can't be cycled. I've got pictures on my computer of all these graveyards of these turbine blades. I just don't think that that's good for the environment either. So it's just those kind of things, and also one of our gentlemen here had brought up the nuclear. So gas and nuclear are just like, they're left off of here as if it's, especially gas, when it is the most clean burning energy. So that's why I feel like there were a lot of facts shared tonight, and there were a lot of opinions. And I really take to heart the facts that were presented by the people here just tonight, and the other experts that I've talked to. They do matter. So this is more than just about opinions. It's about implementing a plan that is the best thing for our city. And that is why I voted against it, because I think there's a lot missing, and there's things that were brought up that people didn't think about before, like the fact that you can't recycle a wind turbine, the blades, and the amount of land. We don't have that much land in Green Bay to put wind turbines. If you start putting them up on top of buildings, I mean, that's just a little too much.
I'm sorry, Alder Eck, are you finished?
Yeah, I saw you pointing, so, yes, thank you.
Okay. It looked like Ms. Schmitz wanted to comment on something, so.
I just wanted to mention that the plan does not mention the city investing in wind. It focuses on solar installations on city facilities. The wind would come with WPS's renewable energy portfolio. So as WPS increases its renewable energy portfolio, which would be comprised of solar and wind, and nuclear. as a carbon-free source. That's where the wind would come in. But the plan does not say that the city is looking at, we didn't evaluate for wind. We evaluated for solar.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other, Alder Campbell?
Guess it's my turn. You know, I'm really trying to look out for that 40-some percent, you know, and I understand about all this renewable energy, and I'll be honest, I'm not a global warming kind of guy. I'm out in the outdoors every single day, and I don't think it's ever changed. Missing bugs, missing birds, missing everything. I mean, you know, if people could just really back it up with facts more than opinions, and I'll be more than happy to look at it and change my mind on this. As I said before, in our committee, we really had some good discussion and a lot of respect. And sitting up here today with my fellow alders, it's a shame that we got to be yelling at each other and pointing fingers at each other. I think we're showing a poor example, but yet still stating our opinions, and which just proves to the point that this needs to be discussed further when it's so far divided. If it was so far forward, then I think it would be really easy. And that's always why you're going to have divide or difference of opinion. But along with that has to be respect for each other and to be able to work together. I see a plan. I like the idea of it. But I would like to see it in stages. It would be so much easier to look at progress through this long-term plan. And I feel the data that was brought forward wasn't quite backed up with tons of exact numbers and facts. And the biggest thing, and we discussed this in the committee, is if things are getting better and they're improving, then our federal or world government or state government, and they offer assistance, they offer this, then progress is being made. I know I'd like to be ahead of the game here, but I think we got to start by just not pointing fingers at each other and trying to agree to disagree, the old saying, you know. And, you know, that's what you sign up for. And that's what you try to bring, you know, and it's frustrating. And maybe this plan could do that. But I'm not so sure I can support it when we're trying to look out for the future of our own kids, but totally disrespecting other people in the world, just like they are doing us. It's almost like a get even thing. I think it should be up to personal people. I think probably the biggest savings that has been made over the years is private industry. And they can make the difference. And I'm not saying they need to be mandated. These people, when it was out there, they went and got it. They used it because they could figure out the return on investment for them, whether it's a heater in your home, a stove, or whatever the case may be. And I've had to face that many times in my life. And, you know, I think that's all to it. I just really would like to see everyone work a little bit better together. I think this structure of this plan just doesn't have the levels of it as we move forward, and I'd like to see that implemented into it. And it's easy to say, and I don't know how you would amend something so large. Alder Weary said in the thing, and I think is a really good way to look for it, you know, we're not trying to swing for the fence here. And I think if we were trying to ask a little bit in more smaller, reasonable, understandable segments, I think we could get a lot more done and easily agree on it, but it's so big, it's so fast. Swinging for the fence with the big bat and trying to get everybody to agree is probably the problem. So I'm just gonna have to hang with the other side of things and hope it works out down the road, because we can cross that road again, and maybe we'll learn something from this.
All right, thanks, Alder. Any others for the first time? I think you had another comment. Alder Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor. This plan, I wish every person in Green Bay could read it. I think if you're really interested in Green Bay in the future, the first time I saw a summary, I went, holy cow. And then I read the thing and I went, everyone's got to read this because it's full of information. And then it has broad recommendations. And they foresaw this. I see this plan foresaw this discussion. Because one thing they do is recommend a team, okay, at the end. And they also recommend hiring an education person to help us get educated. Those two things by itself, let alone everything else in the report, tells me this is a smart plan. Okay, it's not pigeonholing us. It's saying here's what we got. Now let's go pick and choose what we want to do. The council with the citizens of Green Bay can do that with this plan. We don't need to make it smaller. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think we got what we asked for, as Alder Johnson said. I think this is where we should be right now. Right now, we're on the crest of a wave. And there's going to be a lot of people moving to this area. I've read 2 textbooks in the last 2 years. The destinations people are going to move to is the Northwest and the upper Midwest because of the weather conditions. If you believe in climate change or not, that's going to happen. So Green Bay is in the middle of a destination. Someone brought it up. We got to have our stuff together. And this is a great base to build on. So I see no problem supporting this plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any others for a first time, and then we'll go back to, if not, Alder Brunette?
Yeah, I have some scribbles, and I'll try to be succinct, so I know it's been a late night. First of all, I didn't want to come off holier than thou regarding the sourcing of batteries. I know that the clothes I wear, the food I eat, I mean, we source things from foreign countries or even domestically, and the labor is being exploited. So pot calling kettle black, I'm not trying to come off self-righteous. I know we all benefit from the labor of people that are treated poorly and exploited, first thing. Second of all, just the point of as we incorporate more of this technology and as more need develops throughout the country, there is a possibility of that exploitation. So I just wanted us to be mindful of that. If there are advances in technology, then the ways that these batteries get made and repurposed and recycled, that will get better with time, unquestionably. Wanted to say a few things regarding the plan. There have been some things that have come up over the last few years where council members, as a body or individually, we have kind of pushed back a little bit. But all things, when you have ambitious plans or progressive plans, I always feel like the progressives in our city and the conservatives in our city need to work together because we're both needed, both sides of the spectrum. There's a time to be conservative and there's a time to be progressive, and a healthy community balances the urges of both sides. And we have healthy discussions like we have been having as a council. This is productive because we make sure all voices are heard. We didn't really like, many of our residents didn't like the fact that leaves had to be put on terraces instead of the street. Well, the problem with placing them in the street is that the runoff goes directly to the storm system into the bay, and then we have algae blooms. And we don't have a fish population like we should have. So we made adjustments because that's what's good for the long-term health of our community. I remember a couple of budgets ago, the mayor had proposed through federal dollars, green infrastructure. I was a little concerned because there was no plan. We know it's a good thing. The expenses are high in the early stages of the technology. We asked the mayor to come forward with a green infrastructure ordinance or plan, and he did that. I was a little skeptical about this idea that street trees absorb storm water. We adjusted the ordinance to reflect that. So sometimes we put things in place and we take these votes that oftentimes require us to be courageous and assume the best of each other, but then we clean it up after the fact, and that's a good, functioning, healthy city government, which I'm proud to be a part of because I think we've been vibing really well the last 6 months to a year. Alder Hutchinson mentioned what's drawing people to this community. I agree. There's a lot of things drawing people to this community. We have access to the Great Lakes, clean drinking water. If we can find a way to have clean energy, meaning, I like what Alder Weary said, it's a good way of saying it. If we were energy energy dependent, that we created our own energy in this community, not only do we have access to all the clean drinking water that any person could possibly want, we also have access to clean, sustainable electricity to power it all. Talk about building a healthy community for the next 50 to 100 years. And so, I'm going to support it. I know it's not perfect. Some parts of it make me nervous, but I think I was able to express some of the concerns I have and some of these ordinances that come forward that maybe are a little heavy-handed, even though I'm not going to be here past April. I'll voice my concerns to my alderman at that time or alderwoman at that time to make sure that this heavy hand of authoritative government doesn't really drive a lot of this stuff. It has to be a consultative, healthy discussion. And again, the progressives and conservatives need each other. That's what's needed in a healthy community. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Eck for a second time?
There's just a statement I want to make that I noticed that a big part of the funding was through federal, state grants. And I feel that when it's not feasible to do it without government incentives, which in the end, taxpayers, then I don't think it's viable. And it, even in the paperwork, I've been going back and forth on my papers here, so forgive me, I'm trying to find the spot where it was in there where it said that it is expensive. Cost for implementation, and this is just regarding the solar upgrades. Building efficiency upgrades and fleet purchases is significant. However, there are several sources of funding that the city consider, and it has the list of things, and federal tax credits, federal grants, incentives listed. So I can't support something like that. And there was one comment, and maybe this would, something to consider. The closer you are to the source of the energy, the more efficient you are. That is one of the experts, that's one of the things that one of the experts had said to me. So keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, Alder Johnson for a second time.
Yeah, I just want to, obviously, since it was brought up by a few, I just want to make it clear that I was not directing my passion at anyone in particular. It's been a couple hours of good information, good content, and I think I took in every bit of it, and a lot of great points were made. But I still believe this is a good plan, and I think our conversation and probably our more heated dialogue will likely come around actual policy provisions. And the incentives, I think, are a piece of this. I don't think it's the only thing. And in fact, even as a government, everything we do is based on taxpayer money, ambulances, fire trucks, roads. So it's, for me, that's not enough. The money's already been appropriated by the federal government, so either it's us or somebody else. That's the reality. They're not going to pull it back because we choose not to participate. So I want to make sure that we're in a good position to educate our residents to take advantage of those things. And again, we're not forcing anybody to do that. We're educating, informing people so that they can if they so choose.
Thanks, Alder. Anything final? Got a motion and a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes appear to have it, unless there's a roll call requested. All right, we will use the board.
Just give me a moment, please. You may vote. Mr. Stevens and Mr. Morgan? It is not there. Thank you.
So 9-2?
Yes.
All right, the motion succeeds 9-2.
Your Honor, motion to suspend the
And do what?
Move protection and policy next. We have people there waiting.
Oh, okay. I don't think it's a suspension of the rules. I think we would need to reconsider again. The agenda? No. Okay. Motion to reconsider the agenda has been,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. My battery is low. Everybody's battery.
there's, yeah, I know, I was gonna make the same one.
Yeah, I knew you were up to something.
Okay, motion. Motion to reconsider the agenda made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Yep. You offer. All right, Alder Scannell makes a motion to amend the agenda and take up protection and policy immediately. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Motion by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amended agenda has been adopted. We are now on the report of the Protection and Policy Committee.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Scannell. Items here to be handled separately? No?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, one.
One, any others?
The right one, I just want to make sure. Yes.
Yep.
Visibility.
Any others? All in favor of approving the agenda with the exception of item one will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted. We're now on O1. Your wish is here.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Hutchison. Item was pulled by Alder Eck.
Yes, I didn't know if there was anybody here that wanted to speak on this. I
Okay.
thought there was.
It appears to be the case. Motion to open the floor.
Motion to open, oh.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder
He said the
Eck,
motion. He was seconding your motion.
seconded by Alder Johnson.
Yes.
All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Anybody who would like to speak to O1, which is the Visibility Initiative Strategic Action Plan, feel free to approach the podium. That's it.
Well, you get the hat trick tonight. My name's Ed Dorff. I live at 3375 Pebble Beach Court. And the Equal Rights Commission, which I'm not a part of, but the Equal Rights Commission and Civil Rights Ordinance for the City of Green Bay exist because we have not had what the Green Bay Municipal Code calls for in Chapter 12, Section 12.2, equal rights, equity, and a social fabric free of discrimination. That section goes on to say that each unit of city government shall be accountable for promoting social and economic equity for all residents of the city. I do believe the term each unit includes the Common Council. The Equal Rights Commission visibility strategy before you was sent back to committee, ostensibly to make sure we do it right. I believe those are the words I heard. Clearly, that is a delaying tactic supported, I believe, by those who oppose the very existence of an Equal Rights Commission. At last week's Protection and Policy Committee meeting, 3 concerns were raised by and through alders, and I'd like to address each of them. Excuse me. First, assurances that the ERC would not be involved in politics, elections, or candidates were called for. That sounds reasonable and is certainly addressed in current expectations and requirements for members of commissions. However, I believe that the very work of the ERC in advocating for and promoting citizen participation in civic rights and responsibilities can and may be called out erroneously as political action. Will the rightful act of encouraging and assisting others to get to the polls be misconstrued as engaging in politics, elections, and candidacies? Second, concern about the word equity was expressed. Keep in mind that the word equity does appear in the city code, but perhaps it needs clear definition. Some believe that equity means equality of outcome, which I do believe would be a problem. Equity here means equality of opportunity to access and receive municipal services and privileges based on individual immutable needs. Should a blind voter only receive a written ballot with no accommodation, or consider something many of us can relate to? The tiered steps in the bowl at Lambeau Field are challenging as we get older, and I can attest to that, or perhaps in poor condition, unfortunately that as well. Thankfully, there are ramps, conventional stairwells, and elevators. And if that's still not good enough, there are reserved places for fans who, no matter what, cannot navigate those high steps. Equity, again, isn't giving an unfair advantage or lowering standards. It's about making sure everyone is served appropriately with reasonable accommodations if needed. And it's nothing new or something to fear. The third issue that was raised at P&P had to do with how people are addressed. The term I heard used was self-proclaimed adjectives. Obviously, what was meant was pronouns. And there appears to be an objection to using whatever pronoun someone might prefer if it doesn't fit with what another thinks it should be. Identity is a personal matter and should be respected. Please leave that alone. And if anyone chooses to ignore how a person wishes to be addressed, so be it. That discourtesy would be on you and shouldn't be a part of city government. Let's just get this passed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Anyone else who'd like to speak to 01, the Visibility Initiative Strategic Action Plan? Seeing none. Entertain a motion.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We have a motion to approve in front of us. Discussion on that. Alder Campbell.
As stated by Mr. Dorf there, I spent several hours this afternoon after I printed this off to really give it the fine tooth comb. I read it over yesterday, my phone. So I went through it, and it just kept coming over me as second time reading it, that I started just highlighting words to see how many times they were repeated. So just for the record, some of them were commission, election, inclusivity, pronouns, equity, diversity, discrimination, social justice, vote, and then groups, city council, LGBTIQ, city staff, okay, 12 words. So I started to keep track of most of them, and equity was the winner. Honestly, I went through this. We used this process when we were doing the evaluation, and I thought that was really kind of a good method to just briefly look at it and then dive into it. So I started going page by page, and I highlighted everything by color and into the three-phase plan, which I'll get to in the breakdown. So as I went through it, and my point here and my concern is, well, let's just go over the score. 104 times the word commission was meant, ERC or the word commission, and where it was twice, I didn't count it. And I wasn't counting the title on top of the page neither. 104 times. Only on one page it wasn't mentioned, and that's where the ordinance, the city ordinance was. That kind of outlines all of it. So in the three-phase, and I'm sorry, city staff was mentioned on 6 pages for a total of 23 times. 31 times. And lo and behold, on the last 2 pages, the city council was finally mentioned. So in that, looking at that and just kind of going scoreboard, and when you break down the phase plan where it's the implement and the time, I guess, part of it, the phase plan, which would have been nice to have on the last issue, the commission, ERC, is 36 times, and 23 times staff, 0 for the city council. We're voting on this. I have a problem with looking back at the Equal Rights Commission and the people that are on it, appointments by the mayor, and I wonder if we have enough balance there. And I've said this before, and I would have no problem if we could sit and debate over each and every movement and issue and, I guess, involvement. So I guess it comes down to me just saying there's not enough communication and not enough oversight with the city council, and that's my biggest concern in the direction this is moving. I think it's, I just have to wonder the overall timing on this and the strategy and the overall plan and the lack of involvement after we vote on this. That's my concerns.
All right, thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, you know, after reviewing it, I agree with Alder Campbell in that city council really wasn't referenced much in here, and in fact, that was a suggestion I was going to make with respect to, you know, I gotta find it. It's the comment about, you know, going out and doing the collaboration, community events, things of that nature, where the commissioners are gonna go out and do that. And I wanted to suggest that we add something in there that maybe the commission also take an extra step to invite members of council to those types of community events. And, you know, I would just, you know, maybe make that suggestion. I don't know if we have to amend it, but, now that said, I'm okay with the overwhelming reference to the commission because this is the commission's plan. It's not the city council's plan, but I do think, and I agree, Alder Campbell, that extension of opportunity to more members of council on a regular basis is a good idea. Because at the end of the day, we are the policymakers, and so to have us involved in those relationship building activities, I think will help us make better policy. There is one item here that I am gonna offer up an amendment. And it's it may seem simple, but there are a couple references in here. The phrase is target audience. And actually, when you go through DEI training, they tend to discourage use of that term and replace it with audience of focus. So I would like to make a motion that any reference to target audience this document be amended and replaced with audience of focus.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Stevens. Further discussion on that?
Yeah, can I just
Yeah.
also just suggest maybe with that amendment, it was my intent that it also include inviting city council members to events.
Okay. Two-part amendment. Is there a good spot for that, Alder Johnson?
Yeah, it was in here. I think all we have to do is add city council on top of I can find the exact place. Here, it's on page 10. It says participate in local events, fairs, and festivals to reach a wider audience under community events. So just add, to add, you know, invite city council members to those things. Because sometimes we don't know about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. And just for the record, city council's mentioned more than the mayor, so you got that going for you. Yeah. But I wasn't counting. So we got that amendment that's been offered by Alder Johnson. That was seconded. Yes,
Yes.
to incorporate both of those changes. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted.
Motion to approve as adopted.
Motion to approve is adopted, made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Hutchison. I think Johnson still had the floor unless
No, I'm
you're
done.
done.
That was it.
Alder Burnett?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for Attorney Bunger, and obviously I want to, I think this commission is a good, productive thing to do in the city. One specific question, and a series of questions perhaps that I have, that I really am a little uncomfortable with, and let me frame it in this way. As a council, you know, we are representatives of the people we're voted, but we act as a body, as a whole. You know, so one person as a council does not dictate what the position of the city is on an issue. And one of the concerns I have is, how do we treat this commission in the same way, you know, from an organizational standpoint, than we treat every other board or commission? So the water utility, for example, water commission rather, they don't have business cards. The work that they provide for the city of Green Bay is very important. The planning commission, they don't have a website. Their bios are not put on the city's website. And so this is leading to a question. So when I look at the authority of the commission, really rests upon the unanimous vote, not unanimous, but their quorum of a vote. So when people of the public have issues or concerns, I'm a little hesitant giving too much authority, whether, formal or informal authority to individual commission members, that commission member can almost seem like they speak for the entire commission when really they're one of a number of commissioners. In the same way that in the former code of conduct that we had in the city of Green Bay, before we reworked it and wrapped it into a new ethics policy, we were told, and I remember this to the day, that when there are, sensitive issues that, we get approached by the media or members of the public, we had to be very careful to say, and I said this often, that I represent one of 12 on the city council. Even as a city council president, I don't speak for any of you. I'm one of 12 when it comes to these matters. So Attorney Bungert, I would prefer to ask this question to you just because, all due respect to Director Fultz, he's very closely connected to this group, but I'm just asking which is a good thing, that's not a criticism, it's a good thing for you to be an advocate from the staff to this commission. But Attorney Bungart, make me feel better about this. Why is this particular commission treated different than any other city commission that we have?
Sure. I don't think it's necessarily treated differently. It's held to the same standards of conduct that any other board, commission, and other sub-body that derives authority under the council. So when the commission is acting the commissioners are acting in their official capacity, the same standards, ethical codes of conduct apply that apply to any other board and commission members. I think perhaps, and maybe I'll defer to Chief Fultz as to the unique nature of the commission in the sense that it is structured specifically for outreach, for community outreach, while perhaps maybe other boards and commissions aren't necessarily designed for that type of activity. But it wouldn't necessarily prevent them from having that type of activity either. So I think maybe it has different elements to it than maybe other boards and commissions simply because of its purpose, which is engaging with the community. So they have to have a little bit more of an outward-facing structure than any of our other boards and commissions. But as far as rules of procedure and ordinances, statutes, the Constitution, any other applicable laws that would apply, that's all the same.
Thank you for that. I guess my other additional concern that's very similar but different is when they're approached by members of the community. Because you're right, you would want this commission to be outward-facing, to hear from people where people tend to be that maybe are disconnected from their city government or have a language barrier, whatever the issue is. You obviously want people to come to this commission and be engaged, and ideally be at the committee meeting so they can engage in open government that's on the record, just like it was here today. I guess make me feel a little better about when a person from a community approaches a commissioner in a public setting and they kind of converse with them and they let their opinion be known on an issue, which again, very good thing. Is there any concern that that particular commissioner could kind of develop a bias or something that there's do you know what I'm saying? Like here, we're very careful of the ethics of violating open meetings laws and things like that. And, we're not perfect. We slip up every now and then and we get training. And is there adequate training and resources provided to this commission so they don't cross the line and kind of having a walking quorum of issues before it gets to the public meeting?
Sure. So they are advised in the same capacity that all of our boards and commissions are advised, as well as council with respect to quorums, walking quorums, discussing, anything that would be considered business that's coming in front of the ERC. So again, they are treated the same with respect to their standards and their duties and how to exact those duties in accordance with law.
On their business cards, would they have an email address?
I do not know.
And if there's an email address, would it be a city email address? it's
Again, I
worth
do
this-
not know.
You don't know, I know
No.
you don't know, I'm just adding
Sure.
food for thought here that,
Yes.
okay, if there's a website or a city email on a stationery with the City of Green Bay logo or name, I would think that they would be open to open records requests.
Yes, no, certainly, they are subject to open meetings and open records. That all applies.
Okay, and they're aware of this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Morgan?
When we had this meeting and sent this back to staff, Alder Weary had brought in a few items and we discussed it. One of them was about these commissions should not have any control or influence in elections or policies and stuff like that. Just send their suggestions. And we were told that our code of conduct and stuff would prevent that. But even tonight, I got, listening to all the testimony, one gentleman testified opening first that he was the chairman of a committee. He may not have been intending to influence us, but I got the impression he was influencing people by saying that. So I'm wondering why that isn't involved in this.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of behavior is totally appropriate, though. Attorney Bungert, do you want to explain?
Right, are we talking about the Sustainability Committee? Correct. So, members of the commission and boards, can come and testify in front of council. And if they're doing so in their capacity as a member of that committee or board or commission, it's appropriate for them to identify themselves as such. A contrary example would be when Director Rainier Wigg was testifying in her capacity as a director, not as a board member of the Astor Park Association. So when they're providing you testimony in their capacity, in that capacity, it's appropriate for them to identify themselves as such. Sorry, I just repeated the exact same thing I said. Tired.
Thank you.
Sure.
Alder Scannell, and then Alder Campbell.
Because, and I don't know if it'd be the attorney or Director Fowles, but because of their unique nature, do they get extra training on appropriate behavior, what's expected, our ethics code, et cetera?
I don't know if they're getting extra training, but we can certainly, my office has been discussing just having general training for all boards and commissions as a refresher in 2024. So if that's the wish of council, we can definitely focus on that.
Yeah, and I would, I would prefer if they are handing out contact information, that's information that's
Correct.
not private, private email. They should have, so
Right.
if that needs to be set up.
And
I
they
should
will
hope-
also be, and I think this was discussed a little bit, they will also be subject to our social media policy that applies to public officials, which is
Right.
both appointed and elected officials, so.
Right. And then I'd just like to throw out to Alder, it was raised about outreach. When we first started the Sustainability Commission, we did do outreach. We had a Facebook page and so on, so because we wanted the public to know, your new commission wanted us to know about us and draw people in and so on, so depends on the commission, I think.
Yeah, they still do
And
have
their
a page,
mission.
or they've refreshed it, I think, recently.
Right. No, thank you.
Other comment? Oh, yeah, Alder Campbell.
Thank you. Another thing that it's late, and I'm trying to remember here, and the other feeling that I got halfway through this was, this is a very touchy subject and it's a very aggressive initiative here. I even had to look up the true meaning of what an ad hoc committee is. And I know since my tenure here, we voted to make this Equal Rights Commission. And it's almost like commission is a strong word for this very touchy subject, no matter which angle you might look at it. I mean, if we're talking disabilities and this and that, or equal rights and everything like that. And this is as big as the green energy plan. With respect, it's very aggressive, and I kind of look at it and go, maybe this should be an ad hoc committee and not a commission, to where it is reviewable by the Common Council. And that's just another thing that I just kind of remember after the feeling that I got reading through it, that's all. Not disagreeing with it, but I'd like to see that approach just as the amendment states, so thank you.
And just to make the point, I mean, the ERC operates similarly to the Sustainability Commission in the sense that it's advisory, right? So everything that's why we're having this discussion right now. Everything has to come through the Common Council to get approval.
Yeah, just the same as an ad hoc committee. I mean, I didn't really know the true definition of
Well,
ad hoc committee.
is like a temporary.
Right, but it's overseen, but this is a big plan, and, like I said, just breaking it down a little bit and being part of it, I think, kind of blends that together.
Okay. Other comments, Alder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did have a few that I sent to committee, and I'm glad they addressed it and made some changes. I was happy to see as Mr. Dorf mentioned, the equity versus equality. I feel assured that it's more about, not an outcome basis, but a reasonable accommodations, which is perfectly, I think, good and acceptable. So I'm glad to hear that. With the politics and elections question, my concern was that this was not going to be kind of an electioneering group. This is going to be more if there's issues with voting or how to vote, it'll all be directed to the clerk's office. Is my understanding correct on that?
I don't know what the discussion was per se, but Chief Waltz?
Yeah, that's correct, Elder Weary. And I think there's one portion in there that we also amended that talked about reaching out to individuals that may not be eligible to vote. And I think I misspoke at protection policy. The thought there was the point of this initiative is to create awareness and educate the public on the Equal Rights Commission. And when it talked about people who are not eligible to vote, it was to talk to them about their rights outside of voting and the rights that they're offered through the commission and that the city provides. So it wasn't anything to do with their right to vote or being able to vote. It was educating them about the Equal Rights Commission.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. I did understand that part. It had more to do with whenever you empower or encourage any commission or committee to go out into the public and help, encourage any different group, there's always going to be a concern, well, are they being equal to everyone? And I just want the public to be assured this is not aimed to generate support in any certain area, and that's not their goal, and it shouldn't be.
Right.
Okay, it's more about, hey, I have no idea how to vote because I don't speak English, or, I have these impediments in place.
Right.
Okay. And then the last one, of course, is the pronouns, and it was more about, anybody can use whatever they want, and people can call people whatever they want, fine, it's America, right? My concern was that we're not requiring people on the committee to use that language. Did I read that wrong? I just want to make sure, we don't want to take away someone's free speech to say, hey, you know what, if I don't want to, use certain pronouns, I'll just call you Mr., Mrs., or whatever. We're not requiring someone. Because that would be really opposite of exactly what we're all about in this country.
Yeah, that's correct interpretation. They're looking at it as like a guidance on how the commissioners will act and it's how it's phrased is to respect individuals and how they're using pronouns.
Okay, perfect. That was my concern. I just don't think we should be forcing it. People can do as they wish with their names, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Did you have one? Alder Hutchison?
Thank you. I'm on the Equal Rights Commission, and I'm the lone alder. I know during discussions on and off the floor, there's never been a political angst, meaning we're gonna go get people to vote this way or that way. That's not the intent. And it's a valid concern. The intent is there's some cultural communities within our community that don't seem to be connected. And the goal is to connect them to the city. Let them know there's alders. They have an alder. Let them know they can go to the alder with questions. Let them know there's City Hall. They can go to the clerk. So it isn't to be the go-all place. The commissioners are just trying to get information into these hubs so they can take advantage of what's there. And I just want to make sure on this last page, the use of the word council, the city council, there's going to be a report that's generated by the commission at the end of the year or in a timely fashion that summarizes the data we get. So there's a lot of data information in here. We're gonna use this to collate the data. So when we communicate, we're gonna ask people in a constructed way, their feedback. We're gonna ask for their feedback. Anything we learn, we're gonna put in a report, and we're going to, the report will serve as a testament to our commitment to the transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. It will provide the city council with a thorough understanding of the impact of the visibility initiative, the challenges faced, and the opportunities of growth. Okay, so ultimately, this report will be instrumental in shaping the future direction of our efforts to foster a more inclusive and equitable Green Bay. So we're working for the council. The one time we use council, we're bringing our data to council, okay? We're not gonna hide it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Shore?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I think there's some good questions and concerns that have been brought up. I'm on Sustainability Commission. I used to be on Landmarks, and just trying to understand the dynamics of each of these commissions. They're all a little bit different. I wasn't aware that there were business cards or not. You can get real picky about, all this type of thing, but, sustainability, I've been to one or two conferences, things at library, and you talk to people now, and as an alder, I think sometimes it's difficult because, you start talking and you think, oh, am I trying to influence something here? And that's a challenge for us. There's open records requests that we've had to deal with over time, and got to walk about, walking quorums, all these type of things. So, we're aware of it, but, I would like to make sure that commission members are aware of it as well, that they represent the city. They got to be very careful and, not paranoid, but we need, to do due diligence. So that's my comment.
Alder Burnett?
If I could frame it like this, that they're out there to receive input from the community. They're out there to engage the community, to hear from them, to go to populations, as Alder Johnson said, I'm not quite sure the word, but to go out where people are to hear from them. I think it's a little bit where maybe the gray line is that we're kind of struggling with, is if they are using their positions to do stuff, to advocate for positions outside of their normal notice public meetings. They receive information, 100% agree with that, but if they're taking positions as individuals, which is their constitutional right, they should not be using their position as on the board as if that's the position of the city or the committee. I think that's where I would feel more comfortable if there was more firm language in this that drew that line of distinction. Because right now, each of the commission has been there for a while. I know there's an opening right now. We're gonna have new members come on board that aren't privy to this discussion, that don't have the depth of history. That would be my hope. Receive information, but accept that, but when you're actively engaging in some sort of behavior, make sure you do it in your personal capacity and you want to identify as a member of the commission. Does that sound,
Yeah, just real briefly, I think this discussion is healthy. I think it's important just to recognize that all the comments that you're making about the commission really apply to this council as well. And there have been fairly recent incidents where members of this council attended very political events and said that they were speaking for the council in a very political campaign context. And so that was not appropriate and is not appropriate. And I think everybody should just look in the mirror a little bit when you're applying certain standards to boards and commissions of the city. Anybody else? Alder Hutchison.
One thing I would highly recommend that the commission experience someone from the law office to come in and explain these. I think it would be very helpful. As a matter of fact, I would make it an annual event if there's new members, that we all on the commission experience what we can and can't do. So we address Alder Burnett's concerns, because that's real, I think. I think we can handle that.
Alder Brunette,
Uh,
and then Alder Campbell.
Oh, yeah, well, just, I know what you're saying, Mayor. I mean, that's something that is, you know, I think we all know what you're getting after, and that's your right to say it. I would say, though, that keep in mind, there was a member of this very commission that very publicly was in front of an effigy of a political candidate for an election. And if he were to identify himself as a member of the Equal Rights Commission during any of that demonstration, that's why this environment exists. But,
Sure.
Yeah, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Let's
do.
just work through it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, all the comments that were made about the ERC really applied to this body too. And it's important for people to recognize that as an individual, as you already said, you don't speak for council, right? And so if people are out in public, in this instance, a very political context, saying, I am here representing the city council, like, that's a problem. So nobody's perfect in this room, myself included, but we shouldn't be necessarily casting aspersions at the ERC without acknowledging that these kinds of things happen, you know, among elected officials as well. Alder Campbell.
Thanks for bringing that up, and that's kind of brought, I first started with the comment and statement made by Alder Hutchinson about when, at the end of this report, which is a year, you know, if you go to page 15, section 6, timeline, you know, you got 3 different percentages there. You know, I'd like to see at least a report to the council as a review to look at those dates there. I mean, I think that'd be fair to ask. And with, I might say, with the last, maybe what you're talking about, I'm not quite sure, but, you know, our social media here kind of blew up the last time we were here at an appointment of yours, and I suggested then, we kind of go about it, trying to pick a little bit of balance to people. We were talking about housing and stuff like that. So I know you have a position there, and I would have no problem, and I've always been talking about balance here, and this is a kind of a scary deal. And you have an opportunity to have some balance here. I mean, I don't appreciate someone from another council calling me a Nazi, but at the same time, I think it's tempered down now. Let's try to keep it that way and professional. But I think it's up to you to try to bring some balance that we're asking for here, and appreciate that. And I think we can move forward, you know.
Any other comments? We've got an amendment, an approval as amended. That was a motion made by Alder Scannell. Any additional comments on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We can.
May vote.
I vote aye.
Thank you.
What happened?
My computer, I forgot to bring my cord. Nobody's cord fits. My battery died.
Told you to find one. Yeah, I said it was gonna be a long one.
Rub my feet.
Okay. Mr. Campbell and Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
My own personal.
Aye, Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell? Mr. Campbell, thank you. And you may display.
That passes 10-1. Where are we? We're on item,
Licenses.
I think,
Oh,
no,
the top of the
I think we're on
agenda.
item 2 under landmarks.
Item 2 of landmarks.
Yes. Attorney Bungert.
So this item was concluded at our last meeting. A decision was made to approve the appeal from John Herkman for his COA 23-45. Staff has prepared findings of fact and conclusions of law for you all to consider and adopt. It is available in your confidential commission or confidential packet. But we can certainly go into closed session if you have any questions.
Does anybody wish to go into closed session?
I don't, I
Alder
want
Burnett.
to know, and I was not at the last meeting where you all decided this, and I have had unrelated discussion with Mr. Herkman, so I will abstain from all of this, and if you go in closed session, I'm just not gonna be there.
Okay.
So.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin? Okay. All right.
So it would just be a motion to adopt, and then, Mayor, I have a copy for you with the highlighted portions. We just need to read into the record, and then we will be done.
Motion to adopt made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Scannell, and now
No, you don't.
We'll read this?
Yes.
Subsection 1 does not prevent issuance of the COA under the circumstances of this appeal. Although the work resulted in the removal of the glass block windows and installation of new windows, the Common Council concludes that such alterations will not detrimentally change, destroy, or adversely affect the historic property. See 44-1552, Parent 2, B1, Green Bay Municipal Code. The overall changes to the structure will not detrimentally change the property, but will in fact serve the public interest by making the property functional while also preserving the historical elements of a majority of the structure. The Common Council further concludes that the proposed work conforms to the purpose and intent of the historic preservation provisions of the zoning code specified in 44-168 and 44-1546 Green Bay Municipal Code, which are substantively identical. Specifically, the addition of the glass windows serves to simultaneously protect and enhance the city's cultural, social, and architectural history while improving property values as well as improving and enhancing the visual aesthetic character of the city. Mr. Herkman's removal and replacement of the glass block windows does not detrimentally change, destroy, or adversely affect the historic structure, and the alterations conform to the purpose and intent of Chapter 44, Article 15, Green Bay Municipal Code. Accordingly, the Landmarks Commission's denial of John Herkman's COA application 23-45 is hereby overturned, and John Herkman's requested COA is granted. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Abstain, please.
The ayes have it, noting Alder Brunette's abstention. On to ordinance's second reading for adoption. Motion to suspend the rules made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. That's to take up these ordinances with one roll call vote. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Entertain a motion. Second reading. Yeah. Maybe somebody else should make the motions, since you don't have the. Motion to adopt, made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Johnson. Any discussion? We will use the board.
You may vote. Or aye. Thank you.
Those ordinances are adopted unanimously. On to report of the Improvement and Services Committee with the exception of item 7. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Galvin.
I'm sorry, Mayor, hold on. It's just,
We're just on INS.
yes.
Items to be held separately. INS. No, we just did 7. Any items to be held separately? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. We did protection and policy. Operator, yeah. Protection and Policy Committee granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any abstentions or names being handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Plan Commission. Motion to approve by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Scannell. Items here to be handled separately? Hearing none. Clerk.
Earlier today, I sent you a comment form from a Thomas Arnaud. I had mistakenly had said that he was in favor, well, that he was actually writing about the clean energy plan. He was actually writing about item number 3 in opposition to it, just to make that notation.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, Clerk. There were no items to be handled separately here. All in favor of the report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Planning Commission is approved. Report of the Finance Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor of the report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Weary. Items to be handled separately. One, any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved, with the exception of item 1. Alder Stoyer.
I'd like to have Director Anderson talk on this.
Deputy.
Yeah, so we're just looking to change the motion a bit for item number 1. As many of you recall, we have a Wandering Winter Wonderland exhibit that we goes throughout the parks. And 3 years ago, we had it at St. James Park, and it was very popular there. This year, some of the people there said, you know, can we have a holiday display, and they wanted to put it up in the park. Through talking with them, they had a few concerns about where to store these items afterwards and how to, you know, and we decided the best route to go forward with them was to have them donate the items. So really what we're looking to do tonight is just to approve the request by the Astor Neighborhood Association to donate holiday lights and inflatables to the Parks Department to put it on display at the St. James Park Band Shell on an annual basis during the holiday season. So that's what the motion, if we could change the motion to that, that's what we're looking for.
Is that Alder Stoyer's motion? All right, that's Alder Stoyer's motion, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion to approve is amended made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item is approved, and now we are on to the report of the Personnel Committee.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Weary. Items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor of the report will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the report has been approved. Sustainability? Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell. No, we did not. Motion was made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Informational, we've got the municipal court report from October 2023 in your packet. Resolutions, just got the one. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor will use the board. Sorry. Yeah.
I say aye.
Okay, thank you. Just give me 1 moment.
Very well. He doesn't give a damn.
Okay, yes, you may vote. And yes. Okay, wait.
All right.
Mr. Weary? Mr. Weary, how do you vote?
Weary votes aye.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and that is approved unanimously. Ordinances first reading, we need to 1, 3, and 4. All right, Alder Johnson makes a motion to suspend the rules, take up ordinances 1, 3, and 4 with one roll call vote, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion? All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion to advance.
Motion to advance.
Motion to advance made by Alder Scannell, second by Alder Eck. Discussion, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Those ordinances are advanced to a second and final reading. And then we need to address item 2, general ordinance number 02-23.
Yes, so this ordinance, we just need it should be a planning ordinance number 02-23, so we just need to amend the item for it to state planning ordinance. And then we will have the public hearing on it as required at the next meeting where it's coming up for second reading.
Motion to amend by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Weary, to the effect that the city attorney had mentioned. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It is amended. Motion to advance as amended. Motion to advance as amended made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Petitions and communications. All right. I am hearing a motion to adjourn, which is non-debatable, made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. But before we adjourn, remember to put your stockings out for Alder Morgan's buddy.
We were sick at home, everyone's sick, so my wife would have done